Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. What happened?
To a foundation of those.
Hello, everyone.
Qualification, everything. But we'll be moving for admission of a bunch of exhibits. Just
Do you want to do that now? You want to wait till?
I'll do it while he's on the stand. I just kind of give you a heads up that that's how it will happen.
No, that's fine. All right. All right.
Welcome
defense,
back.
Anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Do we need to wait on Mr. Cook?
Apparently, Mr. Young needs to bring up an issue.
Mr. Young?
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
It's my understanding that Dr. Lewis met with the defendant yesterday for about 3 hours at the jail.
Oh, my word.
Obviously, we would be objecting to any testimony from that. We haven't gotten anything. If she does have anything or she's rendered any opinions based on that meeting, we need those ASAP.
And we did meet with Ms. Stauch for about 3 hours yesterday at the jail. When I talked to Dr. Lewis last night, there was nothing that is going to impact or change her decision. I want to verify that still over there. I feel this week, I'll email something over.
Okay. As I see this, as you know, by rule and by my order, the expert reports were to be filed no later than 35 days prior to the time that we commence trial. We commenced trial in this case on March 23, 20, March 20. And your expert's report was filed on March 16. It is 6 pages long. There's a 7th page, but it only has her signature on it. But my position would be, unless you can persuade me otherwise, she's going to be limited to exactly and precisely what she's disclosed in her report. So if there was other evidence or something else that got disclosed or...
No, I mean, it was more of just a kind of a refamiliarizing.
Okay. Okay, and I would also be inclined to say you need to get that report to prosecution before she testifies. In addition, depending on what that reflects, I may or may not require that before she testifies, the prosecution has an opportunity to meet with her and talk to her about, I don't know if there's something new that's going to come up or not, but, and then depending on what it is, I'll have to deal with it then, but this is far too late at this point for new opinions. So let's see where we are.
Meeting to go over to
Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, I understand that, but they had 3 hours, Your Honor. This was just a 30-minute introduction. So something was discussed within that 3 hours. And I need to be able to have the ability to cross-examine her as to why did she feel the need to meet with her for another 3 hours if she's already issued her opinion and issued her reports. So I'm at a loss because I don't know what took place for a 3-hour interview. And obviously it wasn't video recorded, which is, if she's doing any sort of evaluation, that should have been video recorded.
Well, I've given both sides a way to proceed forward. I understand that neither side probably likes it, but essentially what we're dealing with here is a 3-hour meeting yesterday. If it is not, if she's changed her opinions and that change is not permitted to be presented to the jury because of late disclosure, it's irrelevant. If she had a 3-hour meeting with the defendant and I prohibit that testimony because it was not disclosed in a timely fashion as it was supposed to, it's irrelevant. If she had a 3-hour meeting with the defendant and it doesn't change any of her opinions, and she's limited to the opinions that she disclosed, it's also irrelevant. So I'm not sure where
I mean, I can explain where I'm coming from. with
Okay.
that. It would be the people's position if she's already issued a report and rendered opinions. Why did she feel the need to meet with her again for 3
Yes,
hours?
why?
And so it goes to the weight and credibility of her prior opinions.
Well, that's you opening up the door. I want to know why it is that you had to have this meeting instead of just saying, this is what your opinion was as you issued it, back on March 16th, and she stuck with that and you know what it is. What you want to do is inquire into something that you don't know what the answers are, and you're concerned that the answers are going to be really bad, and you want to know about that ahead of time. And I've already provided the response.
Okay.
So we have what we have. I
I'm
can't
just
change
making
it.
a record, Your Honor, as to
Okay.
why I'm bringing it up.
No, I understand, but none of us here can change the facts. They are what they are. I just have to try and deal with them and craft a solution on the fly. So so she's probably not going to be on the stand before noon, right?
Buckle up, everyone.
I heard I was scheduled for 1:30.
Okay. So maybe we have the jury come back a little bit later so that we've got about 15 minutes before, say at like 1:45. We all come back at 1:30 and say, what's up? What happened?
I would prefer if we could do it 2 o'clock and then I can meet with her,
Well,
at
Ooh.
either 1 or 1:30 or something like that, because
I think
we
we're-
can do this in 15 minutes.
if I could get a word in just for a second, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think Mr. Clark is going to be on the stand for longer than we anticipate anyway.
Okay.
And so I think we'll probably be closer to the end of the day anyway. Maybe we could just break early and discuss it. at
We can do
time.
that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of summation.
Okay.
We'll discuss about it in the counter proceeding.
Can you get the summation to them by 1:30?
I can't.
Okay, let's do that. All right. So aside from that, is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution,
No, Judge.
defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Welcome, everyone, to day 17 of the Letecia Stauch trial. Very controversial witness for the defense that should be here this afternoon, Dr. Dorothy Lewis. And I do have a list as well of the other potential witnesses the defense will bring, including Harley Hunt, which we can look at when they have a break. Sorry about that little delay. It's just getting everything ready for you guys. What are we saying? Okay. So I'm like all nervous and buckle up, everyone. Nervous. I was going to say nervous, not excited. No, I'm pretty nervous for this changeover.
No, they're
the
coming in.
defense now. It's their turn. Ooh, I'm like, oh no, Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Like enabling Letecia. Maybe coaching her yesterday, hypnotizing her even. She does hypnosis and then diagnoses people with DID. That's like a no-no. From what I've read, that's a no-no. So I don't know what she did yesterday. I hope it wasn't hypnosis because that could be very, very
All
interesting.
rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so thank you for being here with me. Like and share so other people know where to find us. Take a deep breath. We're here together. I am so glad to be here with you, watching with you. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry, I should probably make her bigger there. Should I? There she is. Yeah. Oh, that flew by. Janet is coaching
I'll
her
be seated.
for sure.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You'll notice that now that it's summer, we do have the heat working, so it's a whole lot better. But let me start with the question that I've asked every other day, and that is, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Kevin Clark.
Mr. Clark, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, sir. Do Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well.
So you've obviously testified a couple of previous times. Just a reminder that you're still under the same oath that the court swore you to at the beginning. Just to refresh everyone's memory, remind everybody your name and who you work for.
Good morning, my name is Kevin Clark, C-L-A-R-K, and I am the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
Just over 2 years.
What kind of training and experience do you bring to allow you to be in that position?
So I've been a intelligence analyst for 20 years now. I got my start active duty Air Force. I was an intelligence analyst specializing in signals intelligence analysis. I did 9 years of active duty, and during that time I received beginner and intermediate and advanced signals intelligence analysis training. After we got here to Colorado, we decided to make it our home. So I got out and I was a defense contractor for a little over a year. At first for a large company, Lockheed Martin, and then second for a smaller company on Team Linquist. I then gained employment with the Colorado Springs Police Department as a senior criminal intelligence analyst. And I did that for about 7.5 years. And then I've been with the district attorney's office for the last 2 years. So to culminate 20 years very briefly, during that time I've earned an Associates of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology. I earned a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, and then on to a master's degree. And then since I already had the degree, I went back using my GI Bill to earn undergrad certificates in digital forensics, cybercrime, and I'm currently working on database management. I've also attended numerous law enforcement sponsored trainings. If I can refer to my resume real quick, I can go through those briefly.
Sure, yeah.
So I've all of these are at least 1 week long as I go through. I attended the Criminal Intelligence Analysis Training course in Denver, cell phone data and mapping course held by Police Technical in Denver. I'm Terrorism Liaison Officer certified by the Colorado Information Analysis Center. In 2015, I attended a course held by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for investigative strategies for child abduction cases. I've completed call detail records and mobile forensic analysis 1 and 2 held by Geotime. I've completed the FBI's first responder course, which was online. I've completed level 1 and level 2 of the FBI's cellular analysis survey team courses. In 2017, I attended a training held by the DEA on detecting misleading behaviors in investigations. And then I've completed training by the National White Collar Crime Center on internet investigations and intelligence. And those are the most applicable ones.
Okay. Who were you employed by at the time that the investigation got started on Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
The Colorado Springs Police Department, where I was a senior intelligence analyst in V&I.
How did you get involved in this investigation?
It was Saturday, February 1st, and I received a phone call from then Lieutenant Mahalko, Mitch Mahalko, asking if I'd be willing to come temporary duty, TDY, to the command post for the next 30 to 60 days.
And when you say Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, is that the same Commander Mitch Mahalko that testified for us? I can't even remember how many weeks ago now.
It was, yes.
Okay. Have you testified as a expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
So this is my 30th time testifying. El Paso, Teller, Fremont County, and then subpoena testified in a couple other counties later this summer. And out of the 30, I think there's only 2 where I wasn't endorsed. One was in front of a grand jury for an organized crime case, and the other was for a social media thing I did.
So at least 28 times of expert testimony?
Yes,
Each one of those times that you named off several counties, are those Colorado counties?
they are.
All of your expert testimony, has it been in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. What disciplines have you testified as an expert in Colorado?
Call detail records analysis, cell phone analysis, cell phone location analysis, whether that's the device itself or some of the apps that are on the cell phone. And then that covers the wide range of things I do.
Okay. As it relates to your training experience in education and your application to this particular case, did you use skills as it relates to cell phone data analysis?
I did.
And then also skills as it relates to crime analysis?
I did.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to qualify Mr. Clark as an expert witness in cell phone data analysis and crime analysis.
Defense
Objection.
witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Mr. Clark, I want to start out with just some basic stuff. Did you get a chance to go out to 6627 Mandan Drive, the location where the Stauch family was living in January of 2020?
I did.
Is that location in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
Did you learn some biographical information about Gannon specifically?
I did.
His birth date?
Gannon was born September 29th of 2008.
How old was he on January 27th of 2020?
He was 11.
We've heard a lot of testimony over the weeks of this trial. Did you have a chance to look at the CAST report, the cellular analysis? You said all the letters for it, the FBI's CAST team, to see that route that Mr. Hoyland testified to from Colorado Springs down to Pensacola, Florida?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you have access to open sources like Google Maps?
I do.
Can you use Google Maps to tell the distance in miles from one location to another?
Yes.
Did you do that as it relates to the distance from 6627 Mandan Drive to the Escambia River Bridge where Gannon's remains were found?
I did.
How many miles was that?
It was 1,371 miles.
We heard some testimony when Harley Hunt was on the stand, and there was an exhibit admitted, exhibit number 205. There was some question about the maybe Nicole as it relates to the defendant's phone. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Does your expertise in cell phone data analysis allow you to explain that issue to the jury?
It does.
Would it help to pull that exhibit up on the TV?
Sure, it'd probably help the jury.
Okay. All right, if I could have the TV turned on, I'm going to pull up People's Exhibit number 205.
Are you doing this from the podium?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Clark, I've got the first page of Exhibit 205 up on the screen behind you, or to your right, I guess. And you can see, let me zoom in actually a little bit on this. And we're looking at the participants section of that first page. There's two phone numbers there. Are you familiar with those two phone numbers?
I am.
The first phone number that ends in 7460, who do you know that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to the defendant while in Colorado.
And then the other phone number that ends in 3486, who do you know that phone number to belong to?
It belongs to Harley Hunt, the defendant's daughter.
So as we look at where it says maybe Nicole, there's an asterisk there. Can you tell the jury how that particular maybe Nicole is created in a phone?
So this is a iPhone function, specifically a Siri function. And so when you activate a phone, there's a place to insert a name. You name the device. And at the time of activation, this field wasn't completed. And so Siri gives a best guess as to what the name could be. The reason why you see daughter under Harley Hunt's number is because this download is from the defendant's phone. And so it's from the defendant's phone's perspective. And so all the contacts with associated numbers in the defendant's phone is how they were named and stored. And so Harley Hunt is the defendant's daughter. And so the defendant named Harley's phone number daughter in her phone. Now the maybe Nicole part is Siri just combing through trying to insert something. And that's why when if you look at the download from Harley's phone, it won't say maybe Nicole, it'll say mom. It'll have however that contact is named in the other person's phone. But all that is maybe Nicole. That's not something the defendant did. In fact, it's because the defendant did not do something when activating the phone that it's Siri's best guess as to what the phone's name could be.
So just to put a fine point on it, the defendant then didn't put the name Nicole in to name herself in her phone.
No.
Okay. Your Honor, you can turn off the screen for just a moment. Thank you. We mentioned just a moment ago that you had gone out to 6627 Mandan Drive. Did you have a chance to look at surveillance video from a neighbor's house, 6626 Mandan Drive?
I did.
First of all, let's talk about how was that surveillance video or Ring doorbell video obtained?
The homeowner provided a copy of a week's worth of video surveillance from the Ring doorbell.
Was that week's worth of video surveillance come through to see if there was anything relevant on it?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that footage yourself?
I did.
The footage that you reviewed, did it appear to be accurate, meaning that it's showing what's happening in the neighborhood in that general area?
It is.
Is it fair and accurate representations then?
Yes.
And then as far as timestamps, when you have a Ring doorbell or different types of doorbell cameras, is there a way for the system itself to record date and time information?
There is. If it's not on the screen itself, it's in the way the file is named. It'll be named with the day or the month, the day, the year, and then a time.
What was the specifics as it relates to this video? Was it specifically provided, or was the file name, did it include that information?
It was in the file name.
Okay. I put up there several discs, People's Exhibits 212 through 219. Do you see those?
I do.
Are these videos from that 6626 Mandan Drive doorbell video?
They are.
All fair and accurate?
They are.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of 212 through 219.
Defense. Exhibits 212 through 219 will be admitted.
And permission to publish, starting with 212, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
So we're going to play now 212 on the screen here. Before I start playing it, can you give just a quick summary of what the jury's going to see in this particular video?
So 6626 Mandan Drive. If you're standing at what was the Stauch residence, which was 6627, and you're looking at it, 6626 is going to be behind you and slightly to the left. And so this is across the street. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see the defendant and Gannon return home on Monday, the 27th at 2:20 p.m. And you'll see the red truck back into the driveway.
Okay. And so just so we get oriented, there's a pointer there. Will you point out 6627 Mandan Drive?
Right here with the black Volkswagen Tiguan in the driveway.
Is that the defendant's Volkswagen Tiguan?
It is.
And then is the pickup truck also identified there?
It's right in front of the house alongside the curb at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this now.
Oh my word, we're gonna see. Okay. We've never seen this. Oh, from across the street. Wow.
So again, for reference sake, we had previously had some video admitted of 6643 Mandan Drive. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Including a zoomed in image from basically the same time as this video, where you see a shadow come down from the passenger back seat area of that pickup truck.
That's correct.
Is that actually caught on this video?
Unfortunately, it's not.
Couldn't see it.
How is this video, is it motion detected basically?
It is. It's motion activated based on the
Thank you.
sensitivity of the Ring doorbell, how those are set up.
And so does this video cut off just before we see the persons getting out of the vehicle from that other address, 6643 Mandan Drive?
It does. The video only captures for 1 minute and 9 seconds, and we're still about 30 seconds out before the doors open, captured from the neighbor's camera, which is a completely different system.
What are these two systems? 6643, the one that has the zoomed in image, and then this one, 6626.
So the one you just saw is a Ring doorbell, and then the one from the same side as the street as the residence 6643 is an Xfinity system that constantly captures. And that's why you're able to get the entire event.
Okay. And then moving on to People's 213.
Oh, just cut off just before that.
So before we get too far on this particular video, the Tiguan that you had pointed out
Tiguan.
earlier, and I know I keep mispronouncing that word, but it's something I can't get past apparently. The Volkswagen that was parked in the driveway, is it now in a different spot
It's now backed into the garage. Yes,
at 6627 Mandan Drive?
correct.
Okay. And what are we going to see in this particular video?
So now we're at 2:29 in the afternoon on Monday, the 27th. And what you're going to see is at about the 30-second mark, you'll see what appears to be the defendant walk to the front of the garage and look out and then go back in. It's going to be extremely difficult for you to see it from where you're at. I have a large monitor in my office, and it's still kind of tough at times for me to see, but right about the 30-second mark, you'll see the movement.
Tiguan.
So will you point out for the jury where they're going to see that movement?
Right here.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and play it now.
Right there.
I saw the
Right in the
movement.
middle of that garage area.
Correct.
There was just a
Based
bit of
on your
movement.
knowledge of the investigation, Mr. Clark, who was home at the 6627 Mandan Drive on this afternoon of January 27, 2020?
At this time, at 2:29, only the defendant and Gannon.
Where was Harley
She was at work.
and Al
I was in Oklahoma.
and Lena, the younger sister?
She was in school.
And then we're going to jump ahead now to People's Exhibit 214. What is the date of this video?
This is the next day. This is going to be Tuesday, the 28th,
Early morning hours?
early morning. The first video is at 6:19 a.m.
And what are we going to see in this video?
you're going to see the Nissan move, start up and move a few feet on the curb. You'll see the dome light inside the Nissan turn off. You'll hear a door close right at about 30 seconds.
Sounds like maybe that truck needs to get its muffler fixed. Point out where we're looking at for the Nissan in the 6627 Mandan.
Here's the Nissan and here's the dome light right there. So you'll hear, you'll see a little bit of movement here at 27 seconds, and then you'll hear the door close and you'll see the dome light go out. There's the movement in front of the truck. Into the truck. There's the dome light going off when the truck starts.
So let me just go back to the, I need to do something with that video. Sorry, Judge. So we pointed out where the Nissan Titan pickup is. There's a white vehicle in the driveway there. Whose
There
vehicle
is.
is that?
That's Harley's Volkswagen Jetta.
And then the Tiguan, is that still in the garage?
It is.
Okay. And then moving on to People's Exhibit 215, just describe what we're going to see in 215.
This is a minute later, and the Tiguan pulls out of the garage.
So yes, you guys, you saw how the normal court view is. This is a TV
Pausing
screen
it while we had a little commotion here.
that we're zooming in on. And we can always zoom more later. But I just want to capture the best quality I can now,
All right, so
which isn't great.
point out while we've got this paused, the Nissan Titan, is it still parked out in front of the 6627?
It is. It's pulled forward slightly, so it's right there. There's Harley's Jetta, and there's the Tiguan.
You've picked up the Tiguan pronunciation now too.
Tiggy one.
That motion that we see in the entrance to the garage, can you point out where that was? And I'll just pull it back just a little bit.
Right here.
Still about 15 seconds left of this video.
So the headlights that came on inside the garage, is that from the defendant's Tiguan?
It is.
And then the next few videos that we're going to see as it relates to that Volkswagen Tiguan, does that coincide with some cast testimony that Special Agent Hoyland gave us last week?
It does.
Generally describe what this is showing as it relates to that correlation with Special Agent Hoyland's testimony.
So the Tiguan's going to leave for 10 minutes and come back. During that 10 minutes, the telematics, the GPS collected off the Tiguan records data locations. as well as the Life 360 app that's on the defendant's phone, recording GPS locations, and they're traveling together.
And is this, is there going to be a trip essentially that the Tiguan leaves 6627 Mandan, drives up to Bradley Road, and then basically returns right back to the house?
That's exactly what it does.
We're going to pull up, just so you can point that out before we watch those videos, Mr. Hoyland's report, which was Exhibit 293. Let me get that pulled up.
Oh yeah, remember all these reports. Detailed map time with all the cell phone tracking.
So we're looking at page
Sorry.
28 of Special Agent Hoyland's report. Is this basically what you're talking about there?
Correct.
So using the pointer, just point out what we're going to see and how it correlates with this particular page of Special Agent Hoyland's report.
So what you see is you see the Tiguan depart the residence at 6:22. It begins collecting Life 360 points off of the phone. You have AT&T call detail records, data, and it goes up to Bradley and then turns around and comes right back to the house.
And so are we seeing in these next videos basically just the vehicle leaving 6627 Mandan Drive and then returning to 6627 Mandan Drive in correlation with what we see on this map?
That's correct.
Okay. We're going to go to 216 now. Give the date and time of what we're going to see on People's Exhibit 216.
So this is Tuesday morning. We're now at 6:21 in the morning
On January 28th.
on January 28th. Yes.
And for context purposes, is this basically the next morning after the defendant reported Gannon missing on the evening of January 27th?
It is.
And now we're going to move on to People's 217. What are we going to see in People's 217?
You're going to see the defendant in the Tiguan return to the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Essentially after going up to Bradley and then returning back?
Right. 10 minutes has lapsed.
She just did a loop early in the morning, the next day, the day after the murder. Okay, that's what we're looking at. Not yet, Morning Dove. This was at 6:21 in the morning. And she only went to the airport around 9 in the morning. 8:55 she was there. So she did weird things early in the morning. On January 28th, 2020, the day after the murder.
Is that the Tiguan backed into the driveway at 6627 Mandan Drive?
It is.
Why is the sound so horrible on these videos. Do you know that?
Wind, I mean, it's a fairly expensive security device. It's supposed to capture, about 10 feet of someone coming up to your house. So for the long distance stuff, it's not the best.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 218. As I'm pulling that up, describe to the jury what they're going to see in 218.
The garage door will be open and you'll see movement inside the garage.
So this is still in the morning before she went to the airport. January 28, 2020. All this weird stuff she's doing. Yeah, the quality of the video is not great.
I'm going to pull that back up so you can point out exactly where you see them. So I've got it paused at 1 minute and 6 seconds, and it's a 1 minute 9 second video. Point out where you're going to see the moving inside the garage.
It'll be right here where you get the best view.
And is it basically, does it appear that somebody's walking from inside the garage back to the Tiguan?
It does.
Just there at the very end?
Yes.
And then moving on to 219, as I'm pulling that up, describe to the jury what they're going to see in 219.
The Tiguan backs into the garage.
Yes, backing into the garage, probably to load the suitcase, you guys. The bag. Before going to the airport. Could be. Jeanette with her little loop she just did, yeah.
In your reviewing surveillance, we can take the TV down. Thank you, Judge. In your reviewing the surveillance video to try to find relevant portions of video as it relates to the investigation, was it typical for the defendant to back vehicles into the driveway or into the garage?
It was not.
When was the time frame of when that activity becomes more prevalent?
It started happening Monday and Tuesday.
So January 27th and 28th,
And 28th, yes.
coinciding with the time that Gannon goes missing and then is reported as a runaway?
That's correct. Most of the time it's just driven straight in.
We had some testimony and some phone calls that were collected from Special Agent Andrew Cohen as a result of wire intercepts. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Did you have a chance to go through the defendant's Celebrite download, the download that we heard testimony of, that you can pull data from the phone itself?
I did.
Before I get into a specific item, was the defendant a fairly prolific user of her cell phone?
Yes, lots of activity.
All times of the day, essentially?
And sometimes at night, yes.
Was there a period of time when there was an abnormal lack of use of her cell phone?
There was.
What time and date was that?
This was Monday, the 27th, late morning into early afternoon. It was about a 4-hour period of no activity.
So does that coincide with the time frame of when the defendant and Gannon left the residence roughly 10 in the morning to go to Petco and were gone, and then they returned at about 2:20?
That does encompass that time, yes.
Is there a period of time when they're back at home after returning from Petco, that Petco run, where there's still a lack of cell phone activity on the defendant's phone?
There is.
Did that appear to be unusual based on her prior usage?
It did.
Okay. As it relates now to the those wire collected phone calls and those specific calls about fakepolygraph.com, did you find anything in the defendant's cell phone download that coincided with attempts to get a fake polygraph report?
I did.
How did you find that information?
In the web search and web history portion of the cell phone download, I can see all the searches made and then the websites visited.
And so just for context purposes, when we were talking about the cell phone usage on the 27th and 28th, that particular phone, we heard testimony from Commander Mitch Mahalko that it was seized on January 29th. The testimony that you're talking about now, as far as it relates to the fake polygraph information, what phone is that specifically?
This is going to be the defendant's third phone, the one that we took in South Carolina.
Okay. And we had testimony about that phone being downloaded as well, correct?
Correct.
And so did you review that, that information?
I did.
You should have up there with you People's 692 in a sleeve. Do you have that?
I do.
What is People's 692?
It is a visualization of the notes section, as well as some web activity from the defendant's South Carolina phone, the third phone.
Does this information correspond or correlate to that testimony that we had from Special Agent Cohen about the fake polygraph phone calls that we listened to a couple of weeks ago?
It does.
The dates of those particular wire intercepted calls, what date was that?
That was February 18th of 2020.
And can you tell, when you look at this information, the note that was created in the phone, what date that note was created?
It was created the next day, February 19th, 2020.
And then as it relates to web searches, is that the following pages after the first page of this document?
The next 3 pages, yes.
How many total pages are we talking about on this document?
4.
Okay. What are the web search dates as it relates to the note that was created, as you said, on February 19th?
It was 2 days after the note was created on February 21st of 2020.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the information you found on the defendant's South Carolina seized phone as it relates to this fake polygraph information?
It is. It's an exact screen capture of what I see.
Okay. All right, at this time, move for admission of 692.
Defense? Exhibit 692 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And like to play it on, or push this up on the screen, Judge.
Go ahead.
And so, Mr. Clark, I've got the first page, page 1 of 4 of People's Exhibit 692 on the screen. Would it be easier for me to zoom in on half the page first and then go through it as you describe what we're looking at, or what's your preference on that?
That'd be fine. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom this a little bit. So we've got the top half of the left side of that page on the screen right now. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
So this is the notes section of the phone. Many of the phones come equipped with a place you can write down notes and thoughts as a standard part of the phone. And so in the notes section of the phone, on February 19th at 2020, at 11:53 a.m. local time in Colorado. So this was actually 1:53 p.m. when the defendant did this in her local time out in South Carolina.
1:53 p.m. you mean?
Yes, did I say?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, at 1:53 p.m.
Okay.
So there's a 2-hour time difference between Mountain Time and East Coast time. And so the title of the note is, "In the case involving missing child Gannon Stauch, do you intend on ...
So to have a note like this created, does this require effort on the part of the phone user to put
Yes.
this information in there?
It does. You have to launch the note section and begin typing and filling out.
So that
note.
title, would that be something that the phone would create the title to be, or would that be something that the user of the phone actually typed in?
It could be either or. If the user did not type in a title, it'll grab the first several characters of the first paragraph and just put that in as the title.
So regardless, though, the text of that would still be something that the phone user would have to put in. Is that what you're telling us?
That's correct.
Scrolling down to the mid portion of the left side of that page, tell the jury what we're looking at there and why it's important.
So the source, that's the note section. It tells you where this is coming from on the phone. The extraction type, there's a few different ways to download a phone. This extraction was done using an advanced logical. It's not important. The next is the source file. It's the path of how to get to this note section in the phone.
And then now we're at the bottom of the left side of that page. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
The defendant typed in under the summary of this note, telling the truth ?
Is that essentially just a continuation of the title? Do you intend on and then telling the truth?
It's possible. Yep.
Now we're going to go over to the right side of page 1, looking at the top quarter of that page. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
Like I previously described, the title, if not manually entered, it's going to take the first part of the first paragraph, and this is what you see. So there's a question in the body of the note saying, in the case involving missing child Gannon Stauch, do you intend on telling the truth ?
And the next line?
The next one is a second question saying, in the case involving your stepson, Gannon, did you inflict harm on him in any way? And then the third question is, did you accidentally hurt him in a physical way? And the fourth question is, did you murder your stepson? And the fifth question is, do you know personally who is involved with your stepson's disappearance?
Is that the sum of the first page of People's Exhibit 692?
It is.
Okay, moving on to page 2. We're going to start again on the left side. What is page 2 of People's Exhibit 692?
This is a corresponding web history on the defendant's phone. We're now 2 days after that note was created, 3 days after the wire call you heard from Agent Cohen with the gentleman from fakepolygraph.com. So the web history begins on 2/21/20 at 7:21 a.m. local, so 9:21 a.m. Eastern. And the defendant searched on the phone fake polygraph test using Google.
Had you had a chance to look at that particular web page, that fake polygraph web page?
I did.
Was there a place in that page where someone that wants to purchase a polygraph test, would they type in their own questions?
You do.
Those questions that we saw at the right-hand side of page 1, did those appear to be questions that could be typed into this page?
Just copy paste. Yes.
Scrolling down on the left side of page 2, tell the jury what we're looking at there and describe anything that would be of importance for this particular page.
So anytime you do a search or visit a website, your phone keeps count of how many times you do that. This was a single hit, only visited one time. It was used, the Safari browser was used. And again, it's just the source file. This is the path of how to get to this web history portion of the phone.
Now we're going to go over to the right side of page 2, looking again at the top. What are we looking at there?
So about 10 seconds later, after searching fake polygraph test on Google, the website fakelieDetectorTest.com was visited.
Were you able to determine, are these two different web pages? So the fake polygraph and then this fake lie detector?
There are two different web pages, but it's the same company.
So it points to the same source, basically?
It does.
Again, anything of importance on the bottom half of the right side of page 2?
No.
Moving on to page 3, looking at the left side of page 3. What are we looking at there?
So when you're on this website, the first screen that you visit, you fill out your name, you type in the location of where the polygraph was administered, and then you click order, and then you enter in your 5 questions with a pass or fail button. You know, you click yes for or a pass or fail. And this is where you would type in your questions and the answers that you want to get on those questions.
Does this indicate that the user of this particular phone was trying to order that that fake lie detector test?
Yes, the user went to that next step.
Now, this is the bottom half of the left side of page 3. Same information as before, that it's advanced logical and using Safari.
Yes.
Moving over to the top half of the right side of page 3, what are we looking at there?
So about 10 minutes has gone by, and now we're at the payment screen. So you enter in your credit card information to pay for the fake lie detector test that you just administered yourself with the questions and answers that you wanted.
In the bottom half of the right side of page 3.
Same thing, just the Safari web browser was used, the type of phone download, which is an advanced logical, and then the path to how to get to this web history.
Okay. Now we're on to page 4. Yeah, I'm zoomed just a tad, and we're looking at the top half of the left side of page 4. Tell the jury what we're looking at.
So 2 minutes after the payment screen on the fake lie detector website, the defendant Googled, can you get away with fake lie detector website? And detector was misspelled.
The bottom half of the left side of page 4, is that just the same information that we've talked about on each one of these pages?
It is.
And then is that the extent of the information as it relates to people 692?
It is.
All of this information that we just looked at as it relates to people 692, does this require effort on the part of a user to both search and then go through this ordering process?
Yes.
When you look at you can take the screen down for just a moment, Your Honor. We're getting your clicks in today, Judge. Right. When you have a chance to review a Celebrite or a other type of download of a phone, does it also include information about the status of the phone? So like if I pick up my phone and the screen comes on, can you tell that information on a download of this particular device?
Depending on the phone and depending on the type of download, yes.
And we're going back now to the phone that was seized on January 29th of 2020 by Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko at the time, but now Commander Mitch Mahalko. Did the download of that particular phone that was seized from the defendant have that information in it as well?
Yes, it did.
Is that information stored in the metadata of that particular download?
It's in the database of the phone download, yes.
I just wanted to say metadata again.
I'm sure I'll say it again
Yeah.
sometime this morning.
So what kind of information did you get from the phone that was seized from the defendant on January 29, 2020 as to its status at the time that the Tiguan telematics showed up at the S-curve in southern Douglas County on the 29th, I think it is, or 28th, I'm sorry.
So as far as the status, so aside from your regular download of calls, texts, phone, or pictures, videos, that kind of stuff, just like Mr. Allen showed, you can see when the phone changes orientation from landscape to portrait. You can see when the phone is plugged in and charging and unplugged. And all this is to the second. You can see when the screen lights up, when the screen goes out, when the device is locked, when the device is unlocked. The battery level, date and time of, if it's at 5% all the way to 99% to fully charged. You get a lot of the just what the phone is doing in the background processes.
Does the information that you gained as it relates to the status of the defendant's, I'm going to call it the Colorado phone, the phone that's seized on January 29th, does that give you insight into the question that was asked of Special Agent Hoyland, whether the phone, after it leaves the house, goes up to Falcon and then over to that S-curve? The question was asked, was the phone in airplane mode? Was it turned off? What's the status? Does this give you insight into that?
It does.
Was the defendant's phone on when the Tiguan made the visit to the S-curve the first time?
It was.
In People's Exhibit 693, what you should have in front of you, is that a summary of the phone activity coinciding with the time that the Tiguan makes a visit up to the S-curve in southern Douglas County?
It does.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the information you derived from the download of the defendant's Colorado iPhone?
It is.
All right, I'd move for admission of 693.
Hence, no objection. Exhibit 693 will be admitted.
And Judge, I want to use the TV screen to show that, and I'm going to also, next to on the screen, People 693, I'm going to show page 38 of Special Agent Hoyland's report, which shows the visit to the S-curve.
Look, you guys, it's like this in court, okay? You see, just in case you're wondering, look at the TV screen. So I'm zooming in for us like this, which is why it's not the best quality, but at least we can see closer.
Okay, so Mr. Clark, on the right-hand side of the screen, we have pulled up page 38 of Special Agent Hoyland's CAST report, which is Exhibit 293. Is this the time that we're talking about where there's a visit by the Tiguan, the defendant's Tiguan, on January 28th, 9 p.m. hour?
Yes.
And then on the left side of the screen, we have People's Exhibit 693. I'm going to zoom in on that so we can see this better.
It's like a mini Maptime, this.
So starting at the top where it says battery level, describe what we're looking at in the battery level, and then I'll scroll over when you tell me to scroll over so we can see the rest of that table.
So this is one of the records in the phone's database of processes and performance and things like that. We're looking at the battery level. This is record number 12,938. And this is local time. So on January 28th of 2020 at 7:03 and 55 seconds PM, the battery was at 5%. Now this is a rounded number. The battery was actually at 4.6, a whole bunch of numbers percent. So every few seconds, the phone will capture a date and a time and what the battery status, battery level is of the phone. It indicates if it's plugged in and charging with just a simple yes or no. And then the last column is fully charged with just a yes or no.
So what is the battery level table on People's Exhibit 693 telling us?
So it coincides with when the defendant left the airport in the Tiguan at 7:02 p.m. on this night. If you can scroll over to the right.
Okay.
2 minutes into the drive, the phone is plugged in because it goes from 5% to 6%, and now it says yes, that is charging.
Let's talk about what you can tell from the telematics of the Tiguan as it relates to cell phone activity as well. There was testimony about the defendant picking Al Stauch up at the airport on the morning of January 28th in a white Kia. Do you remember that?
The Rio, yes.
Yes. Where was the Tiguan at that time?
It was in the short-term parking lot of the Colorado Springs Airport.
We've gone
Did
over
it
this a
stay
lot,
in
you
that
guys.
short-term parking lot until basically when this starts at 7:00 p.m. on the 28th?
Until 7:02 p.m., yes.
Yes. From 9 until 7.
And then now looking at the second table on People's Exhibit 693, tell the jury what we're looking at there?
This kind of complements the battery level as it's just looking at the device plugged in states. So all this does is tell us whether it's plugged in or unplugged, a date and a time and of when that happens, of when it's either plugged or unplugged. And if you scroll to the right, the date and the time of whatever the next event was. And so you see it's plugged in from 7:04 p.m. until 9:20 p.m. And then it's unplugged at 9:20 and 55 seconds until 10:52 and 3 seconds.
So using Special Agent Hoyland's report, page 38, that's on the right side of the screen up there, that 9:20 p.m., what's the significance of the phone being plugged in from 7:04 until 9:20 p.m. and then unplugged at 9:20 p.m. and in relation to what we see on the right side of the screen?
So this is the whole reason we moved search operations to this S-curve in Douglas County. We noted that it took about 5 minutes longer to go from south to north than it did coming back north to south. And so that indicates that the Tiguan loitered for about 5 minutes in this area. You see it comes up at 9:16 p.m. It's up here at 9:19 p.m. Comes back down at 9:19 and 9:20, and then isn't through the S-curve until 9:28. So somewhere in this area, the vehicle loitered for about 5 minutes. Now, we don't have any phone data with that. As Special Agent Hoyland testified that there was no data connections. There was no calls or text messages that would generate a tower with a sector hit. And so this helps, this supports that the phone was placed in airplane mode during this time. So the phone was on, but it was in airplane mode, so it disconnected from the cellular network.
And so is that why we only have the Tiguan telematics data for this period of time as opposed to cell phone and Life 360 like we had in other maps?
That's correct. And with the battery levels, it shows that the phone didn't just die, out of power, that it was plugged in and charging. And so the next part that we're going to talk about will show how we know the phone is actually on.
And so when we're talking about the phone being plugged in at 7:04 p.m. and then unplugged at 9:20 p.m.,
Yes.
using Special Agent Hoyland's map, roughly where was that phone unplugged?
Between here and here.
And the board that was recovered from that S-curve that had Gannon's blood on it is where?
Right in the middle, right here.
And then now we're looking at a third table that's on People's Exhibit 693. What are we looking at there?
This is the device screen lock state. And so what we see is we see the user locking and unlocking the phone to do something with the phone while it's at this S-curve. Had the phone just been powered off, you wouldn't see the screen lock and unlock. You'd see the battery charging if it was plugged in, but the phone wouldn't be locking and unlocking had it been powered off. So this supports that the phone was off the network, and the only way to do that is to put it in airplane mode while it's powered on. And so what you see is a series of screen locks during the time that the Volkswagen Tiguan's at the S-curve, where the board would later be found.
Does this indicate intentional effort on the part of whoever's using this phone?
Yes.
We can turn off the screen for a moment, Judge. Thank you. As it relates to your efforts as a crime analyst, is it typical to, especially in a case like this where it's spanning days and weeks, helpful for you to create timelines to help connect the dots with different events that occur in an investigation?
It is. That's one of the functions I provide, is creating these timelines.
What kind of things can you put onto a timeline, generally speaking?
Anything with a date and time or location or combination.
Are you using then known sources so that you get those specific date and time locations and informations?
Yes, the timelines are objective. So it comes from a culmination of all the evidence, from financial transactions to text messages sent and received to surveillance, captured when and where, any type of event that might tell the story as to what happened.
Did you create a series of timelines for this investigation?
I did.
Okay. Judge, just wondering about time. It might be a good time to take a break so we can get organized for the timeline presentation, or we can go a little bit further. It's really up to you, Judge.
If you can go about 10 minutes, that'd be better, but
Okay.
if you need to get organized to do that, that's okay too.
Okay, we'll go about 10 more minutes. See if I can push it that long.
All right.
How does your creation of a timeline help understand the events in a case?
It visualizes all of the little data points. And when you can see in a sequence of how they happened, it sheds light as to understanding what happened. And so what you're going to see is they're called linear timelines. That's because they happen in an order of operations in linear fashion. So on the left is the beginning and on the right is the end. And everything's going to have a date and a time. And then whatever the data point is, whether it came from the phone or it came from financials or it came from surveillance, whatever the data point is.
Okay. And as it relates to timelines that were created for this case, the things that we see on the timelines, are they things that were admitted into evidence in this particular trial?
Yes.
Are they printed out and put onto poster boards that are leaning against the wall behind you?
We printed them out as large as we could. Yes.
Okay. A lot of information on these?
A lot of information.
People's Exhibit 695, just to give some ideas to what we're looking at when we get to the timelines. People's 695, what's the timeline date for that particular timeline?
That's going to be Sunday, January 26th of 2020.
And the timeline that you created, that's printed up on People's 695, is it a fair and accurate representation of the events that occurred in this case as it relates to evidence that was admitted in this trial?
Yes.
And then People's Exhibit 696, what is the timeline for that particular exhibit?
That's going to be Monday, January 27th.
Are there, in fact, 3 pages of that particular timeline?
There are.
So would that exhibit be marked as People's Exhibit 696, page 1 of 3, page 2 of 3, and page 3 of 3?
They are. Yes.
Same question as before. The information that's going to be on those pages of People's Exhibit 696, is it information that was admitted in this trial?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 697, what's the timeline for that particular exhibit?
And that's going to be Tuesday, January 28th of 2020.
How many pages are included on the Tuesday, January 28th timeline?
4.
So is that exhibit marked People's Exhibit 697, 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, and 4 of 4?
Yes.
And the data points that are put into that timeline, are they from exhibits that were admitted in this trial?
They are. Yes.
And then People's Exhibit 698, what is the timeline date for that particular exhibit?
That's going to be Wednesday, January 28th of 2020.
29th?
29th. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay.
29th.
How many pages is that exhibit?
I believe it's 2.
So is that exhibit marked People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2, and then page 2 of 2, People's Exhibit 698?
That's correct.
Same question as before, are the data points from items of evidence that were admitted in this trial?
They are.
People's Exhibit 699, what is the date referenced in that exhibit?
That's going to be Thursday, January 30th of 2020.
How many pages for that exhibit?
Just 1.
And are the data points from items of evidence admitted at this trial?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 700, what's the date for that timeline?
Friday, January 31st of 2020.
How many pages?
Just 1.
And the data points on that particular exhibit, are they from items of evidence admitted during this trial?
Yes.
Exhibit number 701, what are the dates referenced in that exhibit?
February 1st through February 4th.
How many pages in that exhibit?
Just 1.
And are the data points entered onto that timeline, are they from items of evidence admitted in this trial?
Yes.
And then People's Exhibit 702, what are the relevant dates of that timeline?
February 5th through March 17th of 2020.
How many pages for that exhibit?
Just 1.
And are the items or the data points for that particular timeline from items of evidence admitted during the course of this trial?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of 695 through 702.
Defense.
Your Honor,
All right, 695 through 702 will be admitted.
And then Judge, this might be a good time to take that break because once we get into these exhibits, it's going to be pretty dense testimony, I think.
Nope, that makes sense. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at 10:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Clark, you can step down. Counsel approach, please.
Ooh, okay, counsel approach. Tony, thank you so much. Talk about a deep dive. Mr. Clark knows every second of every move. Great coverage. Thanks, Jen Mods. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we can't. Yeah, I'm like, what are we seeing on this camera? Okay, so they're taking a break until 10. They say 10:30, right? Yep, 10:30. That'll be 6:30 p.m. my time. Don't know what time it is for you. Today, answered it in my intro, yesterday, in my community post, on Twitter. Today, they're going to be done today. They are probably going to be done around lunchtime is what they said, because they said that when they come back at 1:30, you see Dr. Dorothy Lewis is supposed to come and testify then for the defense's side. But then they asked if they could delay it just a little bit so that they could actually address why the hell Dr. Dorothy Lewis saw Letecia Stauch for 3 hours yesterday in the jail. That is a huge red flag. It's a no-no, in my opinion. Okay. Put the sound off here. There we go. Okay. So in my opinion, welcome to all the new members. Thank you to all the new patrons and all the existing patrons. Oh my word, Patreon is a huge source of support. Thank you to everyone who's on Patreon, everyone new there as well, signing up. I'm not T-Pain. I see you just signed up there. For all the coffees, oh my word, I've had coffee today. Can you tell? Because I'm like, oh my word, I'm so nervous for this day. I cannot believe, I must change the name quickly. Thank you so much, Bren, really appreciate it. I cannot believe that yesterday, Dr. Dorothy Lewis, let me just change my name, went to the jail to spend 3 hours with Letecia Stauch. No, I'm not loving that. You know why? Because she's like, she's known for hypnosis. And I know this from just reading things online, right? Oh, there's a hot mic going on there. If there's anything interesting, I'll tell you. Hot mic, I can hear Will Cook giggling. This break is only 20 minutes long, okay? So we're just quickly going to recap what we've just heard, and especially what they said in the beginning. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, controversial witness who's going to be testifying for the defense. The prosecution will rest their case today by lunchtime. But then again, they're saying that should be around lunchtime, but damn, they've got a lot of exhibits and a lot of presentations for their timeline presentation to come. Okay, they've just mentioned everything. So we'll see how it goes. But then when they come back from lunch, they're going to be addressing it with before the jury enters the room of like, why was Dr. Dorothy Lewis with Letecia for 3 hours in the jail yesterday? The reason it's controversial is because she already, from the things I read, does hypnosis and then diagnoses people with DID. And I think that from what I've read is like naughty. But anyway, let's see. I'm just anxious because I'm like, oh no, it's like on for the defense's side. So what is she going to say about Letecia? Does she believe she's got DID? Is she going to say that? I don't know. Oh my word. I want to quickly show you something, which would be, let me just check my downloads here. Damn, there's a lot of them here. I downloaded this yesterday, which would be the defense's list of potential witnesses coming up. Yes, Tiff Knox says prosecution is pissed. And welcome to Erin. Welcome to all the members. And thank you so much to all the moderators. Oh my word, you guys. Thank you so much for keeping the chat so nice, kind, friendly. I'm getting a lot of emails from people that live in the Lorson Ranch area saying that they're all, tuning in. to watch here with us. So even if they're not chatting here with us, they're watching here with us. So I always like to make this a safe and welcoming space for family members of either missing persons or victims of crime to come and chat with us or come and watch with us. And I've had a few emails now that say they feel very safe here and very welcome here. So thank you so much for moderators for keeping the chat so kind and friendly. I really, really appreciate it. Lucia says, fun fact, Tiguan name is tiger and iguana. That's cool. I didn't know about the iguana part. I know tiger and iguana. Tiguan. Okay, I'm going to show you this quickly. So let's show you here quickly. Let's see what we got. Okay, I downloaded this yesterday from the court site, right? And when the prosecution rests their case, it's the defense's turn. Now, I don't know how long they're going to take. Do you guys think they've got 4 weeks in them? Because this trial is set to last 6 to 8 weeks. We're now on week 5. So if they're resting their case today, the prosecution, I wonder how long the prosecution will take. Because I'm thinking this trial could then be maybe at 6 weeks. I don't know if they've got 4 weeks in them, huh? What do you guys think? Okay, and thank you so much for all the stickers and everything, everyone. Dana said you are by far the best interactive YouTube creator in this realm. Great job, G. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yes, please, anyone, don't get offended in the chat if I don't put your comment on the screen or don't see it. I generally see these because they're so like colorful, so that's hard to miss. And sometimes I still miss them. There's almost 6,200 people here. Okay, so, and also same with the comments. Every single video has got over 1,000 comments. I'm just one person. I cannot keep up with everything, but I always do my best to read everything. Okay, so this is what I downloaded, right? People of the state of Colorado, plaintiff versus Letecia Stauch. Attorneys for the defendant is Barker and Tellini by Josh Tellini. So we've got that. And now they say notice of endorsement of witnesses. So who could be coming up on the witnesses side, right? Okay. So we've got attorneys for defendant Letecia Stauch endorse the following witnesses. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, expert. She actually has a documentary called Crazy, Not Insane, which is interesting because this is an insanity plea case, like not guilty by reason of insanity. From what I've read before this trial started, Dr. Lewis believed that Letecia was psychotic at the time of committing this crime. Now, I love that the prosecution is showing what they're showing today with that witness, Kevin Clark, because, yes, this is the same one, because, wow, it's like, how can that be an insane person? Someone who's insane does not know right from wrong. And if they don't know right from wrong, why the hell would they buy a fake polygraph test? If you've never seen my coverage of that fake polygraphtest.com, we've done member streams about it. We've done public streams about it. We've clipped it and everything. So it's on the playlist. Go and check it out, okay? We could maybe look at it later if we've got some time. But yeah, Letecia knew what she did was wrong because she wanted to buy a fake polygraph test. And what we saw today were the notes that she was making and preparing questions, because if you buy a fake polygraph test, you provide the questions and you provide the answers. Veronica says, is Dr. Lewis the same that evaluated Ted Bundy? Yes, and she believed he had DID too. He said he's a hybrid situation, but he doesn't have DID. And later, I just read something that she apologized for saying that he had DID. I don't know. But wow. Okay, so these attorneys for defendant endorse the following witnesses. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, expert, retired clinical professor. Why am I anxious about this? Because she's a DID expert. Well, that's what she's known for. And hypnotist. And so it's like, oh man, what is she going to say about Letecia? Because we've seen so many experts from the prosecution side, you know, debunking that Letecia has DID at all, that she's creating these. She says, I've created these personas, which is just the totally wrong lingo at all for dissociative identity disorder, which is a very rare trauma disorder. 0 to 1% is what one of the experts said of people in the world have it. So, damn. And Letecia, not once in court has she dissociated or like, you know, switched or anything and been like, wait, where am I? Who am I? Like, what is happening? You know what I mean? So I really wonder, I hope that Dr. Lewis didn't do any hypnosis yesterday, because if so, if she did, you know how hypnosis goes, you guys, right? There could be like a little trigger sound or a trigger word or something that could make someone, I don't know what, act out. That's going to be, we better buckle up. We better buckle up. So Dr. Dorothy Lewis, expert. Kyle Varville, expert, Elevate Forensic Social Work Services, licensed clinical social worker. Then we've got Caitlin Crack, investigator. I haven't heard of her, right? Laura D. Leach, PhD, expert clinical psychologist. We've got Kenny Ray Harden, Denver, Colorado. Amy Lowry, that's her sister. Remember, we had Dakota Lowry testifying for the prosecution. Well, here's her sister, Amy Lowry. Okay. Dana Bullbrook, I don't care what the defense comes up with. She has already proven she's sane. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you. And Van says, don't waste money on fake polygraphs. Buy Gia coffee instead. Yes, please. All the links. If you're ever wondering where links are for joining membership or Patreon or coffees or whatever, it's all on grizzlytruecrime.com. Okay, so Deborah Locklear and then Harley Hunt as well. So Harley Hunt, we already knew she's going to be testifying for the defense as well. So Harley Hunt will probably be back on the stand. That will be interesting. Katrina Locklear, Brenda Acard or Acquard. That's how Harley said it. The aunt that helped Letecia rent that van. Whoa, testifying for the defense. Yeah, and Harley's probably coming back. Yes. I'm not T-Pain says, freaking Amy. They've got Amy Bolton, Didi Moss, and they say respectfully submitted this 13th day of February 2023 by Joshua Tolini. So that's what we're anticipating. I mustn't forget to put the sound back on. Wait for it. Let's just do this. So we got that. Yes. Okay. What else? Okay. What's the time? Let's see the time. Still 9 minutes or so. Okay. 9 minutes or so. So I really like how Kevin Clark there said Gannon was born on September 29, 2008. I mean, if someone asked Letecia when was Gannon born, I wonder if she'd be able to answer that. I just want to see something. Okay. So they also asked Kevin Clark, an intelligence analyst, who obviously you can see he's analyzed all this data between the cell phone and the Tiguan and the cars and everything. I hope you guys aren't confused about the cars because we've gone over that a lot. If you are confused, on the playlist, I've made a video for you of all the characters that Letecia made up, although more were added after that, okay? Vampires were added, Edgar was added, oh my gosh. But also all the car movements. So that should help. Welcome to membership. Yes, and someone says, how can anyone defend her? I know, right? That's what makes me nervous. I'm like, oh no, they're going to defend someone has to, but still. Okay, so they asked Kevin Clark, like, how far did she drive from 6627 Mandan Drive in Colorado, where the murder happened on January 27, 2020, the murder of Gannon Stauch. If you're brand new here and you have no idea what this case is about, it's about an 11-year-old boy. He was murdered in the Lorson Ranch area of Colorado by his stepmother. His stepmother, Letecia Stauch, is on trial, and she is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. But yet her moves are so calculated. So we're going to see now when they come back from the break, how calculated. So calculated. Between the phone going on flight mode, the musical suspects, all the different cars and everything that she planned, how many times she moved Gannon's body, okay? And then also afterwards driving 1,371 miles from the house to the Escambia River Bridge in Pensacola, Florida, to discard of that bag. So there's that. Jilly Bean says, evil will not prevail. Thank you so much, Jilly Bean. And so what we saw today were some videos that I hadn't seen before. I believe some people had seen one or two of those videos that were initially released by the media and then pulled down. I'm not sure. I've never seen them. So it was ring cam footage from across the road. And it was firstly of January 27, 2020 in the afternoon after Letecia Stauch. Let me just quickly go through this with you. Did you see the time? Okay, I'm just watching the time. I'm hoping we're fine. Okay, January 27, 2020. At around 8:15 in the morning, Letecia takes a picture of Gannon asleep in his bed. Then we see later on footage from the neighbor that's been out of the media for years, since this happened, really. Okay, we see Letecia and Gannon head out to Al's truck and then leave. That was around 10:15 in the morning. Right, just after 10, they leave and go to Dunkin' Donuts and Petco twice. and drive around, probably around that area, the Douglas County area. I think she was scoping things out already, which is always that thought just scares me, but I think that's what she was doing. Then when they come back on the neighbor's footage that we saw, we couldn't see I couldn't see the shadow and I couldn't see Gannon get out, but the police have said that he probably got out on the other side, and they believe that Gannon was murdered that afternoon in the house because there was initially some argument of him not coming home at all. And if you watch old news clips, they say he didn't come home with her, but he did. The police say he came home with her. So today we saw other footage, okay, from, although it cut off like a minute before, they said, we can actually see then it cut off before we could see Gannon getting out of the vehicle, but police say he got out of the vehicle. So getting out they actually mentioned a time there, which was 2:29 p.m. on January 27th, 2020. So he was murdered somewhere between then and 3:30 in the afternoon. And then the other footage we saw was actually from the next morning, January 28th at like just 6:21 in the morning. What Letecia did was then get in her Tiguan and do a little loop just around the neighborhood. We already saw that last week from one of the experts that showed her cell phone data, but just did a little loop, came back home, backed that Tiguan into the garage, probably then loaded the bag with Gannon's remains in and a wooden board, and then drove to the airport. That was on January 28th, 2020. Drove to the airport, left her Tiguan there with Gannon's remains in, and then got a rental vehicle to bring Albert home. And then later, after taking Albert back home, she took that Kia Rio that she rented back to the airport, parked probably next to that Tiguan, got in the Tiguan, and they say her phone battery was at 5%, and you could then see it was plugged in because then it started charging 5%, 6%. And that was in the evening, around 7 p.m.-ish or so. Getting in that Tiguan with Gannon's remains in and driving to that South Perry Park Road in Douglas County to discard of the bag and the board. Now, when she later went to pick up the bag with Gannon's remains in, she left the board there. So the police eventually found that board there with Gannon's blood on and Letecia Stauch's DNA on. So that was very incriminating as well. And at that point, they knew something is very wrong. And then they, of course, forensically tested the house as well. So then they could see something really, really bad happened here. Welcome to all the new members. TG Marie says, how do you kill someone in that short time? I think she'd been already doing a lot to him that weekend, which I think we can't even imagine how terrible it was. And I mean, there was blunt force trauma, 4 lacerations on his head from that. So trigger warning. This content's for adults only. And it's a case involving a child that was murdered. 4 lacerations from blunt force trauma, 18 sharp force injuries, like stab wounds. And he was also shot at 3 times, but she missed twice. So I'm not sure. I don't think the pillow was used to muffle the sound because she missed. I think he might have put the pillow over his head. You know what I mean? But 1 bullet did hit him. So, I mean, that was total overkill. Yes. And then we also now heard about her making notes in her phone. In the case involving missing child Gannon search, do you intend on telling the truth? ? That would have been one of the drafts she was making for the question that she was going to submit to fakepolygraphtest.com. But before, many times, I think we've gone over it like 5 times now. So just check out the playlist. Okay, it's all timestamped for you. Everything we do is timestamped. So just go through the timestamps in the pinned comments in the description box or hover over the video to see it, which chapter you want to go to. But fakepolygraphtest.com, we've seen the questions that she submitted. Okay. Dana says, I don't see anything but calculated moves. Shaking my head. Same. Which is why, I mean, the defense side is never fun. Never. But it's, this is going to be so hectic, right? Shell Bell says, Monday at 2:29, she moves her Tiguan. She made a conscientious act of premeditation, not insane. Exactly. Oh, man. Yes. Okay, I think they're going to come back any minute now, aren't they? Yes, indeed. They're going to be coming back from this tea break, right? Okay. So she used a Safari browser to look at this fake lie detector test and eventually found this fake polygraphtest.com. And if you didn't know, yes, she tried to buy a fake polygraph test and the company blocked her based on how shady her questions are, because normally it's for like cheating. It's like, did you cheat on your partner? No. But she's like, did you do any harm to your stepson? Like, no. I mean, damn. They took her money. They wouldn't give her a refund. Okay. but they did not publish her report. The company blocked her, and we heard her calls in week 1 of the trial, I believe. We heard the calls to that fake polygraph company. It was a guy with like a British accent, right? Let's just see what else we got here. Oh, they're coming back. I can hear the microphone doing things. Okay. Yes, Max.
Frank
Max is
Court
the
will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Yes.
Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Prosecution? Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in.
Okay, let's get this ready.
Mr. Allen, were you planning on using that easel?
Not until we get to some later exhibits, Judge. We're going to put these on the actual TVs.
Okay, all right.
If we use the printed out, they won't be able to see. It's so small writing.
Thank you all for being here. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, okay? And share. Share to Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, WhatsApp,
All right,
email,
jury, please.
so others can find it. Okay, sorry, let me show you Letecia close up again. Not that we like to see her close up, but anyway, there she is. Wearing her, is that flower print or what?
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, just continuing with Mr. Clark, and if we could have the TV on, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 695.
Timeline time. Yes,
All right, Mr.
Letecia.
Clark, first, just as we're going to start digging into these timelines, just orient the jury to how the timelines are constructed, and then we'll actually start zooming in when we look at specifics.
Okay. So all of them are pretty standard and uniform in the way they're designed. They're going to read from left to right in order that the sequences of events happened. So you're going to have the calendar day of the time period we're looking at. On the top, you're going to have your like legend in a map. This is just the exhibit number. You don't have to worry about that. This is some of the exhibits and data points that are going to fill the timeline. So that way every little data point doesn't have to have an exhibit number attached to it. And we're just going to go left to right. The defendant, when data comes off of her cell phone, like text messages, what you'll see is the defendant's picture outlined in red and the words of that text message underneath of them. The same when it's Al's outlined in blue. And when it's a text message from Al, you'll see his picture with the words underneath. Same with Harley, the same with anyone else. The cast report is present in a lot of these timelines to kind of reference movement of people and devices and vehicles and things like that. And we'll just zoom in and just go one by one.
Okay, so for this particular, you pointed out the sources of the information for this timeline, which is in that top left portion of the screen there.
Yes.
And so we're talking about the download from Mr. Stauch's phone, the download from Harley Hunt's phone, and the download from the defendant's phone.
That's correct.
And then the cast report, that's the report that Special Agent Hoyland created that shows movement of GPS information.
That's correct.
All right. And the date for this particular exhibit is which date?
Right now we're Sunday, January 26th of 2020.
Okay, so let's zoom in. So what is the first entry on this exhibit?
The first entry is 6:55 a.m. Mr. Stauch, Al, he departed his flight out of DIA, Denver International Airport, to Dallas, Texas at 6:55 a.m.
During the course of this trial, have you been serving as advisory witness?
I have.
Does that allow you to be in the courtroom while you're hearing testimony from other witnesses?
It does.
Were you here when we were hearing portions of the forensic sanity evaluation that was performed in this case?
I was there for that. Yes.
There was some statements made by the defendant in that sanity evaluation about going to church on this Sunday, January 26th. Was there anything to indicate that there had been a trip from the 6627 Mandan Drive to a church
No.
that morning?
No.
What is the next entry on this exhibit?
So the morning passes, and so the next like significant event on Sunday was at 2 p.m. when the hike at the Garden of the Gods took place. And so what you're seeing here is this bracket at the top. All of the subsequent events or data points occurred while this hike at the Garden of the Gods took place. And it begins when the Tiguan leaves 6627 Mandan Drive at 2 p.m. to go to the Garden of the Gods.
So prior to 2 p.m., nobody's leaving the house.
No.
Okay. And what happens at 3:15 p.m.?
3:15, Harley clocks in at her work at Massage Envy.
Is that indicated also in that cast report that Special Agent Hoyland created?
That's true. It might be a little difficult to see, but what you see here is you see the tower and the sector that covers the residence, and then the phone move up north where it had activity off the towers and sectors that cover Massage Envy.
And that would be Harley's phone.
Correct. And the time of all that corresponds with when she clocked into work.
What is the time of the next event on this timeline?
At 3:36 p.m., Mr. Stauch sent Gannon a text message that reads, "Hey, buddy."
And the next event?
At 3:41 p.m., this picture was taken from the defendant's phone, picture number 6114, at 3:41 p.m., and it's a selfie of the defendant, Lena, with Gannon's little sister, and Gannon.
When we're talking about getting information from cell phones and this cast report, is it helpful to find things like this that sort of corroborate that certain things happened in certain areas?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at there at that 3:41 p.m., that there was in fact a trip made by the defendant and the two young children to Garden of the Gods?
Yes.
The next entry is at 3:53 p.m. to 4:11 p.m. Tell the jury what that is.
This is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, Gannon's dad, Al. In summation, it's about why they had to leave the hike at Garden of the Gods because Gannon had an accident in his pants.
Does that basically just continue on discussing the reaction to Gannon having an accident in his pants?
Yes.
The next entry is actually at 4:46 p.m. What does that indicate?
That's when the Tiguan and the defendant's Life 360 and tower data all indicate that they all returned home at 4:46 p.m. to 6627 Mandan Drive.
When we say that they all returned home, who is the they that we're referring to there?
The defendant, Gannon, and Lena.
And where is Harley Hunt at this particular time?
She's still at work at Massage Envy.
Next entry that you have on the timeline is from 5:11 p.m. to 5:12 p.m. What is that?
This is a conversation that takes place between Harley and the defendant from 5:11 to 5:12. Harley mentioned it during her testimony that she asked if the defendant could bring her food at work. And that's this conversation.
The next entry is at 9:46 p.m. What is that entry?
This is the video taken from the defendant's phone, video number 6115. And it's the video of a candle had spilt, and the defendant is telling Gannon about how they're going to have to sell items to pay to fix it. And it ends with Gannon saying, "I'm just worried about my burns." And then the defendant saying, "So tomorrow," and then ending the movie.
During that sanity evaluation, we also heard some statements from the defendant as she's talking to the doctor about Gannon being out in the street yelling. You remember that portion of the video?
I do.
Was there anything indicated in any device, whether it's neighborhood ring or a doorbell videos or anything like that that would indicate Gannon was ever out in the street yelling on this Sunday night, January 26th?
No.
The next entry you have on the timeline is at 9:54 p.m. What is that?
This is a text message conversation between the defendant and Harley. And the defendant sends a message saying, "Do panic," but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs and set the downstairs on fire. I had to get the dogs and Lena out and run back downstairs and jump on him with a cover and put it out. I kept jumping on it. He is fine. He is scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Harley responded with, "The fire was on Chance."
Who is Chance?
It's, their dog, named after Harley's deceased biological father.
The next entry you have on there is 9:56 p.m. What is that?
During this conversation between the defendant and Harley, the defendant took this picture. You see a candle with some spilt wax on the carpet and the blue blanket that we later saw pulled out of the pink polka dot suitcase in South Carolina. So at 9:54, this text message, 2 minutes after this message started and sent, this picture was taken.
On the defendant's phone?
Correct.
The next entry you have is at 9:57 p.m. What is that?
The defendant's responding over text message with Harley saying, "No, Chance was upstairs. The house is smoky. I didn't call fire department because I put it out right away." And then with that text message, the defendant attached the picture taken of the candle spilt.
What's the rest of that conversation?
Harley's still at work, so you can tell she might be a little distracted because she's not understanding. She's saying the fire was on Chance. And the defendant said, "I jumped on him with a cover." And so it was just a lot of kind of back and forth between the defendant and Harley clarifying what had happened and that the dogs were fine.
So the next entry that you have is at 9:58 p.m. to 9:59 p.m. Is that basically from 9:58 p.m. all the way to 10:15 p.m.? Is that just a continuation of that conversation between the defendant's phone and Harley's phone?
Yes.
Was there anything of significance mentioned in this conversation other than the discussion about the fire and the circumstances associated with it?
Other than the defendant portraying herself as a hero of putting the fire out and saving Gannon, no.
There was also some information shared by the defendant about jumping into the car and leaving the residence during this fire incident. Was there anything on video that corroborated that occurred?
No.
Was there any indication that they ever left on Sunday night, January 26th? They being the defendant, Lena, Gannon, and I guess Harley's still at work, but
Harley's still at work, yeah. Or the dogs, as indicated in the messages, no.
okay.
No.
The next entry you have is at 10:18 p.m. What is that entry?
This is when Harley clocked out of Massage MB.
Next entry is 10:24 p.m. What is that?
Just more continuation of clarifying what had happened with this candle event between the defendant and Harley.
Does she also send another picture indicating the fire?
She shows a picture of the couch that has some wax on it. You can see the droplets of wax on it, and she sends that picture to Harley.
Did you see that particular photo as it relates to the couch itself and the couch cushion? Did you physically see those items?
Yes.
Did it appear that there was any burns on that couch, or was it just dripped wax?
It looked like just dripped wax to me.
The next entry, and it looks like the last entry that you have on the timeline for Sunday night or Sunday, January 26th, is at 11:30 p.m. What is that?
So it takes Harley approximately 20 minutes to get home. Harley's now home when this message from the defendant goes to Mr. Stauch. It's 11:30 p.m. Sunday night, and it reads, "Gannon was on the toilet most of the night upstairs and downstairs. He had a candle on earlier tonight because he said he kept smelling poop from his accidents in his pants. That's what he told us afterwards. And he went for his headphones and dropped it, catching the covers and couch, small spot, on fire. I got Lena and dogs outside when we heard fire alarm. But once I got down there to get him, I had to throw another cover on it. It was minimal. No need to call for help or anything because nothing too bad. He is upset and wrote on the notebook he was sorry. I didn't want He didn't want me to tell you because he was scared and freaking out about getting in trouble and being grounded. It's stuff we can fix and everyone is okay. I burnt my arm a little, but it's all good. He was more scared and embarrassed.
Bless you.
And then Mr. Stauch did not respond at this time.
Is that the last entry on this particular exhibit?
It is.
All right. We're going to move on to People's Exhibit 696, page 1 of 3. So I want to go first, and we'll do this with each one of these exhibits. What are the sources of information for this exhibit?
So the main sources of information are Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's phone download, and Harley's phone download. When there's conversation between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, it's under exhibit number 32. That's what the text bubble indicates. When there's conversation between the defendant and Harley, it's under exhibit number 205. And now we have a new person on this link or timeline. It's Ms. Leslie Hicks, who was the assistant principal at Mountain Ridge Middle School. And the text messages between her and the defendant are represented in exhibit number 207. And we still have the CAS report.
The FBI report?
The FBI CAS report, yes.
Okay. In the date of this particular exhibit and date and time span for page 1 of 3 on 696.
So Monday's broken up into 3 sections, and this is the first section. And we're looking from midnight until noon. So we're looking at a 12-hour window, the first half of Monday, the 27th.
The first entry that you have on this exhibit is at 2:48 a.m. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's 2:48 in the morning. And the defendant sends Mr. Stauch a text message that says, he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow. Like this, and he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine, and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and to let's worry about his stomach hurting.
Any indication that Mr. Stauch had seen that text message at that particular time?
No.
Okay. The next entry is at 4:36 a.m. What is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Ms. Hicks, the assistant principal. And the defendant sent a message saying, I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time, and included the crying face emoji.
We had testimony from Dakota Lowry, the defendant's brother. What did the defendant's stepfather pass away on this January 27th date?
No.
When did he actually pass away? Do you remember?
Was
Was it years before this?
It was September 21st of 2006, I believe.
The next entry is from 4:36 a.m. to 5:02 a.m. What is that?
This is a series of text messages back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. So 4:36 a.m., the defendant sends a message saying, I'm just going to give them an excuse at work and stay with him. I don't think you should be here alone. We haven't really slept, and we haven't heard from you by call since you left Saturday night.
And did Al Stauch respond to that?
He did. He responded, OMG, is he okay? I texted him too.
Then go ahead and just indicate who is sending which text and read the rest of that string.
So then the defendant replies, he just laid down again. I just left from down there with him. Mr. Stauch says, okay. The defendant says, I love you and miss you. And Mr. Stauch says, I too.
Then jumping now to 5:03 a.m. to 5:04 a.m., the next entry on this timeline, what are we looking at here?
It's just a continuation of the previous conversation. The defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, I'm exhausted. He was so pitiful and freaking out about fixing the carpet, but told him to worry about his stomach. I can't sleep because I have coughed nonstop from that smoke. And then attached the same candle picture from the night before that she sent Harley while Harley was at work. And Mr. Stauch didn't respond at this time.
The next entry is at 5:49 a.m. What is that entry?
This is a text message from Ms. Leslie Hicks, the assistant principal. And it reads, "Oh my goodness, Tisha, I'm so sorry. Shall we try to find a sub for you today?" And then the defendant responds approximately 2 hours later at 7:21 a.m. saying, question mark, it's a parent. All my family lives on the East Coast. I am trying to find a way to get there.
The next entry is at 7:32 a.m. What is that entry?
So the last message was sent at 7:21. So approximately 11 minutes later, Ms. Leslie Hicks replies back to the defendant saying, "Okay, I am just trying to understand your plans so that we can find coverage. Am I understanding that you will not be in today?" The defendant replies with, "Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe that you would not be an assumption in a time like this." And then Ms. Hicks responds with, "I'm so sorry for your loss and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. We will get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need moving forward."
The next entry is at 8:09 a.m. Through 8:10 a.m. What is that?
So this is a 1-minute back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Stauch over text message. The defendant says, "I keep calling you back." And then Mr. Stauch says, "In class now, I'll call on break." The defendant says, "Okay, it's where he burnt the floor." Then Mr. Stauch replies with, "Burnt?" question mark. And the defendant says, "He said he was playing his games and wasn't supposed to and thought someone was coming." Mr. Stauch says, "What?" The defendant says, "Yes, and I sent it to you last night and you said, OMG, I explained everything." And Mr. Stauch says, "I was so out of it from not sleeping."
The next entry is from 8:10 a.m. to 8:16 a.m. Tell the jury what that entry is.
It's the same lengthy text that was sent at 11:30 p.m. the night before about Gannon was on the toilet most of the night. The defendant got laying in the dogs outside when she heard the fire alarm. So it was just a copy paste resend text message.
And then did Al respond to that particular?
Yep, he said, "Okay." And then the defendant said, "He told me this morning he was playing his game and didn't want to get caught. I had to fix the carpet. He said he accidentally knocked it over and couldn't put it out. When I got there, I threw the covers on it and jumped on it." And then Mr. Stauch replies with, "OMG." And the defendant says, "That's the sofa. Carpet I had to cut and add a piece. He was freaking out and crying and saying he was going to be grounded for a year, cut off some with scissors too, and you can't tell." And sent a picture of that sofa picture that we talked about earlier. Mr. Stauch didn't respond at this point.
The next entry you have is 8:14 a.m. What is that?
During this back and forth between the defendant and Al, the defendant takes a picture of Gannon laying in bed, where you see the bedding that he would later be found in Pensacola, Florida. His Nintendo Switch is placed right here by his hand. So this picture was taken at 8:14 a.m. And 4 minutes later, the defendant sends a second picture, so from a different angle and kind of more zoomed in, to Mr. Stauch saying, "He is sleeping now. He said his stomach was really bad, plus he was upset about what he did. I told him you weren't going to ground him for a year, that it's replaceable."
Did Mr. Stauch respond to those text messages?
Not at the time.
The next entry that you have is 8:30 a.m. What is that?
Harley clocks in at work at Massage Envy.
So prior to 8:30 a.m., who was home by all indications, at 6627 Mandan Drive, the Stauch residence?
So it was the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Lena. And then Lena left to go to school, and then Harley left to go to work.
So after 8:30 a.m., who is remaining at the 6627 Mandan Drive, the Stauch residence?
Just the defendant and Gannon.
Next, we have 8:43 a.m. to 8:50 a.m. What is that?
It's a conversation back and forth between Mr. Stauch and the defendant. And this is when the idea of an unknown friend with an older brother who drives, Gannon wants to go hang out with them later that day, if he can bring some bath salts with him.
Who introduced this random friend with an older brother that can drive?
All investigative leads point to it was the defendant.
Was there ever any indication that Gannon had specifically sent any text messages to anybody like Mr. Stauch or anybody else asking to hang out with an older friend that had a car?
Those messages were sent minutes after that last picture of Gannon sleeping in bed from Gannon's phone to Mr. Stauch, describing how he met a new friend who has an older brother with a car and that they can hang out after school if he brings bath salts.
What is the significance of bath salts? I think a lot of people probably know about Epsom salts that you might put into a bath. Is there another connotation to bath salts?
So this is early 2020, and during that time period, there was, it started calling it the zombie drug, to where people were using bath salts to get high.
Were schools passing that information out to students at schools to be aware of this kind of stuff that's now popping up in on the streets?
Yep, the schools did a information awareness campaign. There was stories on the news at night about bath salts in different states. So it was more prevalent than it is now.
The first mention of bath salts, is that first mentioned by the defendant in these text messages at this time?
No, it was first mentioned from Gannon's phone minutes after the picture was taken of Gannon in bed.
That the defendant sent to Al showing him asleep in bed?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any specifics during this particular exchange back and forth between the defendant's phone and Al's phone, Mr. Stauch's phone, that would be important for you to read to the jury? Or is this just basically discussing the bath salts?
It's just a summation about TikTok challenges and bath salts and things like that. And Al was completely against it, informing the defendant that bath salts can be used for other purposes other than, in the bath. The defendant was unaware through her messages back to Al of the, this usage. And so it's just a summation of back and forth about, he's not spending the night with people we don't know, and, absolutely not the bath salts, things like that.
At 9:21 a.m. to 9:24 a.m., is there some discussion about TikTok, although it says Talk?
Correct. Yep. The defendant drafted a message that says he was watching Talk, hiding it before you left, and I saw him looking at something where people throw quarters in the air and catch them. I told him about my brother Dakota, that he did that years ago and got lodged and no air, and my mom rushed him to the hospital. I was wondering why he was saying strange things out of character. So I blocked the switch for the Wi-Fi and Amazon because he was asking Alexa about it. That's why we went hiking, because I told them no technology all day. And then Mr. Stauch responds with, okay, yeah, we are going to have to keep a close eye, because Lena was watching it and started crying the other day.
Most people probably know who Alexa is, but just so that we're clear, is this another person that's being introduced by the defendant, or what is that?
No, it's a home device that you can interact with, where you can shop with it or play music with it, or it'll tell you the weather, things like that. It's like a home digital personal assistant.
The next entry is at 9:27 a.m. Tell the jury what that is.
The conversation between the defendant and Harley, who's at work, and the defendant screenshotting the conversation between her and Mr. Stauch about the bath salts. And she sends those screenshots of the conversation to Harley, saying, OMG, something isn't right.
Did Harley Hunt, is there any indication that Harley Hunt saw those text messages at that time?
Not at that time.
The next entry you have is at 9:54 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. What is that?
So this is getting ready to go on their outing Monday afternoon. So at 9:54 to 9:59 a.m., these messages were sent to Mr. Stauch from the defendant. Starts out with saying, left phone at home, call G's on my watch. It may stay connected, and we will monitor it. And then at 9:59, Mr. Stauch replies with K. And then, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I think I was going to ask just what you were getting ready to jump into. So that text message about leaving home happens between 9:54 and 9:59. What time did they actually depart? And when I say they, tell us who the they is.
They, the defendant and Gannon, actually departed at 10:12.
And we see that on video that we've previously admitted, Exhibit 41, the surveillance video from 6643 Mandan Drive.
That's correct.
The next entry you have is at 10:39 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. What is that?
So after they leave, from 10:39 a.m. to 2:45 p.m., the defendant's phone had no outgoing activity. In fact, all of the incoming calls and text messages, the phone was in fact left at home, because here's the tower and sector that's servicing that activity. We know through financials and other investigative leads that the defendant drove the red Nissan truck up to the Petco on North Nevada. During this time, the phone was active at the house, but all incoming activity. There was no outgoing activity.
Based on looking at the download and other data points for the defendant's phone, was it unusual for her to leave her phone at home when she would go to trips to stores or what have you?
This is the only instance I know of that happening.
The next entry you have is at 11:22. What is that?
The defendant's at Petco at 5020 North Nevada Avenue. We have an American Express financial transaction under exhibit number 231 for $34.58. The defendant bought 3 outfits for the dog.
And then the next entry is at 11:28 a.m. What is that?
That's a message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying, I have to get a few toiletries from the PX. That was sent at 11:28 a.m. The defendant didn't read that message until 2:45 p.m.
Is that the last entry on page 1 of 3 of People's Exhibit 696?
Correct.
Moving on to page 2 of Exhibit 696. Again, we'll do this at the beginning of each one of these timelines. What are the sources of information for page 2 of 3 of People's Exhibit 696?
Phone, and now Gannon's phone, and the FBI CAS report. And then Ms. Hicks was removed because she's no longer.
Come on, sound. It's not on my end. It's the court stream. Is literally the sound just went off. Come on, we need to hear this. Yes, the court feed sound is down. You saw the cameras go off and come back on, and now the sound is down. I don't know if they know it. Ah, so annoying. We need to hear this information. God. Just stand by it. This is like so important. How can we miss it? Just checking as well on Law and Crime Network. Yep, no sound there. Come on, court, judge, the sound. We need the sound. Ah.
9 p.m. What is that entry?
There we go. There we go.
That's the video of the Volkswagen Tiguan backing into the garage.
Is that that video that we just watched just a few moments ago, Exhibit 213?
It is.
The next entry is at 2:26 p.m. What is that?
That's Mr. Stout sending the defendant a text message saying, "You there?" with 2 question marks. And just like the other message on the first page, this message isn't read until 2:45 p.m. with an okay as a reply.
Is this the first activity on the defendant's phone that indicates outgoing activity, meaning that somebody is manipulating the defendant's phone and sending out messages?
Yes, this is the first outgoing activity in several hours, and then there's not outgoing activity again for about another hour.
The next entry is at 3:10 p.m. What is that entry?
Mr. Stauch responded to that, okay, were you sleeping at 3:10, and no response from the defendant.
The next entry is at 3:15 p.m. What is that entry?
Lena gets home from school and you just see her outside, just kind of loitering outside.
The next entry is at 3:31 p.m. What is that entry?
This is Al, Mr. Stauch texting the defendant saying, "Hey, I've called a few times." A minute later, the defendant places an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch's phone that lasted 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
This period of time that we just looked at from that 2:45 p.m. time when the defendant responded to Al Stauch's text at 2:26 p.m. through this outgoing call at 3:32 p.m. Is this another gap in time of no outgoing conduct on the defendant's phone?
It is.
Is that unusual based on looking at her historical use of her cell phone?
It is. Normally, it's very active.
3:35 p.m. is the next entry. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sending another text message to Gannon saying, "Hey, buddy." Gannon didn't respond, and it wasn't read on his phone until 7:40 p.m. that night.
When that particular text message was read, is this that 7:40 p.m.? Is that after the defendant had called to report that Gannon was missing?
It is.
Who was home at 7:40 p.m.?
The defendant, Harley, Lena, and Gannon.
3:41 p.m. to 4:11 p.m. is the next entry that you have on the timeline. What is that?
The text messages between Mr. Stauch and the defendant. Mr. Stauch opens with, "I might try to do the headphones from an AT&T store." The defendant replies with, "How much you need? Let me look at the banks." Mr. Stauch replies with, "Like on the plan." And the defendant says, "I know, but I'm saying how much for the ones at the exchange, the ones that go over ear." Mr. Stauch replies with, "Don't know. I can look tomorrow. Yeah, like I used to have, but wireless." The defendant says, "Yes, like this," and attaches like a generic earbud image to the message. Mr. Stauch replies with, "But the JBL were cheaper." And then the defendant replies with, "Do like 69 to 99.
Is that a fairly typical way that the defendant would quickly respond to text messages that are coming in or phone calls?
Yes.
Different from that time period that we just talked about from 2:45 to what was it, 3:30,
Yes.
3:32 p.m.
I noticed that the defendant's very responsive to friends and family.
The next entry on this timeline is at 4:15 p.m. What is that?
Harley clocks out. So now we're into Monday, starting to get into the later afternoon.
So she clocks out from work.
Correct.
The next entry is at 4:19 p.m. What is that?
Harley sends a text message to the defendant saying, "Just got off." And the defendant replies back with, "Yay,"
Was that another quick response?
within 1 minute.
The next entry is at 4:37 p.m. What is that entry?
We see Harley arrive home in her white Volkswagen Jetta from surveillance taken from the neighbor's house at 6643 Mandan Drive.
The next entry is at 4:50 p.m. What is that?
The defendant attempts to FaceTime Harley, but it has a 0 duration.
The next entry is at 4:51 p.m. What is that entry?
Right about the time the FaceTime happens, both Harley and Lena leave the house together in the white Jetta.
The next entry is at 4:52 p.m. What is that?
The defendant sends a text message to Harley saying, "Carpet powders, 2 things, baking soda, trash bags."
Why is that significant?
Cleaning products.
As it relates to cleaning products, what does the investigation show as to the likely time that Gannon was murdered?
Prior to Lena getting home from school.
On this January 27th?
That's correct.
Do you ever see, through any portion of the investigation from that point on, ever see Gannon alive on any videos, audio recordings, or anything like that?
You do not.
After the defendant sent that text message asking for the carpet powders, 2 things, baking soda, and trash bags at 4:52 p.m., the next entry is at 5:07 p.m. What is that?
That's Harley attempting to FaceTime the defendant, but again, it doesn't connect. It's a 0 duration.
The next entry is at 5:08 p.m. What is that?
It's the defendant's phone having a 10-second FaceTime with Harley's phone.
The next entry is at 5:14 p.m. What is that?
This is the Dollar Tree located at 6955 Mesa Ridge Parkway, which is in close proximity to the Mandan residence.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's a receipt where Harley purchased the items requested along with some candy for Lena.
The next entry is at 5:19 p.m. What is that?
5:19, Harley's attempting to FaceTime the defendant, but it doesn't connect.
The next is at 5:20 p.m. What is that entry?
A minute later, Harley again attempts to FaceTime the defendant, but it connects for 10 seconds.
And then 5:33 p.m. is the next. What is that entry?
Harley and Lena return back to the Mandan residence in the white Jetta.
The next entry is at 5:34 p.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sends a text message to the defendant saying, "Have kids FaceTime."
Did the defendant respond to that text message?
Not for about an hour later.
Okay. The next entries from 6:27 p.m. to 6:37 p.m. Is this the first outgoing message from the defendant indicating that something's gone wrong with Gannon?
It is. Yes.
So tell us what is at that entry point, 6:27 p.m. to 6:37 p.m.
So at 5:34, Al wants to FaceTime with the kids and see the kids and talk to the kids. The next message is from the defendant to Al, 6:27 p.m., so almost an hour later, saying, "Gannon said he was going to his friend's house, and I told him 6. I don't know those people." And Mr. Stauch says, "Send Lena." And then the defendant says, "Okay, hold. I'll stand out and watch her." Mr. Stauch says, "If it's the ones on the end of our street, and ground him until Thursday." And the defendant says, "Kay, it's pouring rain. You ask them, they may be why. Sleeting, actually."
In any of these text messages that are outgoing from the defendant's phone on both January 26th and now on January 27th, any indication that the defendant doesn't know who she's texting with?
No indication of that.
Any indication that the defendant is in some other altered personality?
No, it's consistent.
Any indication in any of these text messages where she's wanting to be called Maria or any other name?
No.
The next entry is at 6:38 p.m. What is that?
The defendant places an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch, but it's a 0 duration call.
Next entry is at 6:40 p.m. to 6:49 p.m. What is that?
2 minutes later, the defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, "Taking your truck to look for him." Mr. Stauch says, "The truck is low on gas." The defendant says, "Lena is running inside to see if he is here." Mr. Stauch says, "Okay." And he follows up with, "Where is he?" with a few question marks. The defendant says, "She just went to the door, Albert. It's sleeting." Mr. Stauch says, "Okay." The defendant says, "Not here, going to Lily's." Mr. Stauch says, "What?" with 3 question marks.
This text string, does that indicate, from the defendant's perspective at least, that they're out in the neighborhood looking for Gannon?
Yes.
Was there any indication that they were out looking for Gannon at that time?
They did go to one house and Lena did go up to the door.
Okay. The next entry is at 6:49 p.m. What is that?
So immediately following that what message from Mr. Stauch, the defendant calls Mr. Stauch for almost 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 50-second duration.
The next entry is 6:53 p.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sends Gannon's phone a text message saying, "Where are you?" And just like the previous message of of, hey buddy, it wasn't read until 7:40 p.m. that night.
1 minute later is your next entry at 6:54 p.m. What is that entry?
The defendant places an outgoing call. It's 9 seconds in duration to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, but the number, it's not to 911, it's not to non-emergency, it's to the front desk. And they closed at 5 p.m.,
And this would be after that 5 p.m. closure.
almost 2 hours after, yes.
The next entry is at 6:55 p.m. What is that entry?
The defendant calls 911, and it was a 2-minute, 50-second duration call.
Does this coincide with that 911 call that we listened to early on in the trial and that non-emergency call that we listened to earlier in the trial where the defendant is reporting that Gannon didn't come back from a friend's house?
These are those calls, yes.
Explain the blue line that goes up to the top there.
But with this 911 call, this is when Gannon is officially missing.
And then does that blue line extend all the way out on these timelines until his remains were found in Pensacola, Florida?
It does.
The last entry is at 6:58 p.m. Is that essentially just that non-emergency call that we just discussed?
It is.
And is that the last entry on page 2 of 3 of People's Exhibit 696?
It is.
We're going to move on to People's 696, page 3 of 3. Again, to just orient us to what sources of information are used to create this portion of the timeline, tell the jury what those are.
So nothing's changed from the previous one. The main sources are Mr. Stauch's cell phone download, the defendant's cell phone download, Harley's cell phone download, Gannon's cell phone download, and the FBI CAST report.
Okay. In the time frame of this particular page 2 of 3, or I'm sorry, 3 of 3 is what time frame?
It's still Monday, January 27th of 2020, but now we're looking from 7 p.m. until midnight.
The first entry that you have on this particular item is 6:59 p.m. to 7:08 p.m. What is that?
Messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, and she says, all of the call takers are busy, OMG, still on hold, WTF.
And then just go ahead and read for us each one of the text responses.
Mr. Stauch responds with, where are you? The defendant says, in the driveway. Harley has gone to the park. Someone's answered, hold. How tall? Mr. Stauch says, 4'10", I think. The defendant says, sorry, I'm freaking out, asking me if he has tattoos, asking me does he use alcohol or drugs. 90 pounds, they need his social, I can't think. Mr. Stauch says, I don't have it on me. And the defendant says, okay. During this time, Harley left in the Jetta to go search the nearby park to see if Gannon was there.
And then the next entry that you have after that is at 7:06 p.m. What is that?
Harley attempted to FaceTime the defendant while that text conversation was happening with Mr. Stauch, and it didn't connect.
Did not connect.
Did not connect.
The next entry is 7:08 p.m. to 7:16 p.m. What is that?
In response to the attempted FaceTime, the defendant sends messages with Harley saying, any luck? On call. Harley says, no, I couldn't remember the exact road that the park is on. Usually can just see with my eyes, but it's so dark, I can tell, but I'm at the school now. And then Harley responds with, look, OMG. And then the defendant says, okay, anything.
The next entry is at 7:10 p.m. What is that?
This is an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that lasted 14 minutes and 27 seconds.
The next entry is at 7:18 p.m. What is that?
This is an incoming call from the sheriff's office to the defendant that lasted 1 minute and 18 seconds.
The next entry is at 7:24 p.m. What is that?
Harley returned home from searching at the school and park.
7:31 p.m. is the next. What is that?
The defendant makes an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch that lasted 5 minutes and 35 seconds.
The next entry is at 7:43 p.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch sends a message to the defendant saying, anything? They found some kind of cigarettes in his backpack. The defendant replies with, yes, Harley found them.
The next entry is at 7:44 p.m. to 7:45 p.m. What is that entry?
Harley's FaceTiming with Mr. Stauch.
The next entry is 7:45 PM to 7:47 PM. What is that?
So something happened during this FaceTime because the defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, "Why did you hang up on her?" Mr. Stauch says, "Because I'm freaking out." The defendant says, "We are too. Harley is crying. Lena is crying. I hope he isn't putting the salts in here or using the straws. I'm crying."
These messages coming from the defendant's phone, are they pushing still this narrative that Gannon has left and hasn't returned, and also furthering the idea that there's some concerns that he might be trying to experiment with drugs?
That's exactly what's happening.
The next entry is 7:50 PM to 7:51 PM. What is that?
The message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying, "No police. Did you tell them possible drugs involved?" And the defendant says, "No police."
What is that a reference to? No police.
The police haven't arrived on scene yet to the Mandan residence.
Okay. The next entry is 7:50 PM to 7:53 PM. What is that?
Harley takes the Jetta and goes around the block, again, looking for Gannon.
The next entry is 7:51 PM to 7:53 PM. What is that?
This is text messages back and forth between Harley and the defendant. Harley says, "Ask Lena if she remembers any cars, old station wagons or old cars and colors." So this message string takes place while Harley's driving around the block. The defendant replies with, "No, but don't go there by yourself. Connor's mom is on the way and she could go with you." And Harley responds with, "Okay."
The next entry is 7:53 PM to 8:00 PM. What is that?
So over these next 7 minutes, the defendant's sending messages to Mr. Stauch saying, "Connor's mom on the way to start looking. Connor's mom said it's a stupid idea putting elementary at the middle school. Harley has gone to look for Jimmy. I think that's supposed to say I'm freaking out. I can't breathe. Have you let anyone know or waiting on the police?"
And
Mr.
just,
Stauch,
oh, I'm sorry, let me just break in there. When you say that you think it says I'm freaking out, what is it? Just spell it out so the record is very clear.
FRAKAIJF space O.
And when you say that you think should be saying freaking out, is that based on the context of the message itself?
Yes, the situation that we're in, and she uses the term freaking out quite a bit.
Okay. And then the response from Al to this is what?
I texted that lady from SC because their son is on the same bus. The defendant says, "Okay, your mom, his mom?" Mr. Stauch says, "Yes." And the defendant says, "Just in case they ask me, you talk to both." Mr. Stauch says, "Who?" The defendant says, "Like, did you tell him mom?" I'm assuming it's supposed to be his mom. "So I know when they ask me if he made contact with her." Mr. Stauch says, "Yes." Defendant says, "What is she saying? He talked to her?" Mr. Stauch says, "No response." And the defendant says, "Okay, because they told me to have a list of people available that we reached out to, so I'm writing them down. They need social. Is it here?" Mr. Stauch says, "I lost them, remember?" The defendant says, "Okay, are you in your hotel room?" Mr. Stauch says, "Yes." The defendant says, "Babe, you aren't saying much. I'm losing my mind. They aren't here yet."
And during this portion of the evening on January 27th, is the neighborhood starting to become mobilized to be out looking for Gannon on this night?
We're still early on, but yes, they start doing initial searches that night. Neighborhood canvases, flashlights, that kind of thing.
There's reference to Connor's mom being notified about something, Harley being out looking around. That's what I'm basing that question on, that this is sort of the start of that neighborhood effort to find Gannon.
Yes, it is.
Okay. The next entry is at 8 PM. What is that?
This is an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch, and it lasted 1 minute and 24 seconds.
The next entry is at 8:05 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch calls the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Next entry, 8:06 PM to 8:08 PM. What is that?
The defendant asked Al, "What did they say?" Mr. Stauch replied with same BS. The defendant says, "What? Did we tell you he wrote 'I'm sorry for everything' last night on his notebook? Just trying to make sure I told you everything."
The next entry is 8:16 PM to 8:21 PM. What is that?
About 8 minutes have passed, and Mr. Stauch responds to the defendant saying, I emailed everything. I emailed the teacher. Anything? Defendant says, no, Connor's mom is here and everyone is going to the fields to look. Mr. Stauch says, the fields? Where are the guns? Hello? And the defendant says, yes, like to make sure no kids are at sole hideout place they have. Mr. Stauch says, where are the guns? Answer me. The defendant says, hold, I'll go check. Green one is there. Mr. Stauch says, black. Defendant says, big one in my closet.
Then the next entry is from 8:22 PM to 8:24 PM. What is that?
Just a continuation on about where the guns are.
Okay, so tell us who is sending each message.
Defendant says, hold, looking because I put it back in your crate after later stayed. I didn't check the inside, but it seemed normal. It was in there. Mr. Stauch says, okay. Defendant says, I don't see your pouch. Mr. Stauch says, really? You serious? No one knew they were in there. Defendant says, looked under everything. Mr. Stauch says, yours in there? Defendant says, it fell, all accounted for.
So spell that noise that you just made, just so the record is good.
PSHHHH.
Okay. The next message, who is it from? And just continue on with that conversation.
It's from Mr. Stauch saying, okay. Then the defendant says, it's got to be some older middle schooler. Mr. Stauch says, yes. Then the defendant says, I was panicking for a second about gun, but that makes me feel better. So we just need to know where he is hanging out at.
That conversation, does that indicate that the defendant has accounted for all of the guns that would be in the Stauch residence?
It does.
And does that include the gun that was ultimately determined to have been used against Gannon?
It does.
The next entry is 8:25 PM. What is that?
That's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that lasted 11 minutes and 47 seconds.
The next entry is at 8:33 PM. What is that?
During this phone call, the defendant texts Harley saying, anything yet? And Harley says no.
The next entry is at 8:37 PM. What is that?
It's a FaceTime, 18-second FaceTime session between Harley to the defendant.
And then still at 8:37 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that lasted 19 minutes and 43 seconds.
The next entry is at 8:43 PM. What is that?
While they were on the phone, the defendant texts Harley saying anything, still waiting. Harley replies with no.
And when you said while they were on the phone, do you mean
The
the
defendant
defendant and Mr. Stauch?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The next entry is at 9:00 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 15 minutes and 57 seconds.
The next entry is at 9:18 PM. What is that?
It's another outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
And then the next entry is at 9:23 PM. What is that?
It's an inbound call from someone with the same 843 South Carolina area code to the defendant that lasted just over 4 minutes.
And then are some of the numbers X'd out on this particular entry?
They are just for privacy.
Okay. But the full number would be contained in the Celebrite report for the defendant's phone?
That's correct.
Okay. Any idea based on your investigation who that number belonged to?
We figured out who it was, but I can't recall at this time.
Okay. 843 area code, is that Myrtle Beach, South Carolina area?
Yes.
The next entry is at 9:26 PM. What is that?
It's an outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that had a 0 duration.
9:26 PM again. What is that?
So he recalled in that same minute, and this time it connected for 4 minutes and 36 seconds with the defendant.
And then 9:36 PM. What is that?
10 minutes later, another outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 17 seconds.
And then 9:39 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch called the defendant that lasted 1 minute and 23 seconds.
And then 9:45 PM. What is that?
Outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the El Paso County Sheriff.
9:46 PM. What is that?
Outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 7 minutes and 9 seconds.
And then we have what appears to be a text exchange again. Is that right?
Correct. From Mr. Stauch to the defendant. It's 1 minute where Mr. Stauch says, Landen said, track his switch through Gmail. The defendant says, tell me how to do that because we looked it up And it said no GPS. So how? Mr. Stauch says, any police? No clue. And the defendant says, okay, I'll Google it.
And was there a particular search that we saw earlier on a particular phone about tracking a switch?
There was.
Just remind us what that one was.
Well, there was a search from Gannon's phone earlier that day asking, can my parents find my phone, period, if it's off? But there was also a search in the defendant's phone asking that question, can track my Nintendo Switch?
As it relates to that search on Gannon's phone about can my phone be found if it's turned off, was that search conducted before Gannon was reported missing by the defendant?
It was.
At 9:57 p.m., what is that?
An outbound call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant for 6 minutes and 24 seconds.
And then 10:03 p.m., what is that?
It's an outbound call from Gannon's phone to Landen that lasted 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Based on the indications that you testified to earlier, is Gannon alive at 10:03 p.m. on January 27th?
No.
And yet a phone call is originating from Gannon's phone to Landen's phone, which is Gannon's mother. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we know who was using Gannon's phone at that particular time?
It was the defendant.
10:08 p.m., what is that entry?
The defendant tells Al essentially how that phone call went with Landen. The defendant says, she didn't yell, she just cried. Cops are here. I did have to tell her the whole deal. I didn't withhold anything because the cop was right here.
And did Al respond?
He responded with okay.
And then at 10:09 p.m., what is that?
The El Paso County Sheriff deputies arrive with the body-worn camera and the audio and the pictures in exhibits 210, 211, 310 through 315.
And is that also corroborated by the testimony that we heard from Deputy Yunkin early on in the trial?
It was, yes.
And saw his body-worn camera footage?
Yes.
The next entry is at 10:35 p.m. to 10:43 p.m. What is that?
It's a text message. Mr. Stauch sends a message to the defendant saying anything with some question marks. The defendant says, they are calling you. Mr. Stauch just leaves a series of question marks. The defendant says, they were asking me questions about dental and the same things I kept telling them, and it's frustrating. Where does he go to the dentist? And Mr. Stauch responds, Fountain. No, no, no.
The next,
Defendant replies
sorry,
with,
go ahead.
The defendant replies with, I know, but I told them they're overwhelming me with stuff that I don't know or isn't relevant. Mr. Stauch responds with, but dental records are for ID, OMG. And the defendant says, I'm overwhelmed because I'm mad at how long they took.
Are dental records in fact used to identify potentially deceased individuals?
They can, yes.
10:44 p.m., what is the next entry there?
It's immediately following that last message. The defendant places an outgoing call to Mr. Stauch that lasted 33 seconds.
The next entry is at 10:46 p.m. What is that?
Another outbound call from Gannon's phone to Landen's phone that lasted 12 minutes and 6 seconds.
Do we know who was making that call using Gannon's phone?
It was the defendant.
The next entry is at 10:53 p.m. What is that?
It's a picture number 511 taken with Gannon's phone. It's of a cigar.
And did we hear testimony from Harley Hunt about finding some Swisher Sweet cigars in Gannon's backpack?
Yes, at the request of the defendant to search Gannon's backpack.
The next entry is at 11:01 p.m. to 11:09 p.m. What is that?
A message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying nothing else, still talking to police. And the defendant replies with, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Mr. Stauch says, tell the police. And the defendant says, they had 7 people in here asking me irrelevant stuff when I could be going through the rest of the 462 comments. Mr. Stauch replies with, you okay? And the defendant says, no, like I do everything I can, but none of it matters. And now I am asked why he was outside or drill me about other friends when I don't have the first number to one of them. I've walked this house for 5 hours. I haven't eaten, my chest hurts, but it's not about me.
What's that reference to the 462 comments? Is that a reference to social media?
Yes, she's on Facebook a lot during these last couple hours.
Okay. The next entry is at 11:09 p.m. What is that?
An outgoing call from Mr. Stauch to the defendant that lasted 11 minutes and 8 seconds.
The next entry is at 11:29 PM. What is that?
The defendant calls her mom. It lasted 1 minute and 12 seconds.
The next entry is at 11:39 PM. What is that?
The deputies clear, meaning they leave the Mandan residence, and Gannon's entered as missing at 11:49 PM.
The next entry is at 11:51 PM. What is that?
It's a message from Harley to the defendant saying, "Do you need me to get you anything?" And the defendant replies, "No, I may need to go to the store."
And then the final entry, 11:54 PM to 11:57 PM. What is that?
Mr. Stauch asks the defendant, "You okay?" And the defendant says, "All these photos are starting to run together. My eyes and head hurt. Someone is bringing me a Coke. My head is about to bust."
And when we're looking at this totality of this particular timeline, the Gannon is missing line extends for the entirety of this portion. Is that right?
It does.
Was there any indication during this period of time that the defendant went out and was looking for Gannon in the neighborhood or in the vicinity of the 6627 Mandan Drive?
Other than the initial drive with Lena when it was raining out, no, it indicates that she was inside the house.
Was she on social media more than she was outside looking?
Absolutely, yes.
So we're going to go to the next exhibit, which is 697. It's going to be page 1 of 4. Again, just so that we are referencing the sources of information for this portion of the timelines, tell us what we're looking at.
Nothing's changed. It's still the same main sources. Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's phone download, Harley's phone download, Gannon's phone download, and the FBI CAS report.
And then the blue line, does it extend? Gannon is missing for the entirety of this particular timeline.
Gannon's still missing.
What is the time span for page 1 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
So now we're at Tuesday, and page 1 looks from midnight to right about 7 a.m., 6:59 a.m.
Okay.
There's an outgoing call at 12:09 a.m. from the defendant's phone to Mr. Stauch's phone, but it goes to voicemail.
The next entry is at 12:40 a.m. What is that?
The defendant calls Mr. Stauch, and they connects for 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
And then the next entry is from 1:04 a.m. to 1:38 a.m. What is that?
Series of messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. It starts with the defendant saying, "Please help me. Please talk to me." Mr. Stauch says, "What's wrong?" The defendant says, "I can't sit on this house, Lena on the bike." Mr. Stauch says, "Did she see him while she was riding?" The defendant says, "That Gannon, and he has the hood on. He was doing that yesterday. The lady has a better image, but it's too big to load. You can see it's a switch case." Mr. Stauch replies with, "What did you say he Googled?" The defendant says, "Hold, I'll send," and sends a screenshot of that Google search from Gannon's phone earlier saying, "Can my parent find my cell phone, period, if it's off?" And the defendant says, "Think he would trying to go to their house, the FV family. Sounds crazy, but he was looking, you saw their address, if that's near here."
The USO, spell that just so the record's clear.
USO,
Okay.
I would expect the phrase to be he was looking up their address. Mr. Stauch says, "Don't know anything else being said on that FB page," which stands for Facebook. So that Facebook page. The defendant says, "No, just people saying to start again in the morning after sunrise. No, she came back and he was leaving." Mr. Stauch replies with, "Huh?" The defendant says, "I don't know. I was answering something. People brought us food." And Mr. Stauch says, "K."
This reference, the text message that you read from the defendant to Mr. Stauch that says that Gannon and he has the hood on, that sort of thing. Is this based off of tips that are coming in that Gannon might have been seen at different places around the community?
Yeah, there's some neighborhood Facebook pages and messages over Facebook Messenger with still pictures from neighborhood cameras in the area. And one was a boy wearing a blue hoodie.
Were those tips ran down by investigators?
They were.
Were any of them found to be Gannon himself, or were they not him?
All of them were confirmed to not be Gannon.
From 1:49 a.m. to 2:06 a.m., what is that?
The defendant messages Mr. Stauch saying the pains are getting worse, not being insensitive at all, just letting you know, please talk, are you ion, I-O-N, and corrects it with up. No one has reached out to me but Lorson Ranch. I always give it my all and try to do my best at everything I do. Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
In this message, the defendant refers to herself as I, is that correct?
Yes, I.
And then again, like we asked just a little bit ago, or like I asked just a little bit ago, any references to calling herself Maria or Jasmine or Taylor or anything like that?
No.
At 2:46 a.m., what is that entry?
The defendant messages their friend or her friend, Dietrich Moss, saying Gannon has been missing since he was outside playing yesterday. And Dietrich Moss does not respond.
Does this indicate that the defendant is still pushing the idea that Gannon has left and not returned to the home?
That's correct.
From 2:46 a.m. to 3:00 a.m., what is that?
The message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying no one is ever supportive to step parents, like they mean nothing when I did beyond my part. Mr. Stauch replies with, OMG, what are you talking about? Gannon is missing and you are worried about what people are saying to you? The defendant replies with, I have no one to talk to. What? No one said anything to me. Mr. Stauch replies with, dozens of people were out looking and people brought you food. The defendant responds with, I was telling you how I felt and that all I has here was the Lorson Ranch people. Mr. Stauch replies with, Gannon has no one right now. That's who has no one to talk to. And the defendant replies with, meaning I had other friends here. You totally read it wrong. There was no one putting myself over this. You are my husband. I was saying my feelings. You completely took it wrong. I never discredited anything. You were saying people were talking to you. Forget I even mentioned having chest pains. I was taking away anything. I wasn't taking away anything. I was saying they were worse, and I wish I had someone to help. Regardless, I'm human, a person too who has pain and worried. What do you mean he has no one? He is talking with his friends, maybe not good friends. He is coming home once he sees the news. All I'm saying is talk to me, like you haven't said anything about yourself. Mr. Stauch replies with, he's in a car, long gone. The defendant says, and how we can help each other. Mr. Stauch says, there is no way he got to that gas station by 4 p.m. on foot.
Let me break in just there real quickly. Is this another reference to chasing down a tip that Gannon was at a gas station in the area?
Yes, there was some information that someone may have seen Gannon at a come and go gas station, but we confirmed it was not Gannon.
Was not Gannon.
Was not Gannon.
The next response from the defendant is what?
Long gone, like with friends, right? I'm just so lost as to what to say, and it's all so sad. I have hurt, but you want to talk to me about yours. So that's all I'm saying is to talk to me, help each other out. I can't sleep. I asked the neighborhood to pray for you on your flight and help you. I'm just so devastated. I run time the door at every sound. So I can't imagine you. I'm just hurting for you and me too, but I just don't want what to say or do or where to search next. I've been in his life since he was 5 and helped take care of him in most of his adolescent years. I don't understand. I think he may be peer pressured, and I don't know about the salt stuff. And like I keep imagining salts everywhere, and my brain won't stop thinking if he has food. We haven't eaten yet because we were supposed to at 6. Is there anywhere I could go? I have to do something. Please talk to me and tell me.
In any of these long text messages, are there any pleas for mental health help from the defendant?
No.
The next portion of the timeline is 3:05 a.m. through 4:42 a.m. This entry looks different than some of the others because there's more times listed. Why is that?
It's kind of broken out. Instead of making this timeline even longer, I just kind of isolated the times that these conversations took place at these timestamps.
Okay. And so let's have you read through these text messages, starting with the defendant's text message.
The defendant says to Mr. Stauch, babe, please, what do you mean long gone? Now I'm freaking out. I want to talk to you. I need to be there for you. I'm glad you have lots of people there for you, but we need each other. I need to be there for you most. Are you awake? What time do you leave? I feel so sick. I'm going to help the people search. I misread that. I feel so sick. I'm going to help the search people. Babe, you said your plane was early. I can't sleep. Babe, are you okay? You are supposed to be on the plane and you have said nothing in hours. Babe, you have to be up if your flight is at 6. Where are you? And Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
The next entry that you have on the timeline is at 4:56 a.m. to 4:59 a.m. What is that?
It's a message from the 843 area code number to the defendant saying any new information. And the defendant replies with, no, I keep checking the door every few minutes. Last we heard, he was at a store getting food.
The next entry is at 4:59 a.m. What is that?
A message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, I'm sorry that you feel the need to ignore me checking in, especially my husband getting on a flight with the tragedies that happened with the helicopter this week. I know you are worried, but it doesn't mean to ignore me and not be kind.
What's the reference to the helicopter thing?
Kobe Bryant's helicopter crashed and he died in it.
5:15 a.m. is the next entry. What is that?
It's a local area code number 719. Message to the defendant saying someone posted he wasn't at school either. And the defendant responded with, he had to go to the doctor for his stomach. Honestly, I don't keep up with friends. Albert lets them walk around the neighborhood, but he was here in the afternoon.
Based on context, who is the he that's referenced in that text message?
Gannon.
Was there any indication that Gannon went to the doctor because of his stomach being hurting on January 27th?
No.
The next entry is at 5:27 a.m. What is that?
The message from the defendant to a person with a 631 area code number, and she says, Albert is hurting and taking it out on me.
The next entry is at 5:41 a.m. to 5:57 a.m. What is that?
From 541 to 557, Gannon's phone is now messaging Landen. And the first message says, left every toy with a photograph taken with Gannon's phone of Gannon's room, picture number 514.
And for context purposes, again, was there any indication that Gannon was using this phone on this particular date and time?
No,
Was there any indication that Gannon was even alive at this particular day and time?
no.
6:18 a.m. is the next entry. And before you get to that, Judge, checking on time, how do you want me to go to about 10 till roughly? Or,
We're at about 10 till.
oh, I'm sorry, you want to go to noon maybe?
Well, it's, you just need to find a good brief point.
Okay.
If you could find out within about 5 minutes or so.
Will do. The next entry is at 6:18 a.m. What is that entry?
It's from a person with a local 719 area code. Message to the defendant saying, is there an Amber Alert out yet? Is Al home? Someone was saying he was in Oklahoma. The defendant responded with, yes, Oklahoma, and you can't do an Amber Alert unless you know that someone took them and have to have that person name and tags.
And we actually skipped ahead one. There's also another entry at 6:18 a.m. with the pickup truck. Is that right?
And that's what we saw earlier today with the pickup truck moving forward a little bit on the curb.
That's one of those videos that we watched in People's Exhibit 214.
That's correct.
The next entry is at 6:21 a.m. What is that?
621, the defendant messages Harley saying, don't answer the door for anyone. I'm going to see if people are out looking. And Harley doesn't respond.
The next entry, we have a map indicator here as well. This is above the entries below the timeline. Why is it up above that like that?
If there's location data for a time period, it is represented above the timeline to show where entities are during a certain time period.
And we just earlier this morning had watched exhibits 215, 216, 217, and 218 showing the defendant's Volkswagen Tiguan leaving 6627 in the morning and then coming back. Is that what this next period, 6:22 a.m. to 6:32 a.m. is?
Yes, this is that 10-minute period where the Tiguan and the defendant with the defendant's phone went to Bradley Road and back.
Okay. And let's go ahead and stop there. We'll pick back up at the 6:34 a.m. Time frame on People's Exhibit 697, page 104.
Or you want to take the break?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. And did we ever find out what the issue was on that video? All right. I do want to put something out there for people because I know that there is some interest on this case or about this case on WebEx. If we lose video of the courtroom feed during any portion of the trial, we will not restart that until we reach a breaking point. The reason for that is that the default setting on the camera, regardless of how many times we've tried to adjust it, the default setting pans out. So if you see, if you tune in before we actually start the session, you will see a wide view of the courtroom, which includes the jury box with no one sitting there. However, if the equipment goes down during trial and the jury is there and we restart it, there is a potential of capturing juror faces. I've issued an order for anyone who is viewing or rebroadcasting any portion of this video that they may not capture or they are prohibited from capturing jurors' faces at any point in time. So to avoid that problem during trial, if our equipment goes down and it appears we had some sort of issue, but I don't know what it was, we will not restart it until we reach the next break. You'll still have the audio, but not the video. And it's just, as I understand it, it's the video of the courtroom that gets lost, not the video of the witness stand. Is that right?
And the audio got
Okay.
lost, Judge, and the audio.
So that's the process. I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating from my point of view too, but it is what it is. Mr. Clark, you can go ahead and step down. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
Nothing of really any context other than we can probably turn the TVs off for now.
Yeah. Defense? No, sir. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
They didn't say till what time. But earlier they talked about 1:30. Did you hear a time now, you guys? Tell me if you did. Marie, I can't believe you asking me what are we going to recap. You know we recap everything over here. What do you think I'm writing here all the time? I'm writing my butt off here. Okay. Yes. I've got notebooks. I got papers everywhere. I'm just like, what? And I can't believe that the cameras and then the audio went out at the time, which they were telling us, because I was following with the timeline. 1:20, thank you. I was following with the timeline. It was around the time they were telling us when they came back from the Petco. Now, we already know that time, most of us, okay? Don't worry, I'm going to recap if you don't know. But we already generally know, but I'm like, no, we need to hear everything here. It was like a very critical window of time. Okay. I'm not T-Pain says, give me the recap. I need it. We need that recap, all of us. So I wrote down as much as I can, as fast as I can. Okay, 1:20. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we're starting on. Wait. Let's not get confused now. Just careful here now with these notes. Now you're going to hear lots of papers. Hold on. January 27th. January 26th. Yes. Okay. Like this. Now we're in order. Okay, so Pandora's Karma says, when will we hear about Dr. Lewis's shady visit to Letecia after lunch? That's what they said. When they come back, before the jury comes in, they need about 15 minutes or so to talk about that issue of Dr. Dorothy Lewis going to see Letecia for 3 hours yesterday in the jail, which is a bit odd. That feels a little bit odd, not? Welcome to all the new members. If you are a member, you have special emojis. Your name is highlighted in chat, and slow mode doesn't apply to you. And then sometimes we do these snarky debriefs or just debriefs in general after the day, depending on how my energy is doing. Here and there we do it because this trial ends at like 1 a.m. for me. So yes, welcome to that. Check out the members only playlist, okay, if you haven't yet. So you can see the previous ones we did. Carol says, yes, I made it back for the recap. Who's excited for the recap? We are. Okay. Yeah, and I'm not T-Pain says, Dr. Lewis is full of cuck. I see you guys are learning lots of new words from my second channel. If you don't know about my second channel, I'm sure at some point Nightbot or the mods will share it. If you do want to check it out, it's a place for comedic relief because sometimes we need that. Okay, Sunday, January 26th, 2020. At 6:55 a.m., Al took a flight. Are we writing this down? Sunday, January 26th, 2020. Remember, on Saturday night already, Al and his mother had left. And Al had actually slept on the floor at the airport that night. That's what he said, right? Welcome, Gina. Okay. Yeah, snark equals truth. Or, yeah, snarky, getting angry. A little bit of rage with the truth and just calling people's BS out. So, Saturday night, because remember, Al's mother had stayed with them for about a week, in case you forgot. There's some new people here. There's like 7,000 people here. 7,100. Very nice. Welcome. Please do hit the like button and the share button, because see, that's how people find out about the stream. I try to give you the best views of the courtroom. Okay, even when things crash and Windows 11 and Bill Gates messes with me, I mess right back and we give you the best views possible, and I take notes and then we recap so we can all make sense of it. We do map time, document time, and all the stuff which we've done before. So check out the videos on the playlist. Now, on Saturday is already when Al had left. And that is oddly also the day when Letecia says that Gannon cut his foot in the garage. So to me, it signifies when Al left, if Letecia has any speculative abandonment issues, wow, she really seems to take those out on Gannon. I'm just speculating in my own opinion, because from that moment when him and his mother leave, because the mother was just visiting, he goes to the airport because he was deployed for the National Guard. So he was going to be away for a week or two or so for training. And so he leaves, and he said he slept like on his duffel bag on the floor, right across from a car rental place. And already then Letecia saying Gannon cut his foot and all that. Now we go to Sunday morning, January 26th, 2020. Okay, a day before the murder happened. At 6:55 a.m., Al is on his flight from Denver to Dallas, Texas. And Letecia, in a previous video we've seen, started making up, that was with the mental health evaluation, that she was going to go to church, but then there was some archangel. No, that's not my South African accent. She said archangel. Archangel Michael with a business card was trying to talk her out of it and all that. There was a lot of rubbish in there that she said, okay? But the point is she lied to a lot of people about, yes, she went to church that morning. To others, she says she didn't. Here they confirmed, Kevin Clark confirmed, she did not go to church that morning, okay? Karma G says, I've said it. You're incredibly boss, G. Thank you so much. Let me quickly put my name on the screen. Otherwise, you guys are going to think that I'm Kevin Clark. Okay, my name is Grizzly K, and I am South African living in the Netherlands. If you don't know, with a Swiss husband and a black Bombay cat fury. Okay, so yeah, sorry. What am I doing? What must I do? Hold on. Thank you. Changing the name tag. Got it. Got it. You're like, I love it when G's Kevin Clark. Okay, I'm back. So Sunday morning, 6:55, Al's on his flight. Letecia's making up she's going to church. She didn't go to church. At 2 p.m., there's this hike happening at the Garden of the Gods. Now, there was some time where we were like, did the hike even happen? Remember, this is the day before the murder, Sunday. Did that hike even happen? It happened. It happened. Okay? There's some speculation out there that Letecia maybe put bath salts or Epsom salts or something in Gannon's camel pack, or like drink water or whatever, but it might not be that. He might have just had the Miralax that she gave him, or Miralax, however you pronounce that, right? Because she says he pooped his pants on this hike. Now, I don't know if he did or did not. All I know is she loves humiliating Gannon, the victim, 11 years old, who was murdered on January 27, 2020. I cannot believe the incredible amount of rage and just, I don't know what to call it other than evil that she inflicted on this little 11-year-old boy who was born prematurely and overcame so much already. It's horrendous. This case is horrendous, okay? This case is the stuff of nightmares. Right now, I'm not having nightmares because we're focused. I don't know about you, but when I'm focused, yeah, I'm just watching here and I'm like, oh my word, I'm a little nervous for this defense because, like, damn, are we going to endure 2 weeks or 4 weeks of this? I don't know. But they go to the Garden of the Gods, okay? Harley did not go. She got called out to go work at Massage Envy. She worked at the front desk, okay? And so, if you're wondering, I'm looking at my notes, okay? She got called out to work because someone had booked off. She was going to go on the hike, but then she went to work. So it was Letecia, Lena, and Gannon that went on the hike. And Letecia even took a selfie, and she'd like to brag about it to investigators about there's a timestamp. There's a timestamp even for that hike. Yes, okay. So you took him on the hike, but I wonder if she had any sinister plans already there. I don't know. And I think she was already on that from that weekend, from Saturday night to whatever, giving Gannon Miralax. I don't know what else. I don't know if he did cut his foot or hurt himself or anything, but it makes no sense to cut your foot to the point that she's saying, bleeding in the garage, and then take him on a 6-mile hike. And remember, she said they did 2 hikes, one around Lorson Ranch, one around the Garden of the Gods. She lies by saying it the other way around. The Tiguan, the Tiguan and the phone proved otherwise. They first went to the Garden of the Gods, and later there was a little loop that she did there around this Lorson Ranch area. Also, speaking of Lorson Ranch, I got some emails from people in the Lorson Ranch area, and they say they are all tuning in. They have like watch parties, you know, they all tune in and they're here with us at Grizzly True Crime. So welcome. Sometimes they don't want to chat, they're just watching. But yes. You guys say I'm very fuzzy. I don't understand why. Why? What is YouTube doing now? 120 is return. 120. I could always put the map on. Just stand by. Let's do a little map time, shall we? Let's see if this double plays. I'm not sure if it will or won't. Let's just see if we can have a tiny little break. Just hold on. Okay, I'm back. I don't know how I look. How do I look? I'm just going to put the map behind me and make myself smaller. That's my solution. I always have a solution. Okay. As long as the map looks okay, I'm good. Okay. So, thank you for bearing with me with that little break. I'm going to blame the Netherlands for the internet as well as Bill Gates for Windows 11. Thank you so much, Bill Gates, for Windows 11. Okay, so we are on Sunday, January 26th, 2020. Garden of the Gods hike happens. Okay. Just checking. Looks great. Okay, cool. Sometimes what we need is a little refresher. Here's the Garden of the Gods. This is Maptime, you guys. Here's the house, 6627 Mandan Drive, Lorson Ranch, Colorado. Colorado Springs, okay? Someone says, girl, you spicy. Girl, you spicy. Okay, I will always find a way. There is always a way. Okay, Mr. Grizzly taught me that. If I freak out, I'm like, there's always, he said, there's always a way. Nah, that's what I said. There's always a way. 6627 Mandan Drive, Garden of the Gods over here, okay? We're probably going to recap this whole lunch break. But anyway, I'm sure you don't mind. So they go for this hike over here. Letecia says Gannon poops his pants 3 times. So he pooped his pants. No, she has to say 3 times. He pooped his pants 3 times. Like, listen, Letecia, I hope that she poops her pants 50 million times in prison when she gets there. Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to rein in the snark for now. Okay, so 2 p.m., hike at the Garden of the Gods, Sunday, January 26th. All right, L is now arriving in Dallas, Texas, and he's going to Oklahoma, I believe, for that training. Okay, Harley at 3 p.m., she's clocking in at Massage Envy. At 3:36 p.m., L, who's now deployed for the National Guard and at training, he texts Gannon, hey, buddy, doesn't get a response. Okay? Welcome, Susan. If there is a will, there's a way. Yes. Okay, so hey, buddy, to Gannon, and that just makes me sad already because, like, he didn't get a reply to that, but he was on this hike. Okay, so there's no reason for him to not actually get a reply, which makes me think that Letecia was already controlling Gannon's phone from the minute that Al left. Okay, then at 3:41 p.m., there's the selfie of Letecia, Lena, and Gannon on this hike, which we talked about just before the break, before I looked like a plushie. At 3:53 to 4:11 p.m. on Sunday, January 26th, okay, Letecia is texting Al between that time and explaining why they had to leave and that Gannon had an accident in his pants. And as we know, in true crime, when someone is over-explaining, like, oh, you're giving way too much information, that's just a bit of a red flag already of what's going on there, right? Okay. So, by the way, okay, M Park says no sound. Please catch up with the stream. I'm sure there's sound now, right? You guys can hear me. Am I right? Make sure you hear where we are now because we're busy recapping. And Dr. Dorothy Lewis is supposed to be there this afternoon, but it seems like the prosecution still has some stuff to do, which that's what they were saying. They could take a bit longer. They were meant to finish before lunchtime from what I was hearing, but they're going to go on for a little longer and then they rest their case and the defense takes over. If they go on for the rest of the day, I won't actually be surprised. Then Dr. Dorothy Lewis will be there tomorrow. That's for the defense. Okay. The prosecution has not rested their case yet. Okay, they're still going to continue on. That's why we're recapping everything we've just heard so that when they come back from lunch, we're ready. We're ready. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Crystal's Chaos says when she gets to prison, her pooping her pants is going to be the least of her worries. Although when I watch videos of like former female, inmates, they say it's not so rough. It's not so rough in prison for females. That sucks. I wish it was a little more rough, right? Yes, Pernil, good advice. Refresh. Sound is good. Okay, so at 4:46 p.m., as the Mr. Allen said, Tiguan, the Tiguan and the Life 360 shows that they returned home to 6627 Mandan Drive. Who's they? Letecia. From here, they're driving. Letecia driving with Gannon and Lena because I wish we could hear from Lena, but she's too young and she's had interviews with the police, so they know the info. But I wonder if Lena has any account of him pooping his pants? Because I would guess no. Based on everything we have heard from Letecia so far, I would guess she's lying about it all. Okay. But anyway, from here, going back home to 6627 Mandan Drive, arriving at 4:46 p.m. on Sunday, January 26th. Now, please remember, Sunday night, it's candle incident time. I think that was a very sinister event. I don't know exactly what happened there, but that carpet spill picture and everything is weird. See, Minor Ops 67, who's now a member, thank you so much, says born so tiny and lived to then be tortured. I know, right? Yes, thank you for the blue heart as well for Gannon. If you didn't know, Gannon's favorite color was blue. He loved playing Mario and Sonic. So what we do is we share blue hearts and little hedgehogs to represent Sonic the Hedgehog, or just little blue hearts in general would be great. To show solidarity, especially for Gannon's family and friends. We stand with them. Yes, Janet says all the sus buses. Okay, so the Tiguan's going back at 4:46 p.m. on Sunday, January 26th. They go to the house. From 5:11 to 5:12 p.m. Harley's now still at work, right? Right, okay. And Harley asks Letecia if she can bring her some food to work. I don't know if Letecia didn't. They don't talk about the Tiguan leaving. So there's that. Now, at 9:46 p.m., remember Harley's still at work. So who's at home? Letecia, Gannon, Lena. Okay, 9:46 p.m. There's a video. It's exhibit number 6115, if you must know. And this is the video about the candle spill. Now, I'm not going to play it again, but it is on the playlist, okay? I've got a playlist called Letecia Stauch Trial and another one called Gannon Stauch Case. So whichever playlist you look at, the videos are on there. And we've heard it before, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking of him saying, I'm just worried about my burns. And Letecia saying, okay, so do you promise you didn't do it on purpose? And he says, I didn't. And then she said, okay, so we got to think, what are we going to sell? What are we going to sell? We could sell the couch. We could sell, and she's making up all these things that they could sell and saying she doesn't want what sounds like the landlady to be upset and kick them out the house. Poor Gannon, oh my word. And he said, I'm just worried about my burns. And she says, shh. Okay, so tomorrow, and then the video cuts off. So there's that. There's another audio that we've heard where he says, I'm bleeding at the end of that audio. So in one, he's saying, he has to, sorry, I'm laughing at Corny Weber's message here. In one audio, he is saying, I'm just worried about my burns. And in another, he says, I'm bleeding. That's all very, very concerning, of course, knowing what happened to him and all his injuries, right? Doreen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Connie Weber said, Grizzly, talk louder. I have to blow dry my hair for work. Oh, man. Paige Matthews says, rest with the angels, sweet boy, not forgotten. That's also nice. Look at the little game console controller. Okay. Yes. So, wow, 9:46 p.m. So that means it's already happened then. So somewhere between what seems like 5:30 in the afternoon and 9:30 in the evening, something's happening with this candle. I don't know what time Lena's normal bedtime was. She was only 8 years old, and her room was upstairs. Her room was actually initially downstairs, and her and Gannon switched rooms. So Gannon and Harley had rooms in the basement, right? But this candle incident happens, and Letecia says she opens all the windows. There was so much smoke and everything, which I struggle to believe any of that. I just don't know exactly what the hell happened there. Because it's a little candle that they found in the trash with a carpet, with a wax on it, and it's red wax, which looks so weird. It doesn't look like red wax. It looks like wax over red stuff or something. It's scary. Okay, we're still all trying to figure out what the hell really happened there. But another part of me says, do you really want to know? Okay, let me just put this on so that no one is confused. Just hold on 1 second, please. Oh, that one. Wait. There you go. Now we're doing it. Now Now everybody can know. Court resumes at 1:20 p.m. Colorado time. So that's in an hour and 7 minutes. We got lots of time to recap this. Okay. Yeah, it's Penland. I can't do that on my store. Number 1. 2, just check out. Just go, you guys. Go on any of your local stores and look for a blue crystal heart necklace. If I can find it in the Netherlands, trust me, you can find it wherever you are. Welcome to all the new members. Yes, yes, yes. Juanita, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to talk about this. That blue blanket. Oh, my word. This is actually a good point. Good point to mention now. Guys, remember, we looked, if you don't remember, don't worry. It's all on the playlist and all the replays are timestamped for you. But when Letecia was arrested in Myrtle Beach, okay, there was this other bag. So Gannon's remains were found in a bag with 3 blankets and a pillow. But there was another blanket that was in another bag that Letecia had with her in the car with a few little blood drops on it, and they confirmed it was Gannon's blood. It was like a polka dot-ish type of suitcase. I also thought it's the fuchsia one. Today they mentioned a polka dot one, but I think it was this pinkish purplish suitcase, right? With a blue blanket in it with blood drops on that was confirmed to be Gannon's blood. That was the blanket next to the picture in this candle incident photo that Letecia had taken, which they showed a little piece of today. Little bit. We've gone over it before. Okay. So at 9:54 p.m., Letecia, that's 8 minutes after this video that Letecia films. And I think she's filming this video. Maybe I should do it like this. I think Letecia was filming this video because Elle said, "Were you trying to do to Gannon what you do to me?" And when he was asked, what do you mean by that? He answered to the prosecution, manipulation. Meaning, Letecia, she did tell us, okay, we saw in video, she says, I record everything. Yeah, to use against people later. So it's like she was recording this candle thing and saying, are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? And we're going to sell this and we're going to sell that. But he's like, I'm just worried about my burns. And he says, I'm bleeding. And she says, shh, okay, tomorrow. And she just has no empathy for him whatsoever. Of course. Why would she? She's a killer. Okay, then. So 9:54 p.m., Letecia texts Harley and says, do panic. That's how they read it. Do panic. But she meant obviously to write don't panic. But like, do panic. Gannon turned on a candle. And then I scribbled here because I couldn't write as fast as they were saying it. But Gannon turned on a candle, jumped on him. So she talks about Gannon turning on a candle. There's a small fire. She jumped on him. She took Lena and the dogs outside and all of that. But the jumping on him, ooh, that's a red flag. I'm sure that could be stomping on him and things like that. Okay, I should have said trigger warning there, but could be based on what we know. But do panic, Gannon turned, and also someone mentioned in chat, turned on a candle is very different to lit a candle. You know what I mean? It's odd language. Maybe she just says it like that, but like, like what on earth, right? Yes, and if anyone doesn't know, here comes a trigger warning. I'm going to tell you the injuries that Gannon suffered quickly, if you haven't heard it before, okay? He had 4 lacerations from blunt force trauma on his head. He was stabbed 18 times. He was shot at 3 times, but twice Letecia missed, and once the bullet went into his jaw and lodged in the back of his head. So never mind the foot injury and the burning. And she's talking about to Al blood coming out of his butthole is how she worded it, which is, wow, Letecia. There's all of that and the pooping on the pants and all that. No, that's besides all this other stuff, which is blunt force trauma, stabbing, and shooting. That is so much overkill. So much. Yeah, this is the thing. Dandelion says battery-powered candles. I also wonder, I wonder what's going on with that. Anyway, so that was at 9:54 p.m. She's telling Harley, again, too much information, a long story. Okay. And this is now at the 6627 Mandan Drive house right here. Okay, there we go. So she said the house was smoky, and she tells Harley she did not call the fire department. Now we've heard the whole time her say, there's this alarm, fire, fire, fire. And she's like, what the hell? And she's going downstairs, and Gannon is asleep, but I don't know. She makes him sound like Gannon is drugged because she's like, he's asleep, but not really asleep, but not really reacting. But then she's jumping on him. That whole story is so scary. But she said, and this was so good that they cleared this up. Okay. She said her and Lena and the dogs ran outside. Then Gannon ran outside and they were staring at him like, whoa, because maybe we thought maybe Letecia didn't expect him to run out. They got in the car, drove around the block, which means it makes no sense because that's not the way to deal with a fire at all, especially not if you want to be a flight attendant where, fire training is very important. I did it every year when I was an airline pilot. Every year, firefighting training, we needed to do it, even if mostly the cabin crew would be handling it if it was at the back. Okay, if it's in the flight deck, of course, we're handling it. But very important. And she wanted to be a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines. Remember that? So she thinks now we're going to go around the block. But Kevin Clark, an intelligence analyst, said there was no video of her going around the block that night. So I'm like, oh, well, there that is, right? There that is. Yeah. So between 9:58 p.m. and 10:15 p.m., Letecia and Harley are just texting back and forth and clarifying what the hell happened. Harley's not understanding and going like, wait, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, did the fire go on Chance, the dog, or what do you mean? And she's like, no, like downstairs and all of this, right? Maine Coon, mama, I love Maine Coon cats, so my word. And you say, maybe she meant turned over the candle. Maybe. Oh, yes, Green Eyes. Dr. Lewis for the defense. Indeed. That's one of their main witnesses. That's why we're nervous. I'm like, sorry, what is she going to say now? So again, Letecia says when the fire happened, her and Lena ran outside, then Gannon ran outside, and they had the dogs and everything, got in the truck, and took a drive around the block. That did not happen. That was not on video. Okay, so then at 10:18 p.m., Harley clocks out from work, and at 10:24, she's still texting and clarifying, like, what the hell happened? And then Letecia sends her a picture with drops of wax on the couch. When the prosecution asked, did it look like smoke or burns or what? And then Kevin Clark, the intelligence analyst, said, no, it dripped wax, like drops of wax. That's quite something, right? Yeah, okay. So then at 11:30 p.m., Harley is at home. Now, Letecia is texting Elle long stories and saying, Gannon is on the toilet. Okay, she's talking about him on the toilet and struggling with his stomach and his tummy hurts and all that, and saying he lit a candle because he kept smelling poop from the accidents that he's had in his pants. Now it's like almost like an all-day event. You know what I mean? Jenny Diver says, whatever Dr. Lewis says will be hogwash. Well, I'm waiting to see what the hell is going to be said there, right? Jazzy Whippet says, was Harley asked if she witnessed any abuse to Gannon? I do not recall that specific question being asked. No, not that I know of. Thank you so much for your super sticker. And welcome to all the new members. And thank you so much, mods. Thank you so much for everything you do. Okay, so we're still on January 26th, Sunday night. Okay, the night before now the murder the next day. So 11:30 p.m. Harley's at home. Letecia's texting Elle saying Gannon's on the toilet, his tummy hurts, he lit a candle or turned on a candle because he was smelling poop. He was then she talks about him heading for his headphones and that he dropped the candle. There was a small fire. The fire alarm went off. It was minimal. No need to call for help. I'm like, okay, wow. No need. She's like, do not call for help. Okay, I'm good. And then she says that Gannon wrote in a notebook, I'm sorry. Later, she said, I'm sorry for everything. That was in a text later. Oh, I wonder if Gannon wrote that. You know, did she make him write that as punishment? Did he really write that? Or did she write that and say that he wrote it? You know what I mean? You never know with someone like this. She said to Elle, I burnt my arm a little. He was more scared and embarrassed. That's just terrible stuff, man. Because when she talks about Gannon's state, she often tells the truth. He was scared. He was embarrassed. She said a lot. Okay, I'm not going to go over it all again because Friday was, I say yo. When I say yo, in South African, that means things are getting hectic. It means shocking. Yo. We've got to teach you that on the other channel as well. Now now it's going past midnight. Sunday night, turning over to the next day, Monday morning. At 2:48 a.m., Letecia is texting Elle saying, Gannon's in the bathroom again, and he has blood coming out of his butthole. And then she talks again about the candle incident and says Gannon's still upset. I think something really terrible happened, like stomping or blunt force trauma, or maybe even if there was, I don't know if there were any sharp force injuries there yet, or burning or whatever, but she did something to him that she thought, oh crap, like I'm not going to be able to cover this up. This is me speculating, speculation warning, because she keeps on and on about, yeah, he feels bad about it. He's still upset about it and all of this. And then she starts building her narrative. Okay. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Yes. Tammy says, me. Yeah. That's Letecia. Letecia, me. Stauch. Yes. Letecia. Okay. So at 4:36 a.m., Al did not respond to that message, by the way. Why? Because he was probably fast asleep. What the hell? She's like texting him at basically 3 a.m. And just please remember, this was at 2:48 a.m. She said in a video interview we saw with the mental health evaluators, that with a forensic psychologist, that Lena got up and was brushing her hair at 3 o'clock in the morning. And she was like, oh, hey. And she's explaining it as like a dissociative state that she was in. Wow. Well, she was actually texting Al and telling her freaking narrative. At 4:36 a.m., Letecia then texts Miss Hicks, okay, Miss Leslie Hicks, the assistant principal at the school where she worked, and says, I'm sorry, but my stepfather passed away. A car hit him. Someone hit him with a car. And then she sends the crying emoji. And Miss Hicks responds, OMG, is he okay? Oh, sorry, no, that's L. OMG, is he okay? I texted him too. Sorry, that was L. Just hold on. Let's go to that quickly. Just hold on 1 second. We've got so many things to show you. That's why I say we've got such a big recap. I'm doing this as well because I see there's a lot of questions in the chat while I'm taking notes. And it's just like, damn, like people need to catch up. There's a lot of things that have been missed along the way, even though for some of you, you'll know we've gone over it again and again and again and again. Let me show you this quickly. Jana M. Gerlach says kidney rupture by stomping creates blood from rectum. Wow. Oh, my word. Is it? Okay, so this, I'm just quickly going to make it like this, and then I'm going to show you here. This, sorry for the brightness now. Thank you so much, Jana, for that info. Now, let's go to the actual date, okay? I think I was also wrong, actually. I said 2004. It's 2009. Wait, let's just see. Okay. Letecia was 21 years old at this point, so 83. 2004. It wasn't 2004. I think I was right. I think my memory serves me right. We'll see now. Thank you so much, Taylor Milius. Now, here we go. This is what happened, right, in Pembroke. A 43-year-old Lumberton man died early this morning after being struck by a car while walking on NC near Pembroke, according to the State Highway Patrol. James Lowry, who Letecia calls Jackass James, nice, okay, of 2695 Low Road, was hit by a 1996 Ford driven by Alicia Jones, 21, which she was the same age as Letecia at the time. But this is Alicia Jones, 21, of 667 Boone Road, Lumberton. Sassy 2020 says, any evidence of the Stauch Homes alert system? Not that we've heard of, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if she turned it off. But not that we've heard of. From this fire alarm, no. We haven't seen any, because normally then it would like call out the fire department, right? Okay, so the accident happened at 12:50 a.m. near Eddie Sampson and Chicken Roads east of Pembroke. According to Trooper Jay Green's report, Lowry was walking on the road in the same direction that the traffic flowed when he was struck from behind. According to the report, investigators believe that Lowry was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Jones was traveling 55 miles per hour, the posted speed limit. Jones, who was not injured, was not charged with any crime. There was an estimated $500 damage done to her car. Robeson County Emergency Services transported Lowry to the Southeastern Regional Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead, the report said. There have been 41 road fatalities this year. Taylor Millier says, I think she tried to poison him too. Tell me your blood. Yeah, I think so too. Because that drive around Petco and that area is a bit odd, right? Okay, so let me just quickly bring this Patreon post up here, which I said Letecia Stauch's brother, Dakota, testified that his dad died on his 7th birthday from a hit-and-run accident. That would mean Letecia was 21 years old at the time. I did some digging and found the article of the incident. That's what I just read to you. There are lots of oddities relating to Letecia, but here's 3 relating to this incident. Letecia texted the principal at the school that she was working at on January 27, 2020 at 4:27 a.m. Let me just see if that matches what the time he gave us now. 4:36 a.m. I've got here 4:27. Well, data shows it was 4:36 a.m. But okay. To say that she wouldn't be able to come into work because her stepfather was killed in a car crash. It's true, but a story from 2004. This was hours before she murdered Gannon Stauch. Now, I carry on there. If you want to see the rest, it's all there on Patreon, or you can just look at it now, slow it down. I just want to see. Yes, this we've gone over. Okay, here's another article about it. So that's another article about it. Okay. James Lowry. The funeral. This is about the funeral that'll be held, but you can see when he died. 21st of September, 2004. Well done to my memory. Give my memory a pat on the back. Kevin Clark said he thought it was 2006. I'm like, it's 2004, bro. And guess what it was? Yes, 2004. Okay. So that's when that happened, right? Yeah, right on says lots of newbies. Welcome to all the newbies, where we recap everything. Okay, so I'm going to go back to here so that we can look at the map while I tell you what happened here. So we're on January 27th, 4:36 a.m. Letecia, January 27th, 2020, okay? Her stepdad was killed in this car crash. When? 2004. So the story's true, but it's like 16 years later. Like, Letecia, what the hell? What a weird excuse. That tells you there was some sinister stuff going on in her mind. That sounds to me like she knew, oh, today's going to get really bad. Because why can't she just say, thank you so much. I'm not even two pats on the back. Why can't she just say, my stepson is not feeling well. I can't come into work today. Why escalate it to my stepdad was killed in a car crash and then send the crying emoji and say, I can't come to work today? And then why lie to the investigators, even to FBI Special Agent Gruesing, who actually, wow, between him and Nicole Mobley, those are my 2 favorite witnesses so far. What about you guys? What about you? Nicole Mobley is likely the one that Letecia was texting in that was in the same neighborhood. That's what I was thinking. I speculate it could have been her, right? Okay. So why did Letecia tell FBI Special Agent Gruesing, no, man, I didn't book off on the Monday. I had already booked off on the Friday. Why you got to make that up? Like, literally data. I almost said bro, but like, data bro. Data, Letecia, creature. It's going to bust your ass because you texted at 4:36 a.m. or 4:27 a.m. Did they get the time wrong too? No, I don't know. Anyway, somewhere there, 4:30 in the morning, you texting the assistant principal to say this really random, very big excuse. Okay, so L texts Letecia and says, OMG, is he okay? I texted him too. Letecia says, he just laid down again. Now, we've seen Letecia. Oh, man. She says she's got a PhD. We're going to carry on with this map, by the way. If you're wondering, why is the map there the whole time? We're going to keep going with it. If you're wondering why we all laugh at her spelling, like, did you see when she typed in detective or, wait, detector, lie detector test? That was funny. Okay. Julie says Gruesing was my favorite so far. Me too. I think so. Me too. Gruesing and Nicole Mobley. Nicole Mobley lived in the neighborhood and she was like an undercover agent, but yet just someone living in the neighborhood. So Nicole, if you're watching, shout out to you. Everyone's added you to the honorary Grizzly list. You're like, she's a Grizzly for sure. She was like total true crimer and played Letecia. Okay, welcome. So at 5:03 a.m., there's this continuation of the conversation. And remember, Gannon's not reported missing yet. It's in the morning, okay? Just like, no, he's not okay. Like, his tummy and toilet and all the stuff Letecia's saying. Letecia then says, and this really, I'm just going to say, it pissed me off because of how she talks about Gannon. I hate it so much, on my word. But she says he was pitiful and freaking out about the carpet and fixing it. No, we all heard the recording. It was you, Letecia, you were pitiful and freaking out about the carpet. She also said that she then reattached the candle pick, and then she said, I told him to worry about his stomach, not the carpet. That's some weird stuff. She said, I told him just worry about your stomach. Like, that's the focus of what to sort out. Okay. Anyway, so wait, we've gone over those notes. Yes. She introduces a scissor at some point during these text messages, which we've never heard before. That was new because she says she cut out the carpet with a scissor. Earlier in interview, she said she used a box cutter from Al's garage to cut out that piece of carpet, which was found in the trash. We've gone over those photos. If you haven't, go check out the timestamps and all that. But she then says to Al she used a scissor to cut out that piece of carpet because previously she said a box cutter, but she had to get, it didn't cut deep enough and she had to get a more solid object. That language always freaked me out, especially knowing that Gannon was stabbed 18 times, right? Oh, yes. Janet says a total gaslighter. She sure is. At 7:21 a.m., the principal texts Letecia again and says, shall we try to find a substitute teacher for today? And Leticia's like, Letecia guilt trips her. Like, I can't believe you would even ask me that at a time like this. This is a family member. And she's going off as if she's like this absolute little victim, which she likes to play that little victim role, huh? My word. But that's sus. Very defensive. At 8:10 a.m., Letecia copy and pastes the message she sent the night before to Al about the long story about this candle incident. Al then replies, okay. Why would Al only reply, okay? Probably because he's used to her doing that, overwhelming him with information. Okay, so we're still here at the 6627 Mandan Drive. Mandan Drive. Now, that was 8:10 to 8:16, right? She then sent a sofa pic and says she cut out the carpet with scissors. She then sends, that was at 8:14 a.m., a picture of Gannon in bed, in the bedding that he would be found in. Because that freaking dumbass took a picture of Gannon in his bed, which everybody thinks he was already dead. I saw it again in chat today. Just remember, after that, we saw him on surveillance walking out to the truck. Al said he was stumbling. He wasn't walking okay. He seemed sluggish. From everything we saw, it seems like he may have been like walking a bit sluggish, but he did walk out. He was alive, but not well from what we can see and hear. Okay. But he wasn't dead in that picture. So at 8:14 a.m., she takes a picture of him in his bed. And I say dumbass because like she takes the picture to send to Al and to show him, look, he's in bed. He's just asleep. And his switch is right next to him. And 4 minutes later, she sends a second picture. Wow. She said then he is sleeping now. I don't know if I've registered before that there was a second picture. The first picture, I think we've only got that one picture. We've looked at it so many times with so many filters and everything. But she sends the one picture and then another picture to Al and says he's sleeping now. Now, what a dumbass, because, again, phone data. And yet she'll put Gannon in that suitcase later that day, after the Dunkin' Donuts, after the Petco. She'll go home, murder him, and put him in that suitcase with those blankets in. So that when the police started thinking, well, what the hell is going on here? And looked, and they found the picture from the evidence, from the phone, and the bedding missing. Doesn't it remind you of Chris Watts? When... Chris Watts. Oh, my word. Remember Chris Watts when he walks into the bedroom, he was like, oh, my word, all the bedding is missing, basically. Like, what? Where's the bedding? I don't know. What a dumbass, right? Okay, thank you, Missy, for... I like it. Yeah, if you could do this, you don't have to do the whole way, but if mods or whoever can just remind everyone. Thank you, Grizzly Cat, as well. 40 minutes. It helps me as well to focus on this. You guys let me know when they're coming back. Okay, so... Wow, the picture of Gannon in bed was so sinister. Do you guys remember it? Especially, why? Why do I say it? Let's see if I can just quickly find it. You know, sometimes we just digress just a little. I just want to see. I've got so many things. I think it's this one. Okay, let's have a look. I'm going to do it like this. We'll go to it quickly. There we go. This is the picture. I'm going to go forward. Let's take the banner off. Okay, this is the picture. Right? Okay. So she sends a picture, and then I've just, on the right-hand side is a filter that I've applied, like more contrast, more saturation, all of that, right? Now, everybody thinks he was no longer alive here, but we saw him walk out afterwards. That's why we say. And there's the switch next to him, his little table, and this bedding was in the suitcase that he was found in. My word. So, at 8:30 in the morning, January 27th, 2020, if you're not following, we are on the day of the murders. This picture was taken at 8:14 a.m. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. They get home 6 hours later again. So this picture was taken 6 to 7 hours before he was murdered. Why? I would speculate because she'd already hurt him so much that she knew she's not going to be able to hide this from Elle or anyone else. And she wanted to finish the job, if you know what I mean, based on all the abuse that she'd already inflicted. Welcome to all the members. Yes. Okay, you guys are on the same page there. Yeah, the table, Tiff Knox says the table that his dad built for him. Yep. Yeah, that reminded him of Mario, right? Oh, yeah. Sorry, thank you. Yes, Linda, thank you for reminding me. That's Ginger. Snap also says something's under those covers at the foot. It looks too awkward. And Linda says the suitcase is there. Thank you. That's actually where I was going with this. Is I wanted to show you guys. Look at the bottom of the picture. You could see it's like a rectangular shape. To me, it already looks like the suitcase is there under those blankets. That is very, very scary now in hindsight, because she probably expected him to die right there and then. Yes, when she took this picture, she probably thought, okay, yeah. But guess what? By 10 o'clock, it makes me so sad. The survivor that Gannon is, he was still alive. She took him into, he walked to that truck. She got in Elle's truck with him. They went to Dunkin' Donuts and Petco, and she left her phone at home, which tells me that she thought he's going to be not alive here. And then she thought, and I'm speculating, that he was going to die in the car and she's going to get rid of him then. Because she went to, now we're going to go back to the map. Hold on. This. She went from here. Now, wait. We got to follow the timeline. So she takes that picture. Harley's at work at 8:30. At 8:14, she takes that picture, right? She then, after sending that picture, okay, we're going to look at this whole route she did. After she sends this picture to Elle, 2 pictures, one, and 4 minutes later, another one. That's weird. She then introduces the story of bath salts. I did not know that's the point at which she introduced the story of the bath salts. That's freaking weird. Okay. Yes, that's it. Ginger Snap says he was probably drugged up or something here, so he was kind of out of it when she got him up to leave the house. Yes. A lot of people say, well, not a lot, some people say maybe she drugged him so that it could be less of an impact on him. So no way. This was a sinister abuser. There's no way she drugged him or gave him hydrocodone to make it easier for her to take him out. No way. I disagree with that completely. I think that she tortured him already from Saturday night and on Sunday night, and there were burns and everything. We don't know what else. There's stomping and burns and all this kind of stuff. The abuse went too far. She gave him hydrocodone, maybe, because that's what was found in his system, maybe for the burns and stuff. And then the next day I was like, oh, man. Okay. Now she introduces these bath salts, and Kevin Clark, the intelligence analyst, said it's like a zombie drug, which just reminded me of Lori Vallow. I'm like, no, not zombies again. Yes. Yeah, Ginger Snap said, and one arm over his chest or belly. Mm-hmm. And people have pointed out the color of his hand here. Oh, man. And with the suitcase there already. Well, that's what it looks like. Okay. Yes, I do think the hydrocodone made him walk sluggish, in my opinion. Yeah, she's a sadomasochist, says Couple. Yep, seems so. That would be an interesting question, you know? I mean, for Elle or whatever. I wonder. Or anyone that's really encountered her. We already know that Harley got backhanded if she asked questions or anything. So she introduced, after sending these pictures, the bath salt story. And then she starts literally victim blaming Gannon at that point already. She's like, yeah, he was talking about going to a friend's house and the friend has an older brother and the older brother can drive. And then they're talking about, yeah, you can come play, but only if you bring bath salts. What the hell, Letecia? Taylor says maybe poison him with bath salts. Maybe? Maybe? Don't know. Carrie's like, where can I go to see these pictures? Right here. You can literally screenshot it right now using your device, right? They're right here. But they are on Facebook groups as well and on Reddit. Okay, so she then said, this was interesting, that Dakota, when he was young, that's her brother, he testified as well, okay? That Dakota threw quarters into the air. Now, I don't get this. Can you guys please fill me in? Because I've never heard of anything like this. That Dakota threw quarters into the air, and it sounds to me like he choked on it because he was rushed to hospital. That's a weird story to introduce at that point. Taylor says ingesting Epsom salts cause diarrhea and could be fatal. Could be, right? Yes. That's true as well. If it was poison from Epsom salts, that would have probably shown up in the toxicology reports, but it was hydrocodone that showed up. But there was that other gout medication, which could be fatal, especially to little kids that was found in the house. We've gone over that before. Okay, so right now, I'm very focused on here. If we go to too many tangents, we will miss court. Okay, so let's carry on. So she talks about Dakota and quarters and throwing it in the air, and he was rushed to hospital. That's weird. Then she says, these are new things we learned today. She blocked the Wi-Fi to the Switch and Alexa, and I'm sure she also said Amazon there at some point. I heard Switch, Amazon, Alexa, but maybe I definitely heard Switch and Alexa. You blocked the Wi-Fi to the Switch and Alexa, and you also had Googled, can Nintendo find my Switch? Wow, Letecia, wow. Why are you switching? Why are you blocking Alexa? You don't want anyone to hear what's going on, huh? Okay. So, 9:27 a.m. Letecia then sends screenshots of this bath salts message string between her and Elle to Harley. Also weird. Harley's like, what in the hell? She's sending that to Harley to also build her narrative. At 9:54 a.m., January 27, 2020, hours before the murder, Letecia texts Elle and says, left phone at home, call G's on my watch, it might stay connected. At 10:12 a.m., Gannon and Letecia depart. Okay? So they do depart. He is still alive, but I think he's not in good condition at that point. They depart. Now, when they say they depart, right? They say Letecia literally left her phone at home. Don't you find that so freaking sinister? She never leaves her phone at home. You know? She left her phone at home. And off she went. She says they went to Dunkin' Donuts. Now, we've never seen that footage. Maybe one day with some kind of FOIA request or something, we can see it. I don't know. Ginger Snap says, do you think this abuse was going on for quite some time, or do you think it all happened just in a period? I think it was going on for quite some time, in my opinion. Yes. I think so. Oh, my word. Thank you, Brenda. Is it? Hey, we got a new milestone, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. The community's growing. Now, at 10:39 to 2:45 p.m., guess where Letecia's phone is? At home. That's a long time with no activity. Incoming messages and calls, but nothing outgoing. Not unlocked. The phone is at home from 10:39 to 2:45 p.m. That tells me she was planning something like discarding of Gannon already then. But he survived. Oh, man. I feel so sorry for him. Oh, my word. So she goes to Dunkin' Donuts. Okay. Massage Envy's over here, which is where Harley works. She goes to Dunkin' Donuts and then to the Petco. Sorry, let's take out Garden of the Gods so we're not confused. There we go. Okay. So she goes to Dunkin' Donuts. She says, they've got me on camera, right? She's asking that mental health, that forensic psychologist last week that we saw. She's like, they got me on camera, right? But she's fishing for information of what they've got. So apparently they've got her arm, sticking out, getting a coffee or something. And she said Gannon didn't want anything. because he wasn't feeling well. Well, even worse, that she's like, I'm going to get my Dunkin' coffee while Gannon's really not well in the back. Not Squirrel says, 30 minutes. Take care of yourself, G. Thank you so much. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very much. Culture scene. Exactly. Thank you so much. Yep. That's what we were talking about before. Thank you. Remind me again, Sifter. You say Lena had reported abuse. Remind me again where you heard that. I can't remember anything like that now. I just know that Elle said that Gannon and Lena had gone to therapy because Letecia was making up stuff about them acting out, especially Gannon, like going after her with a box cutter and stuff like that, which I don't believe that. Anyway, so they go to Dunkin' Donuts. Okay, they're leaving the house at 10:12 a.m., going to Dunkin', and then where do they go? All the way to this Petco up here, all the way here. And now, let me remind you that one of Letecia's stories is when they park at this Petco, a lady who looks really, really pregnant gets in the car. But then Letecia realizes she's actually just got a belly full of cash. And that this lady forces her to go into the Petco and act normal and walk around as if everything's fine and then come out. Then this lady with the cash belly wants her to go and deliver papers to Mexican restaurants to pick up packages. Yes, that's literally one of her crazy stories. If you haven't seen my summary of Letecia's musical sus bus, meaning Elle's truck, the Tiguan, the Kia Rio, the van, if you haven't seen those, check out that summary video. I think it's about 20 minutes long, and you'll get all the characters that Letecia made up and also all the cars she used. Thank you so much, Elle. I really appreciate it. And welcome to Membership Torna. Okay. So she goes to this Petco twice. I speculate she did leave Gannon's phone in that Petco the first time because she talks about to Elle, I left my phone at the Petco. Then she says, I left Gannon's phone at the Petco. Well, we know, so you can deduce she left her phone at home. So I would say she went to this Petco, left Gannon's phone there, and then, based on all the data they've showed us, and then she took a drive. I'm going to speculate. Okay, she drove up here to scope out the area already while Gannon's in the back of the car. That's a scary thought. So they say today we finally found out the confirmation that at Petco she bought 3 outfits for dogs for about $34 using an American Express card. Finally, because that was her story. We don't know if she actually bought 3 outfits for the dogs. She says she went there because she didn't know that dogs go on heat like dumbass again. No one with a PhD. She's like, I got a PhD. No, you don't. Like literally can't spell, literally can't freaking, you don't, she had no idea that dogs can, go on heat or anything. There's so many, I'm not going to go over her dumbass bullet points right now. This whole thing is a dumbass already. Just if you think of the Maptime and all the data that she's got here and all the smart little plans. Oh my word. Come on. Calculated as well. Fakepolygraphtest.com. Dumbass. Okay, moving on. So I think she drove around here because she talks about driving around there. Gannon wanted to go see castles, so they drove that way. She talks about driving around here when it's dark and mountainy and then realizes I just slipped up because she went there the next night to discard of his body there, exactly there. Okay, so she says they drove up there. They went to see, they were going to go buy Elle a bicycle from a Craigslist guy. The Craigslist guy magically transforms into Quincy Brown. Then it becomes someone following them in a red car. Then it's someone following them in a blue car later. And all the stories, there's a lot of stories start mounting here. Something big time's happening here. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Paige says snark recap, best recap. Equals best to recap. So thank you, Arizona Bay. You say you do some great work. Thank you so much. We'd like to piece this all together. Jane says, Elle is so not smart. So Letecia talks about driving here. And you know what? She goes there the next night with almost no need for practicing because she's scoped out the area, which shows she's not insane. She's in fact a premeditated, calculated freaking killer. And she knew exactly what she's doing, especially afterwards going to fakepolygraphtest.com to try to cover up her lies. Anyway, so Elle then texts Letecia at 11:28 a.m. and says he needs a few toiletries and, it's normal small talk stuff. She doesn't respond to that because her phone's at home. At 3:15, okay, no. Yep, sorry. Yes. Okay. So then the audio went out of the court feed, even though the judge is like, you'll still get audio. You might not get the No, we missed out on some of that audio. We know they got home at around 2:14 p.m. So after going to Petco for the second time, now hear me out. You go from here, Duncan, Petco. Then she leaves Gannon's phone here. That's what I speculate. Go back up here. Okay. You're driving around, scoping out the area, turning around, making up all kinds of crap stories about the Craigslist guy, Quincy Brown, Eduardo's later in the house, and all that crap. Okay. And so she drives back and she says she goes to the Petco the second time, which I'm sure surveillance will prove she did. However, why go there a second time? To pick up the phone that you probably stashed somewhere. To pick up Gannon's phone and then drive back home, arriving at around 2:14 p.m., January 27th, 2020. Now remember, Lena got home at 3:30 p.m., which means that Letecia, within an hour, had killed Gannon. Why? Because they told us today that at, I have it written here somewhere, 2:29-ish p.m., at 2:29 p.m. or so, this movement in the garage and all that, right? Lena's getting home at 3:30. So if they're in the house by 2:30, within 1 hour, Gannon was murdered. And we don't know what sequence of events, when did what happen over, I would say, that weekend. We know there was blunt force trauma, stabbing 18 times. That's a lot, okay? And shooting at him 3 times. And everybody's wondering about the gunshots. Why did no one hear the gunshots? One of my speculations would be maybe she shot at him or at the bag or something later. But probably not. Probably in the house. I don't know how no one heard it or whatever. That's a big question everyone keeps asking, right? Wish I had the answer. So at 2:45 p.m. though, you see that? They're getting home at like 2:29-ish, 2:14, but then there's some movement in the garage and all that. And 2:45, Letecia responds to Al's text that he sent at 2:25 p.m. At 3:35 p.m., Al texts Gannon, hey, buddy, which again is very sad, but you know what happens? That message is read at 7:40 p.m. after Gannon was murdered. So Gannon was dead at that point for like 4 hours, and Letecia takes his phone and reads messages. And even worse, uses Gannon's phone to phone his mother, the biological mother, the one that Letecia is so jealous of. She's torturing her by using Gannon's phone to call her after the mother knows, whoa, my son is missing. Letecia, I think, is taunting her by using Gannon's phone. That's the only person she's contacting from what we know. We always wondered who's she contacting with Gannon's phone. Landen. My word. So when Lena got home from school, and we saw surveillance where Letecia said, just you go outside. And what did she tell Lena? She said, Gannon is not feeling well. He's in my room. You can't see him right now. You go outside and I'll call you when you come back in. You go ride your bike. No snacks, no homework. Routine is all a mess. It's not a normal day by any means. It's a mess. She tells Lena, you go outside. Why? Because she's cleaning up. She's cleaning up. And even though we saw that surveillance, she later tells the mental health evaluators for her competency checks that Lena helped carry Gannon up the stairs after he'd been shot, and Lena helped clean up blood. I mean, come on. What? Yes, someone says, Paige says twisting the knife in. I'm assuming you mean, yeah, right, with Landen. That was sickening to hear that today. Okay, so let's just see the time. I'm talking your guys' head off. At 1:20. Okay, so we still got time. So Elle then talks about headphones from AT&T, and they're discussing headphones, which I find interesting because Letecia later brings in the headphone story to the police, to FBI Special Agent Grusing, and to detectives in general, when we've seen the video interviews of her with her noise-canceling headphones on because she was planning to do a workout that day. Yeah, little murder that day. Anyway, and the Eduardo story. Everywhere where something terrible happened, she's got stories. Eduardo, Quincy Brown, the pregnant lady, which is not pregnant, Angel, Angelica, Edgar, all of those stories. Where those stories are, sinister things are happening, in my opinion, based on what we know. At 4:15 p.m., this is now about 2 hours, about an hour and a half after Gannon was murdered. Harley's clocking out from work. Harley texts Letecia, I'm clocking out. I'm on my way home, whatever. Letecia texts back, yay. Can you believe that this monster was able to write yay? Yay. And she's planning sushi and she told her own daughter, well, guess he didn't want sushi, huh? But she also told us before that Gannon was not a fan of sushi. So to even plan a sushi dinner before Gannon was murdered is sick to me, because she's like, oh, well, he didn't even like sushi. That's what Harley said, right? He's not a fan of sushi. And Letecia's like, oh, well, guess he didn't want sushi then. What? Interesting. Mike says the Peloton was close to the candle spot. That's interesting too. Jay says, Colorado Springs resident here. Happy to answer any questions about the area. Welcome, Jay. Nice to have you in chat. I'm looking for Bradley Road soon. Is it close to here? I'm going to look now. Thank you so much. And welcome to the community who's watching. Thank you for all your emails. Okay. So, yay, she says. At 4:52 p.m., well, just before that, Letecia says to Harley, you take Lena, you go to the dollar store, and I want you to buy some stuff for me, okay? And Harley, being coercively controlled her whole life, something I understand a little thing or two about. You don't really ask questions when you're trying to survive that beast of a mother. You know what I mean? So you're like, oh, okay, you want me to do what now? I'll just do whatever you say. Cool, cool. And you don't ask questions. She goes there and she buys carpet powders, baking soda, trash bags, and candy for Lena. Kevin Clark, the intelligence analyst, confirmed Gannon was murdered before Lena got home from school, which means somewhere between 2:15 and 3:30 on January 27th, 2020. At 5:07 p.m., Harley tries to FaceTime Letecia, and we see that a lot of times. Harley is continually trying to FaceTime Letecia. Letecia is just not answering because she's busy covering her tracks. I'm just trying to see where this Bradley Drive is, because she didn't go very far. Here's Lorson Boulevard. We'll look at that in a moment. Ozzy says, was she going to leave him at home during the sushi dinner? Well, that means she knew he's not going to go along for the sushi dinner, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, so Harley and Lena go buy those things. They come back. And then Letecia also throws Harley under the bus some more in interviews, saying, Lena helped clean. Yeah, she helped clean everything. Like, what? My gosh. Okay, we're getting there. At 5:08 p.m., Letecia has a 10-second FaceTime with Harley. So by that I read, okay, so Harley's trying to FaceTime her mom. Her mom's not answering. So Leticia's like, oh, let me just try FaceTime her back. Quick 10 seconds. It buys herself time while she's doing who knows what. We don't really want to be a fly on that wall. Okay. Harley's trying to FaceTime at 5:19, at 5:20. She's FaceTiming multiple times. Harley and Lena are back in the white jet at 5:23 p.m. that afternoon. That's about 3 hours after Gannon was murdered. At 5:34, Elle says, have the kids FaceTime. But guess what? Letecia can't do that. She can't do that because Gannon is no longer alive. And she knows it, but no one else knows it. So at 6:27 p.m., an hour later, an hour after asking, have the kids FaceTime me, 1 hour later, after scrambling, Leticia's like, Gannon said he was going to a friend's house and I didn't know those people. So Elle asks, well, is it at the end of the road or where? And Elle even says, ground him until Thursday if he's just left on his own, if he's like naughty, if he's not coming back at the time that he normally does, if he's acting out or whatever, because he's just used to hearing Leticia's freaking narrative of Gannon acting out. Elle even had the kids in therapy because of Leticia's claims. But just remember, Letecia also claimed that Elle's colonel and captain sexually harassed her. So she claims a lot of things. Always the victim, but yet she's actually the abuser. Linda says, I do not understand what is with the candle. What? I know. We don't get it either. It's I don't know what the hell happened there. Right? The candle, if you guys are wondering, is this. This is the picture of the candles stuff. I just want to see. And this. So weird. Okay. So, court is resuming when? In 17 minutes or so. Okay. So, it's perfect timing. I'm good with timing. Time is my thing. So, our bullet points. That's what we're doing. Okay. So, Elle, that made me sad because Elle was just saying, okay, well, then ground him till Thursday or whatever, not knowing Letecia had murdered him. Shame. At 6:38 p.m., She tries to call Al. At 6:40, she says she texts Al, I'm taking your truck to look for him. Al says, well, my truck doesn't have a lot of gas in it. Well, yeah, clearly not. You know why? He already said the truck didn't have a lot of gas in it, which means when she took Al's truck, she would have had to fill up because he didn't know she's driving around everywhere with his truck. And that's another sinister thing. Leave her phone at home. Let's say leave Gannon's phone at Petco, speculatively, but then drive around in Al's truck thinking, I'll do one route, one little loop in Al's truck. The next day, I'm going to go in the Tiguan. No one will ever know. Just musical suspects. I'm going to rent a car. She thinks she's so smart. Oh my word, she's so dumb. Sure, she makes me so mad as well. Okay. So, at 6:44 p.m., January 27th, 2020, Letecia calls Al for 3 minutes. At 6:53 p.m., Al then texts Gannon, where are you? At 6:54 p.m., there's a second outgoing call. And at 6:55 p.m., there's a 911 call that Letecia makes to officially report Gannon missing. When she reports Gannon missing, what does she say? Oh, he left. He's a runaway. What does she later say? Oh, she was essayed and he's now abducted. Wow. That sure changed everything. And she says Eduardo was in the house when the police were there. Okay. Thank you so much, Grizzly Cat. You are calculating time zones. I like that. Back in court at 1:20. Thankful for the time zone calculations. Everyone's like, what time? Okay. Now we get to midnight, January 27th. Okay, now we're going clocking over to midnight. Where is Gannon's body at that moment? We don't know. But speculatively, in a bag in the storeroom on a wooden plank, for example. That's a scary thought. Now it clocks midnight, right? So Al and Letecia are messaging. Leticia's like, oh my word, I'm still on hold. Oh, sorry. I wrote 7 p.m. to midnight. She's still talking to the police. Letecia is asking while she's talking to the police, how tall is he? Again, add that to your dumbass list. She doesn't even know how tall he is? Really? I thought you, the primary caretaker, and you know everything about him. Yeah, okay. So Harley then goes into a park nearby in the Jetta, which I think it was somewhere, if I remember correctly, somewhere around here, something like that. She went to look in a park for him. So sorry, we're not yet at midnight. We're still on January 27th, 2020 in the evening, 7 p.m. Harley's then trying to FaceTime her mom. Chastity DeJean says candle first attempt to kill him, but he woke up. I think the candle was a torture incident. I really think it was torture time. That's what I think happened there, but I'm not sure. Okay, so Harley's looking in the park. There's a 14-minute call to Al. There's a 1-minute call to the sheriff's department. And there's calls and messages back and forth. And then very soon, Letecia switches to poor me mode. And she's like, I haven't even had dinner yet. Why would you talk to me? And all of that. Needy, right? Wow. Al also hung up on a FaceTime call. She was talking to Harley on FaceTime, and then he hung up. Letecia says, why'd you hang up on Harley? And he says, I'm freaking out. Okay. Stand by. She also typed freak out, but in a way that no one could even read her spelling. F-R-A-K and then O something. It's like freak out. Thank you, Wayne. Really appreciate it. Kathy says that's blood under wax. She said she cut it with a box cutter. It's the start of the... That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's blood or poop or what. I just don't know what it is, but it's very terrible. I think it's a big, big red flag, that. Thank you so much. Camille's Rando fan. What path did they take? Great recaps. Love Maptime. Oh, thank you so much. You mean to Florida? They went over that last week. Big, big time Maptime. Susanna says, Al just recently gave a sermon message at a church and there's video online. It was very encouraging. Oh, okay. Interesting. I will have a look. So, unless it's too churchy, then I probably won't play it on my channel. But I will have a look, okay? So we keep it neutral over here. We welcome everybody. Okay, so moving on. This is now 8:05 p.m., January 27, 2020. Al calls El Paso County Sheriff's Office because he now started calling him like, what is going on? Letecia then tells Al, hey, did I tell you? Gannon wrote, I'm sorry for everything in his notebook. Oh, now you're going with a suicide angle. because she did research something about suicide, what to do if someone's suicidal, whatever. The FBI Special Agent Grusing asked her about that. And I always wondered, what is she talking about? But when she's building this other narrative, I'm sorry for everything. Ooh, Letecia, really? So you're going with runaway, then abduction, maybe a suicide angle. Like, what is wrong with her? Everything is the answer. Al says, where are the what? I can't read my own writing here. Where are the? Answer me. Oh, where are the guns? Answer me. There we go. I'm like, sons, guns? Where are the guns? Answer me. And she then goes, oh, okay, this one's here and this one's there and whatever else, right? Why does he say that? Right after her implying, he says, I'm sorry for everything. See? Yossi? Wow. Okay, let's check the time. We're still a little bit, we okay? Still January 27th, 2020, 10 p.m. There's an outbound call. To who? To who? At 10:03 p.m., an outbound call to Landen for 4 minutes. Letecia says she didn't yell, she just cried. Oh, that's just Letecia. That's horrible. What a calculated freaking thing. Calling Landen using Gannon's phone. Oh my word, it makes me mad. Then there's a 33-second call to L, and then Gannon's phone again to Landen's phone at 10:46 p.m. Okay, so got this one page left here. 1.5. Let's go. Then she shows a pic of a cigar. Wow. Because then she says, yeah, you see, Harley found it. Gannon had Swisher Sweets in his backpack. Oh, you're really victim blaming. So number one, he ran away. He wants to have bath salts with his older friend. Okay. Then there's pics of cigars. He's a bad kid. That's what she's basically doing. Wow. Really bad. Okay. I hope you're enjoying the recap. If you are, hit the thumbs up. So then Letecia was on Facebook a lot during this time, and we know about that from that star witness, which was on day 4, I think, Nicole Mobley. Oh, my word. That was brilliant. Nicole approached her on Facebook and asked her questions. Then Letecia blocked her. Then she found another way to connect with her. Then they talked, and then Letecia built rapport and trust. Nicole built rapport and trust with Letecia and got a lot of information out of her along the way. She played her so much. It was so great seeing her testify. Okay. So then Letecia, January 28th, 2020. Letecia at 1:04 a.m. until 1:38 a.m. She's whining in Elle's ear saying, please, can you help me? Nobody wants to talk to me. I'm all alone and all that crap. Okay. She said that Gannon had his switch. He had a switch case and he had a hood on and people can see it on like photos and stuff and neighborhood cameras. Liar. Totally lying about that. Letecia says that Lena came back and then Gannon was leaving. Oh, now you're making up more lies. So Lena was coming back from school and at that point, Gannon was leaving. But Lena could so quickly rebut that by saying, no, you said he was in the room, not feeling well, and I'm not allowed to see him and I must play outside. Okay. Stars Alliance says, try to install a Johnny Depp button in my room. Didn't work. If you guys didn't know, Letecia said, when she's trying to act out so that she can be listed as crazy, she said she would summon a vampire. There's one called Justice and one called Jasper. She would, and that's inspired by Twilight. Okay, Jasper especially. She would summon vampires to her cell by pushing a little button. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Elle. Really, really appreciate it. Hope I'm not missing anyone's stickers or messages. Sorry about that. Just trying to get through this quickly. We've got like 8 minutes left, and then we're going to see what happens. Okay, what's happening next? Okay. And is Dr. Dorothy Lewis taking the stand today? Oh, my word. I'm going to be so nervous. What is she going to say? I think it's going to be controversial. Okay, so she's like, please help me, Elle. Like, nobody's here to talk to me. I'm all alone and all this crap. So Elle is like, hello, what about Gannon? He's the one that's all alone. That's who we're supposed to worry about. My word. All of these photos she's talking about from the garage to the neighborhood, they confirmed it's not Gannon. Letecia said that the pains are getting worse, that no one's reached out to me. And she then refers to herself, yes, as I. Why do they say that? If you wondered, it's because she's feigning, malingering to have dissociative identity disorder. She in jail read that DSM-5 real good. And she's like, that's what I'm going to go with. Yep. And her defense is running with it as well, it seems. And so why does the prosecution say, how does she refer to herself as I? Because someone with DID might refer to themselves as we. Okay. So that's why they just check that. They throw that in here and there. Now, at 2:46 a.m., Letecia messages a friend, Deetra Moss, to say that Gannon played and then, he never came back. So she's already trying to find alibis, people she can message that she probably hasn't messaged in a while, I would assume. And like, hey, guess what? Like, yeah, you can be my friend, right? Alibi, you can tell people. Yeah, right. Okay, from 2:46 to 3 a.m., she said, no one is ever supportive to step parents. I did my part. Oh, really? And that's based also on her Google searches. When she's like, step parents are just glorified nannies. And I'm just a glorified nanny. Find me real Marine men or whatever. I don't know. Like real military men. Find real military singles. We've gone over that before, her Google searches. It's in the probable cause affidavit many times. It's on the playlist, okay? But yeah, she was looking for military singles and real military singles and someone with kids that she can look after and then someone without kids, and just saying exactly what she said to Al there, like, no one's supportive to step parents. I did my part. No, you didn't. You literally murdered. You did exactly the opposite of your part, okay? So she said she's mentioning her chest pains and he's not even paying attention to it, and she feels very sorry for herself. Okay, that's what I wrote there. She feels sorry for herself. She's like, oh, my chest pains are getting worse. So it's all poor me, so that she can get Al's emotional attention. As if now she's got Al all to herself. You see what I'm saying? Okay. She said, when he said, well, if Gannon basically left on foot, he's long gone by now. What I find interesting is twice in those text messages, Letecia's like, what do you mean long gone? What do you mean long gone by now? What do you mean? Why do you say long gone? Like with a friend, right? Like at a friend's house or with friend. That's what she said. She was so worried about him saying, well, he's long gone by now. She's like, no. Why do you say that? And then she said she keeps wondering if Gannon has food. Oh, yeah, right. We've never seen her worry about any of the kids having food. She's not a mother's ass. Nancy Jennings. Can't wait for final arguments, buying your coffee ahead of time. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to everyone who's bought me coffees. Oh, my word. Thank you, Nancy. I really appreciate it. I won't need that coffee. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, wait. Ooh, we got 5. Let's go. At 3:05 a.m. This is January 28th, 2020. Letecia says, what do you mean long gone? Again, she said, now I'm freaking out. Of course you're freaking out because you're thinking, what if Al thinks, what do you mean long gone, right? At 4:59 a.m., okay, before Letecia is going to take the Tiguan with Gannon's body in that Tiguan, okay, she texts Al, I'm sorry you feel the need to ignore me, especially with the helicopter tragedy that happened this week. And she's talking about Kobe Bryant and all the other passengers that were killed on a helicopter crash, deflecting. She says, I'm sorry you feel the need to ignore. I have to do it in that voice. Sorry, but I have to. I'm sorry you feel the need to ignore me. Okay. Especially with that helicopter tragedy. What the hell, Letecia? Damn. And then someone texts her in the neighborhood, any new info? And I'm telling you, that's Nicole Mobley. Okay. So Letecia says she had to go to that Gannon had to go to the doctor for his stomach. Lies. He never went to the doctor. No. And at 5:41 a.m. to 5:57, Gannon's phone was messaging Landen. She sent a picture of Gannon's room and then said, well, he left every toy. Wow. At 6:31 a.m., she said to Harley, you don't answer the door for anyone. And here we go. Finally, at 6:31 a.m., the Tiguan goes to Bradley Road and back. Okay. Now let's quickly, and then we're going to put the court on. Wait, go. Bradley Road. This one? I don't know where's Bradley Road, man. It's not that far. Where? Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is what she does. Letecia, and someone in chat says something brilliant. From 6627 Mandan Drive, she goes up to Bradley Road and comes back. Why does she do that, you guys? Why? Someone in chat, let me give them credit. Hold on 1 second. Said, wait for it. Nerd Love said, I think she went around the block so she can back the car and backwards to load Gannon into the trunk. That! How else would she explain it on the neighborhood cameras? She took a little drive, turned around so she could just back in there. As if, whoa, I just quickly went on a drive. Oh my word, I forgot my phone. And then from this moment on, we're going to see more now. But also, if you see my summary video of the Tiguan, because now she's going to be in the Tiguan, okay, going back to the house, backing it in, putting the suitcase in, Gannon's remains, leaving, going to the airport, and all of that. watch my summary video and it's going to take you through from this moment on. But let's also watch what the court says. So that was a fast lunch break. Damn. Okay, quickly join the webinar. Here we go. We're joining in. Open the WebEx. Does it make sense? Okay. Good. We're back like this. So court will resume any minute now. Phew, I got it all in, right? Look at that. Look at the time. 1 minute to go. I told you guys, I'm good with time. Planning the time and bullet points. Okay, so that's where we're at now. So they're going to kick off from there. What you're going to hear is her take the Tiguan to the airport, then rent a Kia Rio, bring Al back in the Rio. Later that night, take that Rio back to the airport, not hand in the keys yet. Take the Tiguan to South Perry Park Road on the map that we just saw. Drop off Gannon's remains in a suitcase and a wooden plank. Drive that Tiguan to Massage Envy, and from there we go. Okay, does it make sense? Okay, welcome back, everyone. If you missed the recap, you might want to watch that later. It will be part of the timestamps. I think Mr. Grizzly is also live today. Let me quickly check. Mr. Grizzly is my husband. His name is Raphael, but we all call him Mr. Grizzly over here. He said he's going live today too, so I just want to check. Not yet, not yet. I don't know what happened here. Interesting. Never mind. Not sure when that is, but we're waiting for this. Okay, thanks for the recap. You like the recap. Cool. Yes, Janet says, sounds like clown cars at a circus. Janet, you're the one that called it a musical susbus. Yeah. And when I saw you say, I'm like, that is what it is. It's a musical susbus. Duck says, did she put Gannon on Bradley Road and then call the police? I don't think so. I don't know, though. I don't know. We can speculate that. But I think he was in a bag in the storeroom. Tiguan. And then Kevin Clark also said Tiguan. So they said 120, right? So that should be any minute now. Let me just see what's happening here. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Confirmation then. Bill Gates has pucked. Windows 11 is cuck. I'm telling you now, guys. Don't upgrade. Do not upgrade. Wow. Let me ask him here. I'm ready, guys. Where's the court? Hello. We can't just clap our hands and have them ready. Hello. We're ready. We're on time, everyone. Welcome back if you're only joining now, or if you're joining for the first time, welcome to Grizzly True Crime. My name's Grizzly K. I'm South African, living in the Netherlands. I'm 39 years old. Mr. Grizzly's my husband. He's Swiss. And we've got one cat, Fury, which you sometimes see make an appearance, especially with these late streams. He gets the zoomies later, and then you'll see him. Tracy, thank you so much. You say, awesome recap as always, G. Thank you so much. I hope it made sense. To me, it makes total sense, but I hope I relay it correctly. Okay. Let's see. Does anyone have questions for Jay? Jay said earlier, Colorado Springs resident here, happy to answer any questions about the area. Guffey's like, Bill Gates, what? He made Windows 11. We do not want, you don't want it. Say no. Okay. And Paula said, I live near Lorson Ranch on Bradley Road and I hope I'm saying that right. Mark Chevel Boulevard. Bradley Road is about a mile north of Lorson Ranch. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I got it right on the map there. Yeah, she took that little loop and then came back. Why? So she can back her freaking Tiguan into that garage and not look sus, as if. And then put Gannon's remains which was already in a bag probably then, in the back of her Tiguan, probably on a wooden board, and leave that Tiguan at the airport from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. with his remains in the short-term parking area. Oh, yes. Thank you, says Lorraine. You do great streams and recaps, Gisela. Love to see Fury too. Fury will make an appearance maybe later. Yes. And he definitely makes appearances on those members-only streams. That's really... That's when he's really awake. He's like, yes. Are you sure they said 120? You all told me 120. If there was 10 more minutes left, you're all in trouble. Well, then we could always just look at the map again. Yeah, we need the murder judge to say, bring in the jury. Here we go. Here we go. What we got going on? What's Letecia doing? Who's that? Oh, my word. I'm just going to zoom in here real quick. No, 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 no. Go to Letecia. Yes, sorry. Go there. Hurry up. Oh, my goodness. What's going on here? Wow, we can see a really clear picture over here. Who's that guy? I think the house was actually sold, not torn down, from what I read. Okay, they better have sound on. We can't hear anything. Oh, no. Oh. It's like such a different view right now that they have in the court. It's so weird. Anyway, they've changed it a little bit. The cameras have changed slightly. Very interesting. I mean, they've zoomed in so much on the courtroom. Can you guys see it? We can't even see Mr. Tellini properly. Look. Oh, okay. Maybe they can hear me. Yeah, just make the view the same as before. Can you guys hear the sound?
Please.
Can you hear the sound now? Can you hear the sound now?
No.
It should all be, as they've been changing the camera angle and the sound. What the heck is going on here? Yeah, we could see Letecia. The sound should be on. Can you hear whispering? It is sharper. Yeah, the sound audio engineer. Oh, my word.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Can you hear the
Court
judge?
will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Mr. Clark. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we had left on People's Exhibit 697, page 1 of 4, and we just need the TV turned back on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Mr. Clark, we had, the note that I had was that we stopped just before getting into the 6:34 a.m. Entry on the timeline. Can you tell us what that entry is?
So
Carry on.
that is an outgoing message from Mr. Stauch to the defendant saying just landed in Denver. And the defendant didn't respond.
The next entry is at 6:35 a.m. What is that?
The message from Gannon's phone sent to Landen, Gannon's mom, saying, "I'm heading out with the neighbor searchers." And then Landen responded with, "Find my baby, please."
Was there any evidence that the defendant went out searching at that particular time in the morning?
No, in fact, as you'll see in a few minutes, the Tiguan backs into the garage and the garage door closes.
Okay. The next entry is at 6:36 a.m. What is that entry?
This is where the Tiguan backs into the garage and stays there until it leaves to go to the airport again to pick up Al.
At this particular entry, is this video that we watched earlier this morning, People's Exhibit 219 from across the street of 6627?
That's the one, yes.
Okay. Want to orient us on this next little bit of the timeline. There's another page from the cast report. Looks to be that it's bracketing a particular period of time. Why is that?
This is just a show from 6:38 until 6:59 that the phones didn't leave the area of the Mandan residence.
And when you say the phones, what do you mean by the phones?
The defendant's phone and I believe it's Gannon's phone.
Okay. Okay. The 6:38 a.m. to 6:55 a.m. Is there a text string?
There is. It's between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, and it begins with, "Good, but why were you ignoring? I was worried you didn't make flight." Mr. Stauch responds with, "Not ignoring. I lay down. I airport. Haven't really slept. Flight leaves here at 7:30. The defendant responds with, "I understand you are upset, but you are my teammate, and parents stick together and not take it out on each other. He's coming home today." Mr. Stauch replies with, "How's Lena?" And the defendant says, "She is tired, and Landon said they are coming, and if they could stay. I said they had to ask you, that I wasn't making decisions like that." And Mr. Stauch says, "Yes, in times like this, we put our differences aside." And he forwards on a text message that he received saying, "Hello, Al. My name is Janie Cadenas. I have been in contact with
Let me stop you for
sorry.
just really quickly, just so the court reporter is aware of the spelling on the name. Spell the name that you just said.
Of course. JANEYCADENAS.
Okay. So pick up where you left off there, please.
It says, "I have been in contact with your wife throughout the night. I am a neighbor here in Lorson Ranch. Canberra gave me your info. I wanted to let you know I sent T a Facebook message that the news sent me with their contact info. They said if you can call their newsroom, KKTV, they can get a statement released ASAP. We need someone from the family to call our newsroom. If you know them or know someone who does, please pass along our information." It's a 719 number with the last four X'd out. "Praying for you all. We are currently getting a meal train set up for you all, so you have one less thing to worry about. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything."
Let me ask you about that particular text message. Does this indicate again the neighborhood mobilizing, trying to search for and help and support the family while Gannon was missing?
They really came together at this time. Yes, that's indicative of that.
There was in that prior text message where the defendant texted to Mr. Al Stauch, "I understand you're upset, but you are my teammate and parents stick together and not take it on each other. He is coming home today." The he reference there, does context tell you who that he was?
The he in reference is Gannon.
Don't want to be ridiculously obvious, but did Gannon come home that day?
No.
Picking up after that long text message that Al got that he passed on to the defendant about the meal trains and all that, did the defendant respond to that?
She did. She replied, "Okay, I don't agree, but it's your choice." Mr. Stauch replied with, "Just got that," referencing that message from Ms. Cadenas. And then the defendant responds with, "Yes, that's Jane. She is out here searching. She's out her searching with us." Mr. Stauch replies with, "Call the news, please." The defendant says, "It's on 5 stations. Please don't change your plan because I want you guys to be able to be together, but I'm probably going to stay somewhere else, Z."
So let me break in there for just a moment. What is this in reference to when talking about staying somewhere else and doesn't want to break up the plans?
Landon is coming out to help look for Gannon.
And is this in reference to Landen potentially staying at the 6627 Mandan Drive house, the Stauch residence?
That was the plan, yes.
And the defendant is indicating that she's going to stay somewhere else while Landen is in town.
That's what that means, yes.
Okay. So jumping in after that, did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
He did. He said, then do that. And the defendant says, okay, I don't want anyone here cursing and flipping out. Thank you, Z. Well, I'm heading out to the searches. Mr. Stauch says, okay. The defendant says, can you call me? And Mr. Stauch says, in a minute. And then the defendant says, well, somebody saw him, but I guess you are too busy talking to someone else instead.
There's a couple of references here coming from the defendant's phone about heading out to the searches and that kind of thing, similar to the question I asked a moment ago when this was brought up before. Did the defendant ever leave during this period to go help with any searches?
She did not.
Jumping to the next period of the timeline, there's an entry for 6:57 a.m., 6:58 a.m., and 6:59 a.m. Just give a summary of what we're looking at for those three entries.
It's just back and forth calls. With that last message, the defendant sent saying, someone saw him, but I guess you're too busy. She got the result she wanted because Al called and they spoke for 52 seconds.
And the fact that those three phone calls happen, is that reflected in the table of the cast report just above that?
It is.
And does that indicate general vicinity of the phone while it's being used?
It does.
And where was that?
Still in the area of the Mandan residence.
Okay. Moving on to People's Exhibit 697, page 204. So give us a reference as to the sources of information for this portion of the timeline.
But still the same sources. We have the download from Mr. Stauch's phone, the download from the defendant's phone, the download from Harley's phone, and the FBI cast report. The download from Gannon's phone, and the blue line that extends across this time period, indicating Gannon is still missing.
Okay. And then the date and time frame for this particular portion of the timeline?
We're still on Tuesday, January 28th of 2020. And this section, page 2, looks from 6:59 a.m. to 1 p.m.
All right. So starting with that first timed entry, 6:59 a.m. to 7:15 a.m. What is that?
So you recall the last page ended with a phone call between the two, between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. And then this message immediately following saying, OMG, what happened to Albert? From the defendant. Mr. Stauch replies with, I'm trying not to lose it in the airport. The defendant says, please don't push me about the location. I don't understand things if you don't communicate. Mr. Stauch replies with, text it. The defendant replies with, last night around 6:30 p.m., we saw him running in the rain off Academy and Fountain Road area. The boy was running westbound on Fountain Road. Good luck on your search and sending prayers to you and your family. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I was telling you to see what you want me to do. We have over 100 people searching.
Was that basically a text message that that the defendant receives from somebody else and then forwarded this to Al?
That's what it is, yes.
Okay. How does that conversation continue?
Mr. Stauch says, do what you think is best. Defendant says, and willing. And then Mr. Stauch says, if he was in that side of town, he was taken and was trying to run. I think he meant then he was taken and was trying to run. The defendant replies with, wait, where is that? The bad Burger King? Okay, a team is going that way. Lena can't go to school. She is falling out crying. What's our plan when you get here? Mr. Stauch replies with, let me get there and we will make a plan. The defendant says, okay. Landen said she is going to whatever neighborhood that he was seen last night and knocking. How did Jane contact you? Everyone said she is trying to get me, but I haven't gotten anything. Mr. Stauch says, text, that one I sent. The defendant says, okay, neighbors were asking me. And Mr. Stauch says, that's all I got.
And then there's a cast report page just above a big chunk of time from 6:59 a.m. to 7:56 a.m. What is that in reference to?
That's in reference to the defendant's phone and Gannon's phone, and they haven't left the Lorson Ranch area.
So the area where the 6627 Mandan Drive residence is?
They're still at or near their home at this time, yes.
Okay. The next entry is at 7:02 a.m. What is that?
During this text string between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, Gannon's phone makes an outgoing call for 6 minutes and 49 seconds to Landen.
Again, this is during the time that Gannon is missing. Based on who was at the home, who was using the phone at this time?
It was the defendant.
7:17 a.m. What's that entry?
The defendant's phone makes a search for Priceline.com, find cheap car rentals.
Is it on this day, January 28th, later on, where the defendant actually rented that white Kia Rio?
She did, yes.
At 7:25 a.m., what's the next entry?
Harley messages the defendant with a KKTV contact request. Reached out over social media, and Harley screenshotted that and sent it to the defendant. And then the defendant calls KKTV at 7:27 a.m. for about a minute and a half.
The next entry is at 7:27 a.m. to 7:41 a.m. What is that?
The defendant tells Mr. Stauch over text, talk to the news, or talk to news. Mr. Stauch replies, okay. Defendant says, yeah, I tagged a few of them in an Insta post. She's referencing Instagram, which is another social media platform. Principal just called TPO. I think that's supposed to mean two. Principal just called two. Do you have the case number? I can't find the card and the news needs it. And then Mr. Stauch replies with Deputy Sean Donahue, El Paso County Sheriff's Office, with a phone number and the case number. The defendant says, are you going to be driving a loft, but then changes it to a lot? Mr. Stauch says, I assume so. Why? Defendant says, okay, I was going to get a small economy car for miles and for gas. You think that's okay? Mr. Stauch says, sure. Defendant says, have you left Denver? Mr. Stauch says, on the plane, airplane mode, only like a 30-minute flight.
The next entry is from 7:36 a.m. to 7:37 a.m. What is that?
During this text back and forth between the defendant and Mr. Stauch, Harley's trying to FaceTime the defendant twice with no connection.
The next entry is at 7:56 a.m. to 8:13 a.m. What is that?
It's another local person with a 719 area code. That's a text message to the defendant saying, hey T, any updates? How can we help right now? What are police saying? It's Christine Garcia, Jocelyn's mom. And the defendant replies with, my coworker has a video of a boy running. Did he have jeans, white shoes, and a blue jacket? And then sends it's like a little video clip of a ring floodlight.
And was this another one of the tips that came in of potential sighting of Gannon that was chased down and determined to not be Gannon?
Yes.
The next entry is at 8:13 a.m. and then there's a line above the timeline to a page of the catch report, page 30. What is that in reference to the catch report for this period of time?
So it's the movement of the vehicle and the phone of the defendant. So we have the Life 360, we have the telematics off of the Tiguan, and we have the towers and sectors that serviced the phone's calls, text messages, data sessions. As the Tiguan left the residence at 8:13 a.m. and went to the Colorado Springs airport.
The next entry is at 8:23 a.m. What is that entry?
Landen messaged Gannon's phone saying, can you send me the pics of him at the store or anything you have?
Was that text message responded to?
No.
The next entry is at 8:26 a.m. What is that?
The defendant Googled employee parking at COS, which is the airport code for Colorado Springs Airport.
The next entry is at 8:29 a.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch messages the defendant saying, just landed, you picking me up? And the defendant responds with yes.
And then there's a entry at 8:30 a.m. With a diagonal line back to that cast report. Why is that connected to the cast report at that particular time?
So we have the telematics, the Life 360 corroborating it's two different data sources, one's from a phone, one's from the car, that the Tiguan and the defendant's phone arrived at the Colorado Springs airport at the same time. And then we have a receipt that was recovered in the Tiguan, exhibit number 325, that shows the ticket was pulled at 8:30 a.m. That morning.
Corresponding with that same time frame, 8:30 a.m., there's a bracket going above that says defendant at the Colorado Springs airport. Why is it bracketed in that particular fashion?
All of these events that occurred during that time, this is when the defendant is at the Colorado Springs airport, renting the Kia Rio and picking up Mr. Stauch.
Okay. The entry at 8:32 a.m., what is that?
That's a FaceTime for 16 seconds between Harley and the defendant.
8:33 a.m. What is that?
Another FaceTime for 15 seconds between between Harley and the defendant.
What is that? 8:37 a.m.
A message from the defendant saying almost or okay, almost inside to Mr. Stauch.
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry at 8:42 a.m. Describe that.
Harley attempted to FaceTime the defendant, but it did not connect.
And then there's a second entry at 8:42 a.m.
The defendant, within that same minute, FaceTimes Harley and it connected for 47 seconds.
Then there's a time entry for 8:44 p.m. to 8:48 a.m. Is that a typo?
Yep, my mistake. That should say AM.
So from 8:44 a.m. to 8:48 a.m. Describe that entry.
It's text messages with picture messages between the defendant and Harley. The defendant asks what shoes are at the front door. Harley responds with a picture of shoes by the front door. The defendant says, "Are you working?" Harley says, "No." The defendant says, "Pull your car in the garage." Harley says, "I don't have work until TMMR, which is short for tomorrow. Okay, right now?" And the defendant says, "Yes."
So I want to ask about the picture and the shoes. Did you learn that in the course of this investigation, the defendant's shoes were located in the laundry room that had Gannon's blood on them?
Yes, they were.
And then there's a request here from the defendant to Harley to pull her car into the garage. Was there blood found on the boards that the cars would park over?
Yes, there were.
Okay. 8:50 a.m. What is that entry?
The defendant picks up Al at the airport in Colorado Springs Airport in the rented Kia Rio.
And then as it relates to the VW Tiguan assigned to the defendant, does it stay at the airport now until later the evening, this evening?
It does. It stays in the short-term parking lot until 7:02 p.m. on this Tuesday.
Is there any indication as to Gannon's location during this time frame?
Gannon's in the back of the Tiguan.
8:54 a.m. What is that entry?
Harley responded to the defendant saying cars pulled in.
Did the defendant respond to that text message?
No.
There's another reference to a cast report, page 31, that's bracketing a particular period of time from 9 a.m. to 9:22 a.m. What is the significance of that page of the cast report as it relates to the timeline?
The defendant and Mr. Stauch are returning back to the Mandan residence from the airport. During this time, they leave at 9, and they get to the residence at 8:15 a.m., and then they stay in the area until 9:22 a.m.
Between 9:09 a.m. and 9:14 a.m., did the defendant make a series of phone calls to two different people?
Yes, one's an unknown, but it has the same South Carolina 843 area code. He spoke for 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and then 2 calls to the defendant's mom at 9:13, 9:14.
Just so that the record is clear, the defendant's mom's name is what?
Deborah Locklear.
At 9:15 a.m., is that what you just referred to, that defendant and Mr. Stauch returned to the 6627 Mandan Drive, driving that white Kia Rio?
That's correct.
Tell the jury about 9:19 a.m. and 9:22 a.m.
9:19 a.m., KKTV News calls the defendant, but the call is sent to voicemail. And then at 9:22 a.m., the El Paso County Sheriff's Office calls the defendant and connects for 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
The next entry is at 10:10 a.m. What is that?
This is a group message outbound that Harley sent to a whole lot of her friends and associates saying, "Hey guys, my little brother is missing. So if you could keep an eye out. We haven't seen him since 4 p.m. yesterday. He could be anywhere now because we know he's been traveling in a vehicle. He's only 11. I'll keep you guys updated. So if you guys could just keep an eye out, thank you."
The next entry is at 11 a.m. and there's a bracketed portion above that goes to cast report page 32 and goes to 11:30 a.m. What's the significance of the cast report as it relates to this portion of the timeline?
It's more movement of the Life 360 off of the defendant's phone, the house, and just the phone's moving around Lorson Ranch now.
Okay. And then the entry for 11 a.m., what is that?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office does a social media release with the first bulletin of Gannon missing.
Is that essentially the same bulletin that the authorities in the Pensacola area used to give a tentative identification of Gannon when they discovered his remains?
This is the one, yes.
11:03 a.m. What is that entry?
It's a message from an unknown, well, we know who, but from an area code 210 saying we have hit up all the fountain businesses and Walmarts. Message to the defendant. The defendant replies back with thank you with a smiley face.
And just so the record is clear, you said that we know who it is. Who is that person?
I can't recall. They weren't a significant
Okay.
player in this.
Okay. 11:09 a.m. to 11:20 a.m. appears to be another text string. Tell the jury about that text string.
It's messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. It starts at 11:09. The defendant says, "You inside?" Mr. Stauch says, "Yes." The defendant says, "Any luck? What are they doing, babe?" Mr. Stauch says, "Talking." The defendant says, "What are they saying?" Mr. Stauch says, "They misread the footage. He doesn't think he was here." And the defendant says, "What? Are you kidding me? OMG."
What is that a reference to?
More of the neighborhood social media where they're capturing young males that possibly could be Gannon in the neighborhood, trying to find a last known visual of Gannon.
So does this indicate that Mr. Stauch is out trying to do that and the defendant is texting him while he's doing that?
It indicates that. And again, it's not Gannon. The
Okay.
person they thought could be Gannon. It's not Gannon.
The next text string is at 11:43 a.m. What is that?
This is between the defendant and Harley. The defendant says, "Albert said to tell Lena to work on her clothes room." Harley says, "Okay." And the defendant says, "Before everyone gets there."
Did Mr. Stauch ever relay that type of information to anybody that he was concerned about Lena working on cleaning up her clothes in her room?
No.
The next entry is at 12 p.m. and it points up to page 33 of the cast report. What's the significance of that page of the cast report for this particular portion of the timeline?
The defendant's phone left the resident and traveled northwest out of Lorson Ranch.
The next entry is at 12:30 p.m. What is that?
The sheriff's office is doing their second neighborhood canvass.
And we had testimony from Deputy Hess. Is this when Deputy Hess is going through the neighborhood?
It is looking for any type of witnesses or video cameras, things like that.
The next entry is at 12:49 p.m. What is that entry?
From the 210 area code, message to the defendant saying, "There is a family with hunting and tracking canines that would like to assist. Would you like me to put them in contact with you?" And the defendant replies with, "Could you give me their number? I will talk to my husband and add it to our list. We are so overwhelmed and no one has slept."
So is this basically an offer coming in from somebody in the community to offer help with searching canines?
It is, yes.
Did the defendant ever circle back with that person to enlist their help?
No, she did not.
The next entry is at 12:57 p.m. What is that?
The defendant Googled, "Can Nintendo find my Switch?" on her phone.
Is that the last entry for page 2 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
Yes.
Moving on to page 3 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697. What are the sources of information for page 3 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
We have Al's, Mr. Stauch's cell phone download, the defendant's cell phone download, Harley's cell phone download, the FBI cast report, and Gannon's phone is not on this timeline anymore.
And then does the blue line indicating Gannon is missing extend for the duration of this particular portion of the timeline?
It does. Gannon is still missing.
What is the time brackets for this particular on page 3 of 4 of People's Exhibit 697?
We're still on Tuesday, January 28th, and we're looking from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. now.
At 1:03 p.m., there's an entry that points up to cast page 33, cast report page 33, and that brackets all the way to 2:23 p.m. What is the significance of that portion of the bracketing?
It's just showing that the phone left the residence, kind of traveled around in security wildflood area, and then came back just south west of the residence.
And when you say the phone, which phone are you talking
Oh,
about?
I'm sorry, the defendant's phone.
Does this also include the Life 360 that is assigned to the defendant?
It does, and during this time, they did their initial meet at the Starbucks. They call it a field interview, and the data supports the device being at the Starbucks during that interview.
And did we hear the audio for that interview with former Detective Jessica Bethel?
We did.
So looking at the entry for 1:03 p.m., what is indicated there?
The defendant has a 1 minute and 14-second FaceTime call with Harley.
And then at 1:28 p.m.?
Detective did the field interview, the initial meet with the defendant and Mr. Stauch at the Starbucks located at 6845 Fountain Mesa Parkway. And that was just an audio recording for exhibit number 335.
The next entry is at 1:40 p.m. What is that?
Deborah Locklear, the defendant's mom, sent an email from her work. I blocked out the company for privacy. It was an email that you can text a phone, and the message read, "Do you think he ran away?" This message was read at 2:56 p.m. and responded, "No," by the defendant.
And as it relates to, you just mentioned that you blocked out the totality of the email address except for the @ and then the .com. And then you've had X's for some of the phone numbers. In some of the prior testimony during this case, have some phone numbers been talked about in testimony?
Yes, they have.
And have those phone numbers then started receiving a lot of calls from random people all over the place?
They have, to where I know for one, they had to change their number shortly after getting off the stand.
And is that why these are blocked out for privacy purposes?
Yes.
Okay. 2:16 p.m., what is that entry?
It's an outgoing multimedia message, so a text message that contains a picture in it of a young man wearing a blue coat. It's picture number 6133 taken from the defendant's phone, and this was forwarded to Sergeant Hess with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Is this another tip that was run down and determined to not be Gannon?
Correct. We positively identified who this young male was, and it was not Gannon.
Okay. The next entry is at 2:23 p.m. What is that?
It's a message from Harley to the defendant saying WYD, which is short for "What are you doing?" And then attached a picture of one of their dogs and sent it to the defendant.
Did the defendant respond to that?
No.
The next entry above the timeline is from 3:06 p.m. to 4:51 p.m. and it points to cast report page 34. What's the significance of that page of the report for this period of time on the timeline?
The defendant is not at home. She's driving. She goes by the airport and continues north on Powers.
And when you say that the defendant is not at home, is that because her phone and the Live 360 is showing her being away from home?
That's correct. We have the Life 360 and the towers and sectors corroborating when and where the device is at.
Okay. The next entry on the timeline at 4:03 p.m. is what?
Mr. Stauch requesting the address to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office from the defendant. He says, "Send address," and she replies with 27 East Vermejo Avenue, Cross 4 Courthouse, OTS, which is short for the Office of the Sheriff.
And is that the actual address for the sheriff's office?
It is.
The next entry is at 4:04 p.m. and stretches through 4:17 p.m. What is that?
It's a series of messages. 404 to 417 is between the defendant and Detective Jess Bethel, like I guess former Detective Jess Bethel. The defendant starts with, "We have a question." Detective Bethel says, "Okay." Defendant says, "Want us to look rag or Band-Aids from our burns from the candle. It may also have DNA to go with the toothbrush. It may be in the trash downstairs." And she corrects herself and says, "Look for." And says, "Did not want to gross you out." And Detective Bethel says, "A brush or toothbrush should be sufficient for right now, but if it's readily available, bring it. No need if you have to search for it right now." And the defendant replies with, "Okay, no problem. What time do you leave?"
The next entry is at 4:25 p.m. Describe that.
There's an outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch for 1 minute and 41 seconds.
The next is from 4:26 p.m. to 4:38 p.m. What is that?
This is between messages between Harley and the defendant. It starts with Harley saying, "Where did you go?" The defendant says, "I will text you in 10 minutes or so." Harley says, "Huh? Where's Lena?" NVM, which stands for never mind, "She's here." The defendant says, "She was on her bed. Don't open for anyone." Harley says, "Okay, where are you going?" And the defendant says, "I said I would text you in 10 minutes. Harley sends a question mark. The defendant says, something isn't right. I think they are hiding something. Harley says, who? The police? And the defendant says, they asked for toothbrushes. Yes. And Harley says, HMM. What do you think they're hiding? Question mark.
As it relates to the reference to the defendant that somebody's hiding something, who during this period of time was actually hiding something?
The defendant was hiding Gannon.
4:40 p.m. What's that next entry?
4:40 p.m. Al goes to the office of the sheriff and does his first interview. And that's where he brought Gannon's toothbrush and Gannon's comb.
The next entry is at 4:41 p.m. What is that?
So at this time, with the cast report above, we know that the defendant's not home. Harley doesn't know where the defendant is. Mr. Stauch tries to call the defendant at 4:41 p.m. and it has a 0 duration and a code. AT&T has a code CFNR, which means call forwarding not reachable, which is different than when you call a phone and it rings 6 times and then goes to voicemail. This means the phone wasn't on the network at that time at 4:41 when Mr. Stauch tried calling the defendant.
The next entry is at 4:41 p.m. What is that?
That's the Colorado Springs Airport parking slip recovered in the Rio, showing just a real quick trip through the airport parking lot.
Did the defendant return the Kia Rio at that particular time?
Not at that time. The Tiguan is still in the parking lot, and the defendant continues to drive out of the airport and northbound on Powers.
Is this basically just a quick status check through the parking lot of the airport?
Yes.
The next entry is at 4:42 p.m. What is that?
Mr. Stauch has a 24-second FaceTime with Harley.
4:42 p.m. to 4:51 p.m. Describe that.
After this FaceTime, Harley messages the defendant saying, Albert said you need to go where he is at. It's been 10 minutes. The defendant says, huh? And Harley says, IDK for I don't know. He FT for FaceTime. So I don't know. He FaceTimed me and said you need to go there, question mark.
Is that a reference to Mr. Stauch trying to get the defendant to go to the sheriff's office where he was still in the midst of an interview?
Correct.
The next entry is at 4:51 p.m. What is that entry?
So the defendant makes an outbound call to Mr. Stauch that lasted 52 seconds following this exchange with Harley.
Describe it 5 o'clock p.m.
Harley messages the defendant with a question mark, and then the defendant replies back with, okay, I called them.
What is that in reference to?
Harley's trying to figure out what's going on, where everyone's at, and the defendant's saying, okay, I called them.
Any indication as to who them is?
She's making reference to law enforcement, which she'll do a couple other times, but she really called Al. She didn't call any law enforcement.
Okay. The next entry is at 5:04 p.m. What is that?
Harley has a 56-second FaceTime with the defendant.
And just so we're clear, when there's a FaceTime call that actually connects between two phones like this, is the actual content of that call ever captured?
No,
So it's just like a phone call, unrecorded.
unrecorded.
Okay. The next entry above the line, referring to cast report page 35, brackets 5:18 p.m. through 5:57 p.m. What is the significance of that page of the cast report for this portion of the timeline?
For this period of the timeline, the defendant travels from where she was north on Powers back to the residence.
At 5:18 p.m. to 5:23 p.m. Below the line for the content, what is significant for that portion, that entry?
Mr. Stauch says, what did she say? And the defendant says she wouldn't answer. Mr. Stauch says, okay. The defendant says, I'm about to head that way. I need to finish trying to use the bathroom. Mr. Stauch says, okay, well, I'll see what they say. The defendant says, why are they holding you there? Mr. Stauch says, not holding me, just getting all of this recorded, I guess. The defendant says, have you started? And Mr. Stauch says, done, I think. And the defendant says, so you did a recording without me? And Mr. Stauch says, huh? And the defendant says, like they have you separate and you aren't talking to the lady and you're done yours? And Mr. Stauch says, when you get here, I will sit in with you. And the defendant says, you need to ask for attorney. This doesn't make any sense. You should already be finished with your recording. They have lied and treated us like crap.
Is this in reference to the defendant's not being happy with Mr. Stauch sitting through an interview with the sheriff's office?
Yes.
At 5:22 p.m. to 5:28 p.m., what is that entry?
a message between the defendant and Harley. The defendant says, I'm talking to him to go. Harley replies with, huh, question mark. The defendant says, Albert. Harley says, to go where? Defendant says, they said I have to go back to the place. They are treating us crappy. Who is there with you? Harley says, just me and Lena, question mark. Defendant says, who was at the ring earlier? Harley says, nobody was at the ring. And the defendant says, what did Albert say to you? Harley says, to tell you to come there. And the defendant says, I told him this is nonsense to come there again.
Is this again referring to Mr. Stauch being at the sheriff's office being interviewed?
It is.
The next entry is at 5:36 p.m. What is that?
Harley attempts to FaceTime the defendant, but it doesn't connect.
And then 5:37 p.m.
The defendant attempts to FaceTime Harley, but it doesn't connect.
And then 5:37 p.m.
Mr. Stauch tries to call the defendant, but it doesn't connect. So he replies with a text message saying, hey, call, which the defendant does do. And they connected for 12 minutes and 28 seconds.
At 5:38 p.m., did Harley try to do a FaceTime call that did not connect?
She did, and that's because the defendant and Al were on a phone call.
Okay. At 5:45 p.m., what is that?
It's a message from Harley to the defendant saying someone is here with pizza. The defendant says, it's pizza. Harley asks, do I open? And the defendant says, yes.
Is that essentially Harley Hunt asking for permission to open the door to accept a pizza delivery?
Yes, she was instructed earlier not to open the door for anyone.
5:52 p.m., what is that entry?
The defendant makes a FaceTime for 3 minutes and 34 seconds to Harley.
And then the next entry above the line references from 6 p.m. through 6:56 p.m. and points to cast report. So the FBI report, page 36. What is the significance of that page of the cast report for this bracketed period of time?
So at the beginning bracket of this time, the defendant is at the residence. And then at the end of the bracket of time, the defendant has made her way back to the airport in the Kia Rio.
All right, so let's dig into this portion. 6 p.m., what is that entry?
The Special Victims Unit of the Sheriff's Office called the defendant for 34 minutes and 57 seconds.
Describe the entry for 6:12 to 6:15 p.m.
So while the defendant is speaking with the SVU, a series of messages happen between the defendant and Harley and the defendant and Al. So the first starts at 6:12 p.m. and the defendant says, what's going on there? And Harley says, Albert came and left. Well, is back now.
And during this particular time, you've mentioned that the defendant is not at the house, the 6627 Mandan Drive.
She's hanging out down south, and then she goes home and then goes to the airport.
The people that are actually at the house during this particular portion of time are who?
For the most part, it's just Harley and Lena, and then Al pops in real quick and then leaves again.
Okay. At 6:15 p.m. to 6:22 p.m., what is that entry?
The defendant messages Mr. Stauch saying, where are you? Mr. Stauch replies, home. The defendant says, what question did they ask you? Question mark, question mark.
Is she trying to gather information here as to what was asked at the sheriff's office to Al by the deputies?
She has. She's asked this a couple of times at this point because she doesn't know what's being discussed.
6:24 p.m., what is that entry?
It's a message from the defendant to Harley saying, what's Albert Dullman? And corrects herself by saying, doing. They are asking me dumb questions. Harley responds with, talking to the news because they're here.
6:25 p.m., what is that entry?
Mr. Stauch says, same ones to the defendant. And then the defendant says, same ones how?
6:31 p.m. to 6:34 p.m., what is that entry?
The defendant messages Harley saying, is he still with the news? Harley says they're about to leave. The defendant says, anyone else there? Harley says they're leaving. The defendant says, just you, Albert, and Lena. Harley says, just me and Lena, IDK for I don't know, if they need people, are still packing stuff into the cars, but only me and Lena inside. The defendant responds with, packing what? Harley says, like the camera equipment. The defendant says, where is Albert though? And Harley says, he left to go look again.
6:35 p.m., what is that entry?
The defendant messages Albert after trying to call and no answer. So the defendant messages Mr. Stauch saying, I need to talk to you. And why is Lena still with Harley? Hello, this is important. And Al's not responding. And then at 6:37 and 6:38 p.m., 2 more outbound calls from the defendant to Mr. Stauch, no answer.
All right. And then 6:39 PM to 6:48 PM.
The defendant messages Mr. Stauch with 3 more phone calls that went unanswered. And the defendant says, "You are supposed to be my teammate and we need to talk. And where are you? I don't know what's going on with you, but Harley is going to need to leave. And she said you came out and left. Albert, they were asked bad stuff about you. That's why O said a lawyer. Where are you? Did you do those things?"
What is that in reference to?
She's alluding to Al that she's talking with someone that's asking bad stuff about you. She's not with law enforcement at this time. She's trying to make it sound like she's meeting with people to try to find Gannon.
Okay. And then the next entry at 6:56 PM, what is that?
It's an outgoing call from the defendant to Harley for 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
And then the very last entry, what is that?
So at this time, if you go up to the cast, she's been making her way up to the airport at this time. The Kia Rio was not returned properly at the rental car return. It was found the next day in short-term parking. And so this is the point where her phone is going up to the airport and she leaves the Rio in the short-term parking lot
How does she leave the airport?
in the Tiguan.
So this is essentially when she goes up there to retrieve the Tiguan that contains Gannon's remains.
Yes,
Is that the last entry on people 697, page 304?
it is.
All right, moving on to page 404 of People's Exhibit 697. Again, tell the jury what the sources of information are for this particular portion of the timeline.
We have messages from Al or from Mr. Stauch's phone download in Exhibit 32 between Mr. Stauch and the defendant's phone download with messages between the defendant and Harley in Exhibit 205. And now we're going to see some messages between Mr. Stauch and Harley in Exhibit 206. And we still have the FBI cash report.
And then the blue line for Gannon, does this also extend for the entirety of this portion of the timeline?
It does. Gannon is still missing.
What is the time brackets for this portion of the timeline, page 404?
So this is the final page for Tuesday night. This is going to take us from 7 p.m. until midnight.
All right. So starting above the timeline, we have a bracketed portion that goes from 7 p.m. until 7:26 p.m., referencing CAF's report, page 37. What is the significance of that portion of the CAF's report for this time bracket?
So the defendant, her phone, and the Tiguan leave the airport, exit the airport, go north on Powers, go northeast on 24, and stop. There's a strip mall at Meridian and Woodman where the defendant loiters for a little period of time.
Okay. Now going below the line, 7 p.m., what is that entry?
It's another outgoing call from the defendant to Mr. Stauch with a no duration.
7:01 p.m. to 7:08 p.m., what is that?
This is a series of text messages the defendant sends to Mr. Stauch. Starts with, why add you ignoring me and going get Landen? I'm assuming it means, why are you ignoring me and going to get Landen? I've been home to meet you, like you said. I've called and called. I called the lady and told her you are now missing. Off the face of the earth, ANS, which I think is supposed to be and, was supposed to be going to get Landen, and you were supposed to take Lena, and Harley said you left, and then I went there and you weren't there.
And then what is what's the next entry for that time slot?
So it's the receipt. You see when the entry time to the airport was this day at 8:30 a.m. And then you see the exit time when you go to the booths, the tolls, and you pay the $9 in this case to have the little arm go up and leave the airport short-term parking at 7:02 p.m. So we have multiple sources of data. We have the parking receipt, which is Exhibit 325. We've got the defendant's phone with the Life 360 app on it with the cell phone towers, and we've got the Tiguan telematics data, all corroborating that there's movement from the airport to the Falcon northeast part of town.
And that the defendant has left the airport at 7:02 p.m. in that Volkswagen Tiguan.
Correct.
The next entry is at 7:03 PM. What is that?
An outgoing call from the defendant to Detective Bethel for 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
The next entry at 7:17 PM. What is that?
A message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, well, Harley was supposed to help me meet this team. I do know where you are and got worried. I'm sorry, I just wanted to be with you afterwards.
And did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry is at 7:21 PM to 7:23 PM. What is that?
So Harley and Lena are at the house at Mandan, and Harley messages the defendant saying someone is here. The defendant says, who? Harley says, IDK, I don't know, people with badges. The defendant says, don't poke, and then corrects saying open, so don't open. Harley says, okay, now they're knocking. They're leaving, I think. And then the defendant says, WTH, who is that?
The next entry is at 7:25 PM. What is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, I'm looking for you. Are you okay?
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry is 7:26 PM to 7:34 PM. Is that a text message string?
Yes.
Describe
between,
that for the jury.
Harley and the defendant. Harley begins with IDK for I don't know. Their car is still here. Someone with a no caller ID called me. I didn't answer. They left a voicemail. And so Harley messages the defendant saying it was a detective, left a voicemail. The defendant responds with, what did he say? Harley says, she just wanted to talk to me and to open the door. The defendant says, what? Why do they want to bombard you? Harley says, IDK for I don't know. How did they get my number? Now they're looking in windows. They're at the door saying sheriff's office.
The next entry is at 7:33 PM. What is that?
Al's doing his second interview now at the office of the sheriff.
7:37 PM. What is that?
The message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, well, I'm going back home. And Mr. Stauch does not reply.
Was the defendant in fact going back home at this particular time?
No.
The next entry is at 7:37. What is that?
An outgoing call from the defendant to Harley that lasted 10 minutes and 15 seconds.
7:45 PM.
Something happened with the call where it got dropped or re-picked up because it's a continuation of the call for 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
And then 7:48 PM.
Something happened where the call must have dropped because then the Harley calls the defendant back and they have a connection for 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
The next period of time that's bracketed in references to a cast report is from 7:59 PM to 9:28 PM. What is the significance of that page 38 of the cast report to this bracketed period of time?
This is when the defendant in the Tiguan with Gannon in the back goes to the S-curve up in Douglas County.
So at that 7:59 PM, what happens below the line there?
So this is when the defendant has placed her phone into airplane mode because you see a whole lot of incoming activity where people are trying to get in touch with the defendant and it's not going through.
Meaning that people are trying to get a hold of the defendant and then it's just not being received on her end.
Correct. Harley's trying to call at 7:59 PM, 8:01 PM, 8:04 PM, 8:07 PM, didn't go through. Mr. Stauch's calling at 8:09 PM, 8:10 PM, 8:04 PM, 8:14 PM, didn't go through. And then continues again at 8:10, 8:11, 8:14.
Well, is that section is to Harley though,
To
right?
Harley though, yes. Saying, call me ASAP, but Harley's not answering Mr. Stauch's calls. 8:16, Mr. Stauch messages the defendant saying, call me. The defendant doesn't read this message until 9:54 PM.
Does that, when we looked at the phone activity during the portion of the time when the defendant was up at that S-curve in southern Douglas County, when it says read at 9:54 PM for that text message, does that corroborate with when the phone is then placed back into regular mode out of airplane mode?
Correct. So the defendant will connect to a Wi-Fi at that time at the shops at Briargate and starts getting all of these missed call notifications and text messages.
Okay. The next entry period is 8:24 PM to 8:29 PM. What is that?
The messages between Mr. Stauch and Harley. Mr. Stauch begins with, I've been calling. Harley says, people are here. Mr. Stauch says, who? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Answer me, please. Who is there? Attempts to call Harley. Harley doesn't answer. Harley replies with detectives. Mr. Stauch says, where's Lena? Is Landen there? Harley says, here and no. And Mr. Stauch says, okay.
And where is Mr. Stauch at that particular period of time?
He's still with the Office of the Sheriff.
The next period of time or entry, I should say, is 9:15 PM. What is that?
This is an outgoing call from Landen to the defendant, but again, the defendant doesn't have any cellular connectivity right now, so there's no answer.
9:22 PM. What is that?
Al texts Harley, I'm sorry, Mr. Stauch texts Harley saying Harley, and Harley doesn't answer.
The next period of time that is bracketed and referencing a CAFS report starts at 9:49 PM and stretches to 11:30 PM and references to CAFS report page 39. What is that page of the CAFS report? Why is it important for this period of time?
This is when the defendant, we know through the Tiguan data, has left the S-curve and has made her way back down to the shops at Briargate, located at Briargate and I-25. And the phone loiters in that area connected to a Wi-Fi at the Starbucks.
Okay, let's get into this particular portion now. So at 9:51 PM, what is that entry?
The phone briefly connects to the Hilton, which is across the street from the Starbucks, located at 1810 Briargate. It just briefly connects, but then the car goes across the street to where there's a Starbucks, one of the first businesses as you enter the shops at Briargate, located at 1605 Briargate Parkway. And that's where the defendant phone connects and stays connected, I think for the next 45 to an hour, where again, there's a series of calls and messages made.
9:55 PM, what is that entry?
It's a 6-minute and 33-second FaceTime from the defendant to Harley.
When a phone is in potentially in airplane mode but is connected to a Wi-Fi, will a FaceTime call like this work?
Yes. So you're not on the AT&T network anymore because they're AT&T customers. You can put in airplane mode and you're off cellular. So you won't have a data connection. You won't be able to make calls or text messages over the AT&T network. But since you have connectivity through the public Wi-Fi at the Starbucks, you can make calls and send messages and surf the internet.
What's the entry at 10:02 PM?
The defendant uses her phone to search colorado.gov CBI Amber Alert and looks at current active Colorado Amber Alerts.
10:03 PM to 10:04 PM, what is that?
It's the messages between Harley and the defendant. Harley begins with, "As soon as I opened the garage, they stopped me. They were hiding out." The defendant says, "Wow." Harley says, "Yeah, but I think I'm allowed to leave." The defendant says, "Why wouldn't you be allowed to leave?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know." The defendant says, "I want my dogs and you." And then Harley says, "At first they wouldn't until Lena got here." And then the defendant says, "Until Lena, question mark?" And then Harley says, "Until people took Lena." The defendant says, "Who took Lena?" Harley says, "Detectives." Defendant says, "Why did they take her?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know." Defendant says, "Is she back?" Harley says, "I told them I'm not going anywhere or saying anything. No."
Did the detectives take Lena for a forensic interview?
They did.
How old was Lena at that time?
She was 8.
10:04 PM to 10:08 PM, what is that entry?
It's a continuation of that previous conversation between the defendant and Harley. The defendant says, "Just keep saying that. Tell me what the guy says at the door." Harley says, "Okay." Defendant says, "Has any other family asked where I was, like our family?" And Harley says, "Grandma, she asked if you were okay." Defendant says, "Does she know they set me up?" Harley says, "No." Defendant says, "Is it on the news? They are wanting to talk to me. Have to get an attorney fast. You there?" Harley says, "IDK for I don't know." Defendant says, "What's the guy saying?" Harley says, "Nothing, just taking pictures." Defendant says, "Of what?" Harley says, "The entire house." Defendant says, "What's Landen been doing?" Harley says, "She's not here." Defendant says, "Trying to get back with Albert."
What is that a reference to?
She's insecure in the relationship and she thinks that Albert and Landen are going to hook up while she's in town.
And this is during the period of time when Gannon is missing.
Gannon's still missing.
10:11 PM to 10:12 PM, what is that entry?
A continuation of the previous conversation between the defendant and Harley. Starts with the defendant saying, "Who is there?" Harley says, "Just me." Defendant says, "I've been set up. So just you and Albert?" Harley says, "No, just me." Defendant says, "Where did Albert go?" Harley says, "And dogs. He hasn't been here." Defendant says, why is there a detective there with you, an underage minor? Harley says, IDK for I don't know, but I'm asking if I can leave. Defendant says, tell them you are uncomfortable with these men. Harley says, okay. And defendant says, if you need to call 911 and tell them they are making you stay there.
Where was Al still during this period of time?
He's still at the office of the sheriff.
10:16 p.m. is the next entry. What is that?
The message from the defendant to Al, and it says, why? Tell them one of their own met me and told me what was going on and how you turned on me. I can't believe you. I'm not stupid. They said for you to say that. It will come out I'm being set up. I knew you were lying the whole time this afternoon. It has already been leaked to me. Makes me thankful there are crooked people in the blues who is working just as hard pushing back secretively.
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
Is there any context to that particular text?
She's alluding that she's got an in within the police department who's giving her privileged information about details on the case.
Did she in fact have an inside informant with the investigation that was giving her that kind of information?
No, she did not.
10:17 p.m. to 10:20 p.m. is the next entry. What is that?
2 messages sent to Harley from the defendant saying, hello, I don't like you there. Harley, I don't like you there by yourself. Harley didn't read that message until the next day at 1:36 a.m.
The next entry is at 10:23 p.m. What is that?
Harley has a 16-minute and 15-second FaceTime with the defendant.
And then at 10:24 p.m.
Al's still doing more interviews with the El Paso County Sheriff.
And during that time, all the way up to that 10:24 p.m., where is the defendant?
She's still at the shops at Briargate, connected to the Starbucks Wi-Fi.
Is that after returning from the S-curve in southern Douglas County?
Yeah, immediately. She went directly from the S-curve in Douglas County to the shops at Briargate.
The next entry is at 10:45 p.m. What is that?
It's a message from the defendant to Detective Bethel, and it reads, what do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me what you guys were doing. I did nothing and or am being set up. I'm not really even sure, other than being told that by another blue with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men were sent to a home with a minor female, and she was forced to stay there, not to even leave for food. Every conversation that said, even at this moment, I can hear inside. What do you want from me? And Detective Bethel responds at 11:39 p.m. saying, come in to talk to me. I would just like information to find Gannon.
Up to this particular text message, had the defendant actually gone to the sheriff's office yet for a formal interview?
No.
In this text message and in ones that we've seen prior to this, there's references to I and me and that sort of thing. Is that consistent throughout these text messages coming from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
The next entry has 4 time slots on it. Tell us about that.
10:52, 11:02, 11:10, and 11:24. Harley is trying to call the defendant, but they go unanswered.
And then this is the return of the cash report where it's bracketed to 11:30 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the reason why these calls went unanswered was because the defendant is now moving and is off the Wi-Fi.
So it has now disconnected from the Starbucks Wi-Fi?
Correct. So there's no connectivity to the phone at all, not on AT&T or on a Wi-Fi because the defendant's traveling.
Does that indicate that the phone is still in airplane mode then?
Yes.
Okay. 11:26 p.m. to 11:31 p.m. What is that entry?
Harley is trying to FaceTime the defendant 2 times and they did not connect.
11:42 p.m. to 11:50 p.m. What is that?
The defendant has logged onto a Wi-Fi and has sent the message to Detective Bethel saying, my life is being ruined. Am I able to go to my home? I have nowhere to sleep. You said you asked me questions already. I tried to call. So she's now connected to the Holiday Inn located at 3431 Cinema Point, which shares a parking lot with Massage Envy where Harley works. Harley's en route to pick up the defendant. And Harley testified that she was under the impression that they were going to stay at this hotel tonight. But the defendant, in fact, just got into Harley's Jetta and they went back to the Mandan house that night.
So if we're understanding you correctly, did they then leave the Tiguan at that, basically in that parking lot for the Holiday Inn?
Yes, they left the Tiguan at the parking lot of the Holiday Inn, and Gannon was no longer in the back at this time.
11:51 PM, what is that?
The defendant makes a 3-minute FaceTime with Detective Bethel at 11:51 PM.
Is that the last entry for page 404 of People's Exhibit 697?
Yes, this closes out Tuesday, January 28th.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2.
Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I approach. All right. Very quickly.
Okay, they're approaching. Not sure for what. As I'm saying in the chat, you guys, I'm not sure. The chat's telling me that right behind Letecia is Dr. Lewis. Now, just based on her face, to me, it looks like her, but I'm not certain if it is her. And I am not a lawyer, so I don't normally think a witness can be in the courtroom prior to testifying. But can an expert be there? I don't know. So maybe it's not her. But we also didn't hear what happened now because she saw Letecia yesterday for 3 hours. We don't know what that's all about. So there's a lot to still be heard. But maybe, best case scenario, it's not her. And she's still coming in later. Because if that's going to be their main expert witness, I wouldn't think they'd mess it up so badly that she's going to be at the jail yesterday for 3 hours and then sitting there, unless she's allowed to. If there's a rule and you know about it, tell me. Tell me. Okay, here we go. Peace Dog says, I just looked it up. The witnesses are not allowed in the courtroom until they testify. It's not Dr. Lewis. Thank you, Peace Dog. Look at Peace Dog. Okay, now I don't know what Will Cook is complaining about here. I'm glad they changed the camera angle a little bit because it's a little bit clearer now. I know you can't see it now with the cameras being blocked out like this, but okay. And damn, this is a huge, detailed timeline recap. We've gone over a lot of this with the map time. I hope you guys are visualizing it. From all the map time we did from Letecia at this point, using the Tiguan with Gannon's remains in to go up north to that South Perry Park Road, Douglas County, that Palmer Lake area, but leaving the Kia Rio in the rental, not in the short-term parking without handing the key in. And then remember, she texted Harley to say, meet me outside your work. We're going to stay at a hotel, but they ended up not staying there. So, yes. You say budge over a bit, but next to me over here, you could see bigger Letecia and the lady behind her. So, I'm here so that you don't see two Letecias. Because see, if I move myself to where I was, you're going to see her twice. And I don't think double Letecia is a good idea. I'll sit there for now while we look. What's happening? I can't see it. Let's show you the full courtroom like this.
Mr. Allen?
Okay.
All right,
Carry
so
on.
we have moved on to People's Exhibit 698, page 1 of 2, and let me zoom in on this. And have you do the same thing that we've done with the rest of the exhibits.
I'm going to move myself over again.
Plus the source of information for this timeline.
Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's phone download, and Harley's
Okay.
phone download, and the FBI CAS report.
Mm-hmm.
For the period of time that is referenced on People's Exhibits 698, page 1 of 2, does the blue line indicating Gannon is missing extend for the entirety of this portion of the timeline?
It does. Gannon is still missing.
Yep.
Starting at the beginning of this timeline, tell the jury what date and time we're focusing on for page 1 of 2 of People's 698.
So the phone is still connected to the Wi-Fi at the Holiday Inn. We hit midnight, so now it's January 29th, Wednesday. And this timeline is going to cover the periods from midnight to 11 a.m. on Wednesday morning.
Okay. The next entry is at midnight through 12:22 a.m. Tell us what we're seeing there.
The messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. And it starts with the defendant right at midnight saying, "Are you able to talk now? Harley would like to get all her things because she has to work and start school and she has nowhere to go. And she was left there with men. I tried to talk to you forever tonight and you ignored me. You have all this wrong. You told some dude what I was driving for what? I have talked to everyone. You left her with Lena there and then wouldn't even tell her anything. Wouldn't talk to me. I thought something was wrong. Now you bring your ex to our home and refuse to talk to me. This is all wrong and you have this wrong. I have paid for my share of things at my home. This is stupid." Mr. Stauch responds with,
So let me break in there and just ask you, so let's unpack that text message because it's a little bit long. There was a text message earlier in one of the exhibits of this timeline where there was a reference by the defendant to Landen coming into town. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was it a surprise to anybody that Landen was coming into town after Gannon was reported missing?
No.
In the period of time that she's referencing here, in your mind, is this what she's referring to when Al is still at the sheriff's office being interviewed?
It is, yes,
Mr. Stauch, I should say.
it is.
All right, pick up from there with Mr. Stauch's response.
Mr. Stauch responds with, I'm not refusing anything. This was the plan. There is so much you are withholding from me, and I see that now. PLZ, which is short for please, do not come back here tonight or at all until you are ready to talk. And the defendant replies with, it is my home and I am. You can't kick us out. I have nowhere to go. Harley has nowhere to go. The utilities are in my name. Mr. Stauch replies with, do not come here and cause problems. Where are y'all then? Where is Gannon? The defendant says, I'm not coming there to cause problems. I own over half the stuff there. Mr. Stauch says, take it. The defendant says, so you don't want to be my husband? Why? Why are you doing this? I will talk to you and only you. Call me first. Hello? Albert, it's cold. It's not what you think. I don't know where he is. I am your spouse, and you have your ex-wife in our home. It was not the plan. I said I would talk to you. Mr. Stauch responds with, no, my missing child's mother is here. Come talk then. The defendant says, I have every right to be that whole, and corrects herself to home. Mr. Stauch says, but it better start with the truth or I'm calling the detectives. The defendant then says, what are you talking about? Truth about what? You can't call detectives on me for speaking or not. I did nothing wrong. Talking, call me. Mr. Stauch replies with, I'm home. That's all I'm worried about right now. And my boy. Mom is on the way. The defendant replies with, I have sympathy, but you are turning on me. And the other guy who told me what they said to you, I want to sleep in my bed with my dog, and Harley wants to sleep in her bed. It's my home. There is no law that prevents me from sleeping in my home. Mr. Stauch says, yep. And then the defendant says, so can we sleep in our home? We are outside with our dogs with nothing, and this is Rudolph's ridiculous.
That Rudolph's ridiculous, based on your understanding of phones. What do you indicate that to be?
It's the autocorrect. She meant to say this is ridiculous, but it inserted Rudolph's twice.
The next entry is at 12:50 a.m. to 12:52 a.m. What is that?
It's a continuation. The defendant says hello, and Mr. Stauch says where? And the defendant says, where is everyone going to be? I want to sleep in our bed. Question mark, hello. Mr. Stauch says, I don't care. The defendant says, our dogs need to go out. You said to talk to you, and I asked where is everyone going to be? I need to sleep. Mr. Stauch says, Landen is with Lena. Brandon is on the couch. Harley has her suite, and you get the bed. And then the defendant says, and your mom? And Mr. Stauch says, her and Becky are in G's room. I need the truth. And the defendant says, what time are they getting there? Is anyone going to say anything to me? Mr. Stauch says, nope, I need the truth.
The next entry is at 12:53 a.m. What is that?
The defendant attempts to call Mr. Stauch, but it doesn't connect.
The next entry from 12:53 a.m. to 12:56 a.m. What is that?
So within the same minute after not connecting, the defendant sends a message to Mr. Stauch saying, so what exactly are you doing if I come in and go to bed and don't bother you? Mr. Stauch says, I'll be on the couch. The defendant says, okay, and everything is all good and not one is bothering anyone. Mr. Stauch says, you need to tell me the truth. The defendant says, see how you don't accept the truth so I can sleep? Mr. Stauch says, sleep all you want. I need the truth. The defendant says, where is everyone going to be while we are walking in? Mr. Stauch says, in bed, stop dodging. I need the truth. The defendant says, I'm asking you, is everyone in bed so we can come? Mr. Stauch says, yes, except for mom. She isn't here yet. Yes, except mom isn't here yet. Truth? Question mark. The defendant says, what time is she getting there? Mr. Stauch says 20. The defendant says, okay, so how long before they will be in bed too? Mr. Stauch says, whatever.
The next entry is at 1:04 a.m. What is that?
The defendant's phone connects to the Kentucky Fried Chicken located at 2835 New Center Point, which is slightly south of the Massage Envy and the Hilton or the Holiday Inn.
And that Holiday Inn, the Massage Envy, and this KFC, is that basically on the Powers corridor?
It is. It's between Constitution and South Carefree along the Powers corridor.
Okay. 1:04 a.m. to 1:12 a.m. What is that?
Messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch begins with the defendant saying, "We will be there. Please don't let anyone bother our dogs. Will you let me know when she is there? We can wait close by. Question mark, question mark. Albert, I have to work. I'm not getting paid out. Question mark, question mark." And Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
The next entry is at 1:15 a.m. What is that?
It's a message from the defendant to Deidre Moss. And the message reads, "I came back home because they said they were doing that to see, but it's still sketchy. I can be here. I have to leave soon. I can't take being a punching bag anymore. I should have left last week when I said it."
The next entry is at 1:17 a.m. to 1:18 a.m. What is that?
It's text messages between the defendant and Mr. Stauch. Starts with the defendant saying, "I'm trying to talk to you. I asked one simple request to let me know where everyone is in bed because it's cold and the dogs need to go out." And Mr. Stauch doesn't respond.
The next entry at 1:23 a.m. has a reference to cast report page 40 above the line. What is the significance of that?
So the defendant is using the tower that provides coverage to the house, indicating that the phone is at or near the residence.
Does that bracketed time start at 1:23 a.m.?
It does.
And when does it end?
8:25 a.m.
Okay. Going to that 1:23 a.m. below the line entry, what do we have there?
The defendant messages Al saying, or Mr. Stauch saying, "We are outside if you want to talk." And then 2 phone calls were placed from the defendant to Mr. Stauch at 1:23 a.m., 1:25 a.m., and they did not connect. There's no answer.
What's the next entry at 1:36 a.m. to 1:40 a.m.?
So the defendant and Harley are now inside the residence. And the defendant is messaging Harley saying, "Is Chance okay?" Harley says, "Yes." The defendant says, "They tore up my clothes and went crazy in here, threw stuff everywhere." Harley says, "Wow." The defendant says, "Your stuff?" question mark. Harley says, "It's fine." And the defendant says, "And what did the downstairs look like?" And Harley says, "IDK for I don't know. It's dark."
Based on your knowledge of the case, did anybody go into the defendant's clothes and tear them up and throw them everywhere?
They didn't tear them up and throw them everywhere. They photographed the scene.
Okay. 1:42 a.m. What is that entry?
Message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch saying, "You felt the need to destroy my closet."
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
1:46 a.m. What is that?
Messages between Harley and the defendant. Harley starts by saying, "Should I lock my door?" The defendant says, "Yes." Harley says, "Okay."
Is that fairly consistent throughout all of your review of these text messages where Harley Hunt, the defendant's daughter, will ask permission before she does a specific thing, like open the door for the detectives or get pizza or locking her door?
Yes.
1:50 a.m. What is that entry?
The message between the defendant and Mr. Stauch with a voicemail that was forwarded from the defendant's phone to Mr. Stauch's phone. And the text message says, "So this was on purpose, that I have a few voicemails with her talking crap about you working all the time and the kids not getting love."
And was the voicemail itself relevant to the investigation?
No.
Who was the voicemail from?
So earlier in the night when the defendant put her phone in airplane mode and was traveling to the S-curve, Landen attempted to call the defendant, and the phone didn't hang up in a open mic, essentially. There was a voicemail left where they were talking about some things.
They being who?
Landen, Mr. Stauch, and EPSO deputies.
At 1:51 a.m. to 1:54 a.m. is the next entry. What is that?
The messages between Harley and the defendant. Harley starts with saying, "You and Sadie can come sleep down here if you," I'm sorry, "You and Sadie can come sleep down here with me if you want."
So let me break in there just so that the court reporter, for her benefit, Sadie, spell that name first of all.
Sadie.
And who is Sadie?
Sadie's their second dog.
Okay, so pick up from there.
The defendant responds with, I honestly don't want to walk around them. Sadie has to go out so bad. She is at the door begging.
And does that basically just continue with discussions between the defendant and Harley about what they're doing in their separate rooms in the house?
Yes.
Anything more of relevance there?
No.
2:08 a.m. to 2:54 a.m. What is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Detective Bethel at 2:08 a.m. It's a series of messages for essentially the next 40-ish minutes, ending at 2:54 a.m. And it starts out with, can we talk soon? I appreciate all your hard work. I have information. Gannon was upset about the candle. I didn't know that he had cut himself with it because he had on a blue undershirt and the long sleeves, and he had a small burn area. I did too. When we came back inside from the smoke, there was blood on both of us. I didn't know what to do. I was scared I would get fussed out about it, and I didn't know if he should go to the doctor. I kept trying to add the candle thing, but Albert kept saying it was small and minor. I was scared the basement was smoky, and when I threw the covers on everything, we both had blood. You don't understand how hard it is to be a stepmom. I get judged for everything, and he was scared for being ground. So then the next day, this is where I need to talk to you.
Okay, so let's unpack that first of all. The candle that was referenced in this, and as it relates to the burn, was that candle actually recovered from the trash can on the outside of the house?
It was.
Was any glass broken?
No.
In your mind, did it make sense that there would be a reference to Gannon being cut by a candle with no broken glass?
It does not.
And is this the first reference that we have to there being blood involved in whatever happened again?
It is.
Okay, pick up from there with what is responded to that long text from Detective Bethel.
So Detective Bethel replies with, okay, can you come in to talk? And the defendant says, yes, I'm sorry I wasn't ever hiding anything from you. You don't understand the pressure I get put under about not doing enough. Could you trust in me and let me meet you in the morning? I am so tired. I still haven't slept yet, ? And Detective Bethel says, we can talk in the morning. Is there anything I should know since we are still looking tonight? And the defendant says, I did not hurt Gannon. I did not put him in harm's way. And this is the first time also, with blood that we're mentioning that Gannon might be hurt. And so Detective Bethel asks, is he hurt? And the defendant says, I don't think he is because I keep keeping. But I really need your help to make sure everyone knows I would never hurt him and did not in any way.
So let me break in and unpack that a little bit. The first reference to Gannon potentially being hurt is introduced by who?
The defendant.
Okay. And during this whole recitation of text messages, does the defendant continue to refer to herself as I?
Numerous times. Just numerous times.
Okay. To that last text message that you just read about the defendant saying and did not in any way, read from there with the Detective Bethel conversation.
Detective Bethel responds with, what time can you come in today after you sleep? The defendant responds with, I don't want you upset with me for all your hard work and everyone else's. And I ask that you please protect our house and us from anyone that may be dangerous for me giving extra info. And correct yourself by saying to us. And as soon as I wake. And then Detective Bethel says, what information do you have? I can't protect anyone from anything if I don't know what it is. Come in at 10 a.m. at the OTS, 27 East Vermajo Avenue. The defendant replies with, okay, I will be there. Can you please not get me for not giving all the details that I knew to you at first? I know people do it a lot and it gets frustrating for you, but I'm a victim as well and didn't want to be forced to take a test at some doctor's office. And Detective Bethel says, we can talk more about that when you come in. The defendant says, do you have to release person info? And correct yourself saying personal, as in, do you have to release personal info to the media and online, like as in with me? Say, for example, a friend of mine had an abusive spouse, so she had to cover up everything, asking for a friend. And then Deputy Bethel or Detective Bethel says, I don't release information. And the defendant says, as in she is working, but is off having quiet time, Okay, thank you. My husband wouldn't ever looked at me the same knowing what happened to me, and I couldn't tell you in front of him. And I know he would act in a violent manner. Thank you. See you tomorrow. I mean today. Detective Bethel says, okay, see you soon. We will talk later today. Please get some sleep. And the defendant says, and so I don't forget, let me add this on here so I can remember to tell you. Gannon and I were working together because Albert always works. So I will explain things that you may have had concerns about. But we were and had a plan because even though she wasn't the best, it was more than what Albert did because he was working or sleeping and didn't spend any time with them. KK.
That was a long text string. Do you need to wet your whistle at all?
Yes, please.
The next entry is at 2:56 a.m. What is that entry?
Oh, it's 2:56 in the morning. And the defendant sends this message to a 360 number with a picture of a SkyWest, like in the beginning stages of an application with SkyWest. And along with the picture, the defendant said, I never sent you what I had received.
Does that have any relation to the investigation?
No.
Does it coincide with what we're going to get to later about her making plans to move out of the state?
It does in that aspect.
Okay. 3:20 a.m. What is that information?
A message was drafted at 3:20 a.m. but never sent to the defendant's mom, Deborah Locklear. And it reads, no, just upset because they keep freaking out on me and everyone in his family acts like I know where he is and won't tell. And then no response from the defendant's mom.
And you said that was unsent.
It was unsent. Yep. So that makes sense. There's no response.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. 7:04 a.m. is the next entry. What is that?
So several hours have passed now. And so it's 7:04 a.m. And the defendant receives a message from a 910 area code number saying, hey, Tisha, how are y'all doing? And the defendant responds, oh, sorry, I'm at home. I'm doing okay.
As it relates to the person that sent that text message, do you know who that person is?
We do, but I don't remember at this time.
Okay. Is the identity of that person relevant to the investigation?
It's not.
Okay. 7:19 a.m. to 7:24 a.m. What is that?
Messages between the defendant and Mr. Stout, starting with the defendant saying, my chargers are in your car. Can I please have them? Mr. Stout says, sure. The defendant says, could you get it? I don't have any battery and Sadie needs to go out really bad. Mr. Stout says, no. The defendant says, please, I'm not trying to cause any trouble. Mr. Stout says, I need the truth. The defendant says, I already did what you asked. You are the one who would not wake up. Mr. Stout says, wake up. I haven't slept in days, and that's manipulative to say you told me when I was sleeping. The defendant then says, I wasn't knocking you about sleeping. I'm sorry. I was saying I did what you asked and you were tired. Mr. Stout says, what I asked you to tell me the truth. The defendant then says, Albert, I'm not getting yelled at by a bunch of people. I told you I would speak to you in person. I went in there and said, hey, are you ready now last night? And you told me no. Mr. Stout replied with, I was asleep. Let me in now and tell me. And the defendant says the door is unlocked.
So the beginning portion of this text string, when it's talking about my chargers, what's the reference there?
Her cell phone charger.
In your mind, does this indicate that she's got a good understanding of place and time and circumstance, meaning that she knows that her phone is potentially depleting in battery?
Yes.
7:50 a.m. to 7:59 a.m. What is that?
Message from the defendant to Mr. Stauch's phone saying, can you please come here? Can you please take Sadie out? Can you tell Landen to come here? Can you please take Sadie out? Please, I'm ashamed.
Did Mr. Stauch respond to that?
No.
The next entry is at 8:15 a.m. What is that?
So about 16 minutes after this message, Mr. Stauch calls the sheriff's office and reports that the defendant is at the house and someone raped her and kidnapped Gannon.
Is this the first reference very explicitly that there was a report of a rape by the defendant?
It is. She alluded to it at like 2 a.m. with Detective Bethel, but didn't say rape. She mentioned that, she couldn't tell because her husband wouldn't look at her the same, but this is where the first time we see the rape story come out.
Okay. The next entry is 8:25 a.m. What is that?
It's a message from the defendant to Harley saying, please come get Sadie. My phone is about to die.
Did Harley Hunt respond to that text?
She did not.
The next entry is at 8:35 a.m. What is that?
So the sheriff's office arrives to the residence and the defendant is in the basement.
What's significant about that?
That she is, it corroborates what Mr. Stauch said, saying the defendant is here. And then the sheriff's office arrives and the defendant's in the basement.
Okay. 9:50 a.m. What is that entry?
So at 9:50 a.m., Harley and the defendant get in Harley's Jetta, and Harley has to work, but they make a stop real quick to the airport, to where instead of going in and returning the keys or at the counter, the rental counter, the defendant hands the keys to a worker on the sidewalk, and then they drive away in the Jetta.
And was that information testified to by Detective Rob Soroy, former Detective Rob Soroy, that he was at the airport basically when this whole thing goes down?
When that happened, yes.
The next entry is at 10:21 a.m. What is that?
Harley clocks into work at Massage Envy.
10:25 a.m. What is that entry?
These are messages between the defendant and Detective Bethel. The defendant says, "I'm on the way." Detective Bethel says, "Okay." The defendant says, "Here shortly. Sorry, had to handle some things because my family is getting harassed and threatened, and my daughter's safety is now in danger. She is getting threatened online and my family." And Detective Bethel says, "Okay, we need to talk about that. Where is she now? Are you okay? Just checking to see."
So let me unpack that just a little bit with some questions first. Was there ever any indication that the family, meaning the defendant's family, as indicated in that text message, was being threatened or harassed by people?
I didn't see any specific threats. I did see some people on social media say, "Just tell them, where he is," but I didn't see any threats that would cause an imminent concern.
And this text string started at 10:25 a.m. Roughly what time does the defendant actually show up at the sheriff's office?
It's about noon.
Okay. The next entry is at 10:57 a.m. What is that?
The defendant's phone connects to First and Main, which is at the Massage Envy where Harley works.
All right. And is that the last entry on this page, one of two of People's Exhibit 698?
Yeah, this takes us pretty much halfway through Wednesday.
Okay. Getting into People's Exhibit 698, page 2 of 2. Again, what are the sources of information for this portion of the timeline?
Sources are Mr. Stauch's phone download, the defendant's download, and Harley's download. But Mr. Stauch's not communicating over text anymore with the defendant. And then we have the FBI cast report.
Okay. And then, same as before, is the Gannon is missing line extending for the duration of this portion of the timeline?
Yes, Gannon is still missing.
What is the date and time relevance for this portion of the timeline, page 2 of 2 of People's 698?
So it's still Wednesday, January 29th, and we're looking from 11 a.m. until midnight.
All right. For reference purposes, from 11 a.m. to 11:51 a.m., you've got a line going above the line pointing to cast report page 41, which is the FBI report. Why is that portion of the cast report relevant for that time frame?
So we still have Tiguan telematics data, and we still have the defendant's cell phone call detail record data with the tower and sector, and we still have the GPS off the Life 360 app on the defendant's phone. And we see all, both the vehicle and the phone leave the Massage Envy area and travel to the office of the sheriff, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Does this corroborate essentially the arrival time of the defendant at the sheriff's office on January 29th?
It does.
Starting at the 11 a.m. to 11:02 a.m., what is that information on the timeline?
This picks back up with the defendant messaging Detective Bethel saying, "Resend the address, please. I found it." Detective Bethel responds with, "Okay, how long until you're here?" Defendant says 10.8 miles. Detective Bethel says, "Okay, great."
11:03 a.m., what is that entry?
After that text exchange, the defendant calls her sister, Amy Lowry, AIMEELOWRY, for 19 minutes and 36 seconds.
11:26 a.m., what is that entry?
Detective Bethel reaches out to the defendant asking, "Where are you? Would you like a coffee or soda?" And the defendant doesn't respond for about 10 minutes.
The next entry at 11:36 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., what is that?
in response to the coffee or soda, the defendant says died, diet, parking, thank you.
What's the continuation of that conversation between Detective Bethel and the defendant?
Detective Bethel says, okay, where are you parked? Do we need to make sure a meter gets fed or do I need to validate parking? The defendant says, I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out where to go. And then Detective Bethel says, you can park in the garage behind the building and I will validate for you.
By indications of the investigation, did the defendant in fact park in the garage at the sheriff's office?
She did.
The next entry at 11:57 a.m. to 11:58 a.m., what is that entry?
The defendant asks Detective Bethel, what's the name again? Detective Bethel responds, Office of the Sheriff. The defendant says, I'm here. They said you would be out shoring, and then corrects yourself and says shortly.
And then we heard testimony from other detectives about the vehicle showing up and it appeared to have been washed and was still wet. Does that corroborate with this information, the defendant showing up and the vehicle was wet at that time?
It was, and that's when we seized the vehicle.
The next entry is at 12 p.m. What is that?
The defendant does the interview with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under Exhibit 337, and that's when we seize the defendant's phone.
Okay. And then, so does that essentially then, as the investigation progresses from that point forward, do we get any Tiguan telematics data after that point?
No, we seized it and we're searching it and we're taking it apart to get the telematics data.
And then as it relates to her phone call detail records and that sort of thing, any data from the phone going from the end of that interview at roughly 4 p.m. on the 29th forward until she's arrested, do we have any data for that particular phone?
No, we seized the phone to download it, and so there's no more call detail records with this phone number. There's no more Life 360 GPS hits with this phone. And so now the defendant is without a car and a phone.
Okay. The next entry is at 2:18 p.m. What is that?
Harley messages the defendant saying, Uncle wants you to call him. And this is getting towards the halfway point of the interview, and the defendant messages back, okay, love you.
And so does this text message actually come into the defendant while she's in the interview room?
It does, and this is the last message the defendant sends using this phone.
Okay. The next entry is at 4:20 p.m. What is that?
We played the interview, and so towards the end, the defendant started complaining of shortness of breath and chest pains on top of a rape story. And so the defendant is transported from the sheriff's office to Memorial Hospital.
The next entry is at 5:30 p.m. What is that?
Harley clocks out of work.
The next entry is from at 7:52 a.m. You have a squiggly line in front of the 7. What does that squiggly line mean, first of all?
So that's approximately. So it's going to be around 7:52 p.m. The defendant left Memorial Hospital.
Why do we have an approximate time there as opposed to before when we've had very specific times?
We don't have the phone anymore with the Life 360 GPS or the towers or anything like that. So it's just based on witnesses and their account.
Does this coincide with the testimony that we had from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest about the defendant leaving from the hospital before completing the examination?
This part, yes, when the defendant left the hospital.
The next entry is at 8:31 p.m. What is that?
8:31, we heard testimony through Janine Sanchez that she went with Harley and picked up the defendant at the Taco Bell. And then they went and stayed the night at Ms. Sanchez's residence.
That Taco Bell, what's the address of that, first of all?
The Taco Bell is 390 North Union.
Is that in fairly close proximity to the hospital, Memorial Hospital?
It's very close. It's within walking distance.
And then the next timed entry that we have is at 8:48 p.m. What is that?
8:48. So the defendant's phone is no longer in play. So now we have Harley's phone. And based on some statements from Ms. Sanchez, we don't know who's sending this message, but it's coming from Harley's phone to the defendant's sister, Amy Lowry, and it says, we have to take location off and get another number. We will call you back.
The next entry at 9:16 a.m. to 9:16 p.m. to 9:19 p.m. What is that entry?
These are messages between Harley's phone and Mr. Stauch's phone.
And why are the symbols here for these portions of coming from Harley's phone different than they've been before, where you can actually see Harley's picture inside of them?
we're not confident at all that this is Harley sending these messages. We believe it's the defendant.
Is that based in part off of the information that Janine Sanchez gave us when she testified very early on in this trial?
That and Harley's statements.
Okay. So the 9:16 PM to 9:19 PM, tell us about that entry.
Harley's phone messages Mr. Stauch saying, I need to be able to get all my belongings tomorrow with my grandma so that I have a place to live with my family, please. Mr. Stauch says, call me. Then the reply is, no, I don't want to. I do not want to live there. I just need to know that I can do that privately with my grandma present. Mr. Stauch says, okay, whatever you need, I will support you. You taking Chance and Sadie, those are the two dogs. And the response is, will that be okay to load up all of my things alone? And Mr. Stauch replies with, Harley, I will be there to help you. Obviously, I want you to stay, and you know that, but I understand your feelings. And the response is, I need their supplies too. They were left with no way to go out, and I feel I will give them a better care. Mr. Stauch says, not true. The deputies took them out and fed them. I made sure if that and went home once to check. I think he meant I made sure of that and went home once to check.
The next entry is at 9:19 PM to 9:24 PM. What is that?
This is just a continuation. The response to Mr. Stauch was, they need love, not just going out. Mr. Stauch says, we all do. The response is, again, is it okay that my grandma and I load up my things? Mr. Stauch says, yes, I will be there to help and support you. The response is, I asked you, could we be alone? I do not want you things. Mr. Stauch says, I will not bother you, but I have a responsibility to you, and that isn't changing. And the response to Mr. Stauch is, I will get my cell changed tomorrow. Thank you. My family would like to be with me, and I'm asking that you understand that and let me get them. I want my mom's things too, because we wear a lot of the same things, and I have all my memory boxes. What day can I get everything alone? Mr. Stauch replies with, is mama not coming home? Do you know something? Because we know nothing. And the response is, that's funny because the lady showed me your thread.
Based on the context of this text exchange from Mr. Stauch to Harley Hunt's phone, in your mind, does it appear that Mr. Stauch thinks he's talking to Harley Hunt?
It appears Mr. Stauch thinks he's talking to the defendant.
Okay. And then 9:25 PM to 9:33 PM, what is that entry?
Just a continuation. The response to Mr. Stauch is, please tell me I can get my things privately so my family can spend their money on a ticket and a rental truck. I have to tell them. Mr. Stauch says, tell them what? The response is, I asked, could I arrange a time to come privately with my family to get belongings? Mr. Stauch says, tell who? And then the response is, my grandma. And Mr. Stauch says, anyone can come, but I will be there, and a cop can be there too. And the response is, no one would take anything of yours. And Mr. Stauch says, Harley, I'm not worried about that. I have a responsibility here, and this is the right way.
The next entry is 9:30 PM to 9:33 PM. Tell the jury about that entry.
This concludes this conversation and the day. Harley and the defendant and Ms. Sanchez are all at Ms. Sanchez's residence. And this is the last of the messages between Harley's phone and Mr. Stauch's phone for Wednesday. It begins with, okay, could it be just you and no one else? Mr. Stauch replies, yes. And the response is, and no one wants to talk, so we ask that as well. Mr. Stauch says, okay. And the response is, thank you, I will let you know when. Mr. Stauch says, okay, still can't find Gannon, BTW, which is for by the way.
And is that the last entry on this timeline, page 2 of People's Exhibit 698?
It is.
Okay. And Your Honor,
Good time.
that's what I was just going to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And with that, we'll see you back at 3:25. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Mr. Clark, you can step down if you would like. We'll see everybody at 3:25. That's the small hand on the 3, big hand on the 5.
So in 15 minutes. And Leticia's just all smiles. She just thinks this is so cool, so hilarious. What the hell? Oh my word, you guys. Okay. That was so much information. I didn't write down every single little thing there now, but like, damn, I think L was onto her for a bit there, huh? You know, early days already. He started ignoring her already from like January 28th from that evening. He's like, what is she up to? And from January 29th. Can you believe that she's like, can I come to the home? Like, listen, you can't ban me from the home. Like, I own half the things there. I also pay for half the utilities. Really? That's where she's at? Wow. Okay. So I have not gotten up once in 6 hours and 14 minutes. So I'm going to take a very quick little coffee break. I'm going to need coffee, you guys. Thank you to everyone who's bought me a coffee. I really appreciate it. I just quickly want to do this. Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring the cord over to the side. Penelope's Lane says, I'm a little behind in your stream, but expert witnesses are generally permitted to watch the trial. That is Dorothy. But you know, you guys, have you looked up her age? Okay, she's apparently like, 80s. Are we sure that's her? Is the lady sitting behind Letecia like 82 or 85? I'm not sure. Now I'm confused. But you say that is her sitting behind Letecia. If she's 85 and sitting there looking like that, she looks amazing. Oh my word. Okay, so I know there's like 7,500 people here. Don't go anywhere because they're going to come back in 15 minutes, okay? Just give me 1 second. I'm just quickly, just wait. I just want to find this thing. Where is it? Where is it? Wait for it. Actually, I wonder if you guys, do you want to see the Tiguan route or not? Are we good? I thought I'd quickly play a little break. Just hold on. With this one. Okay, we're going to do it like this. They're going to be back in 15 minutes. So I'm going to put this on right here. I'll be right back. I won't be long, okay? Hello, everyone. I'm back. Okay, so let's do this. Thank you. I just quickly wanted to make some coffee. Thank you so much to everyone who bought me coffee. I need it, especially today. Hey, like, wow. Whoa, there's a lot of bullet points today, but I am glad that the prosecution, sorry, my name still hasn't changed. Hold on. That the prosecute, and I'm stuck now. Sorry about that. Hold on. I'm going to have to show you the map for a second. So Okay, let's try that again. Well, hello there. Okay, let's hope I don't freeze up. Are we good? Thank you so much for being here. Yes, it's 11. Is it 11:20? It's 11:20 p.m. for me. You are right. It is. It is indeed. Okay, so the court's going to be back in 5 minutes. All right. So, what did I miss? The one thing I want to know is if Gannon's phone, like, did they have that? Did the police have that? I wrote that in big letters here. Was the phone ever found? Because Letecia, oh my word, she was there texting Landen with the phone the whole time. We've gone over all the bullet points today from January 26th and 7th, and then they started with January 28th this afternoon. The way that I see things going, based on how they're doing with timeline, I'm thinking they're still going to go over everything now from January 30th up to February, at least February 4th, because on February 4th it sounds good? Okay, cool. February 4th is when Letecia discarded of Gannon's remains for at least the second time. So she went to the airport, then South Perry Park Road, collected it there again, and then drove his remains all the way to Florida. That was on February 4th. So I don't know at what point they're going to wrap up this detailed timeline, but at the rate they're going, to me, it seems like they're still going to carry on tomorrow. I mean, last week, Friday, they said that on Monday, they probably going to rest their case. They actually said by this afternoon, that was on Friday, or by Monday, maybe lunchtime. No, I see this going on for the rest of today and probably for tomorrow as well, actually. But let's see. Let's see. Cora says, thank you, G, for your hard work on reporting this trial. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Delta Dawn says, the best trial coverage, period. Love and sleep to you and Fury. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to sleep very well later. I just can't believe how Letecia texts and guilt trips everyone else. And she's like, why won't you talk to me? And all of that to Al when she killed his son. Like, wow, man. And she's just so jealous. Like, is Landen there? Who's there? What are they saying? Even when Al went to the police station with Gannon's toothbrush and comb, Letecia's not the one who took the DNA stuff there. Al did. And she's like, what did they ask you? What questions are they asking? What's happening? Like, whoa. Oh my gosh. I can't believe. I mean, at this point, it's a bit hard to say I can't believe what Letecia's up to. We've heard everything. But still, just when you think you've heard everything, we hear more things. Yes. Okay. So we're going for the home stretch now. We're going to the 1 a.m. for me, okay? But I don't mind. I love being here with you guys, and I love watching all this together with you because, like, oh my word, alone would be so bad with all this. So, yes, everything that they said so far, I'm just watching the court as well because they're coming back any minute. Everything they said so far is what Harley testified, and I hope that you guys followed based on the videos I've done before, the summaries of the Tiguan, the rental vehicle, Letecia's movements there. I just wonder, where all was she driving on January the 28th in the daytime with that rental vehicle? Because she was gone for a while, you know, and only later. So like from like 2 to 3 p.m., what was she doing? Still want to know that. Oh, there's so much to still know, actually. But she only got that Tiguan in the evening and then went to South Perry Park Road, leaving the Rio there. But I hope you followed that. If you didn't, I do have a summary video for you. Dearest Orugita says, I love this timeline. Very helpful. I mean, I'm loving it too. And what a way for the prosecution to rest their case, because this is their final witness from what I've heard them say. And so to finish like this with logic, pure timeline, logic, nothing in the air, nothing about her characters or personality states that she calls personas. It's just all the wrong wording. And all these just characters and people and personalities she makes up. None of that. Now it's like, no. Here's the bullet points. Timeline from January 26th. I love that. Okay. Oh, man, sorry. I was busy typing that and then I froze. That's what happened. Sorry about that. Okay. So let's see what you guys are saying. Terry Lynn Rock says, such sweet pics. Thanks, G. They are very nice. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for sourcing a lot of those Gannon pics for us. So court is right here. They're coming back now. They should be coming back now. We're waiting for it. We're waiting. Let's see what the camera angle will be this time. And let's see what happens next. Because they said after lunch they're going to be talking about Dr. Dorothy Lewis that went to visit Letecia in the jail yesterday for 3 hours, but they never addressed it. They never talked about it. So I don't know if they talked about it at lunch. You know what I mean? And just didn't address it. I'm not sure, but I'm still waiting to hear about that. We're still waiting to see when the prosecution rests their case. Will it be today? Or will it be maybe? I think it's going to be tomorrow lunchtime. But you let me know.
Court will call
what you think.
20 CR 1358, people
Giving
versus
us a
Letecia
fright
Stauch
here.
record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, this should be good.
79, really?
Is that
Well, last week it was 63 and now it's 79. Maybe we can split the difference. Oh my gosh.
they're getting hot in there? Sorry, let me put Letecia here for you. Oh no, what is she doing now?
64 one day.
Okay, there's L on the left if you didn't see him before. Yeah, 8-7 Swiss
All
mill.
right, for the
I
jury,
agree.
please.
I agree with you. I don't think it'll make such a big difference, actually. Oh, let me make Letecia bigger for you. Oh no. Ew. She's giving me goosebumps. She's grossing me out. The camera does seem clearer today, Delta Dawn. I agree. It's a different angle. They've zoomed in a
You may
little
all
bit
be
more.
seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, people versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry about the climate conditions. Last week we were 63, now we're at 80 degrees. So I don't know, maybe maybe we can split the difference somewhere, I don't know. But I will give counsel, I know it's hot and I know that jobs are difficult. I'm going to give counsel the options to remove their jackets if they want to do that.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Judge.
Because I don't want anybody falling over,
I just
including
assumed
me.
that,
No, you got to keep the tie on. Got to keep the tie on.
I just assumed the court thought that we all had earned a beach vacation and so wanted to raise the temp in here.
Yeah,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
you may go ahead.
We had just finished Mr. Clark, People's Exhibit 698, page 2 of 2. Now we're jumping to People's Exhibit 699. And those last timelines, were they more dense as far as information that was included on them as opposed to what we're going to see now going forward?
Oh, by far, yes.
Why is that?
A lot more data points that were significant to the investigation occurred during that time frame.
And what about the fact that there's no more telematics for the Tiguan? There's no more call detail records for the defendant's Colorado phone. Does that also play a role in this?
Absolutely.
All right. So when we start to look at People's 699, looking at the key again of sources of information for this exhibit, what are they?
It's Mr. Stauch's phone download and Harley's phone download.
And looking at the timeline brackets, what day is this?
This is Thursday, January 30th, and this encompasses significant events for the whole day.
All right. And get to a good zoom level here. All right. So the first entry on this, there's no time listed there. Why is that?
So the defendant and Harley are still at the Sanchez residence. That's where they stayed the night.
And then the first entry with the time is at 4:38 a.m. What is that information?
That's Harley quitting her job at Massage NB. So it's a message from Harley's phone to her supervisor at 4:38 a.m. that reads, I wanted to say that I thank you for being supportive and for our time at work. I know I provided an initial date that was for me leaving for BMT, which is basic military training. At this time, Harley was supposed to go into the Air Force. But due to safety concerns with my family situation, I need to take care of myself and make sure I am safe at this time. I hope you understand that this was an extenuating circumstance and hope that I can leave the company with a great relationship and future references. Thank you.
When we think back to the testimony from Harley Hunt, who, by indications of the investigation, actually penned that text message?
This message was authored by the defendant.
And I should have asked at the beginning, but the blue line indicating Gannon is missing, does it extend for the period, the total period of this particular day as well?
Does Gannon is still missing.
7:57 a.m. to 8:57 a.m. is the next timed entry. What is that entry?
These are more messages between Harley's phone and Mr. Stauch. And it starts with, my life was threatened on social media and told how people are looking for me. My grandma had threatened, so I do understand the pain and scaredness, but my mom did not do anything to harm Gannon. You should know that. I can come this afternoon and get my things. Mr. Stauch replies with, none of that is by me. You are always safe with me and you know that. And the response is, not by you, but you could stop it. Mr. Stauch replies with, social media is stupid. You should be with me. Your grandma and them should not have gone on there either. Call me. And the response to Mr. Stauch was, I did and you didn't answer. And Mr. Stauch says, no, I just called you and went straight to voicemail. VM. Harley, you are 17 and you are my responsibility. I know you are scared and confused about all this, but I'm making this very clear. I'm asking you and Amy to come see me. I need to verify your safety. If you leave without seeing me first, I will fear for your safety and have to report it to police as missing runaway. If your mom signed consent, like you said, I must see it ASAP and have a copy, and it must specify who you're allowed to leave with. This is the issue I was trying to avoid by sending you to safety yesterday, but you chose to not do that. Either way, maintain constant contact with me and keep me informed of your location. I will not come and try to bother you, but I have to know you are safe at all times. Love you.
And let me break in there just so we can make the record clear. You referenced Amy, spell that Amy's name.
AIMEE.
And who is that in reference to?
That's Amy Lowry, the defendant's sister.
Okay. And then picking up there after that text from Mr. Stauch to Harley Hunt's phone, what is the response to that?
The response is, I'm not scared. Why would you do this when I don't want to be around you? Be with Landen. You turned on my mom. I want to be with my grandma, my uncle, and my aunt. I'm not your child, nor will ever be. And then Mr. Stauch responded with, I disagree, but I respect your opinion. I have to visually confirm your safety. After that, if you decide to leave with your family, we will work through that. Where can we meet? I'm about to go to Lena's school so we can meet there or close to the house. The response was, you promised I could get my things with my family, and you said no one would be there but you. And Mr. Stauch responded with, yes, but you are not working with me.
And for context purposes, when we're talking about this Thursday, January 30th, does this coincide with, or what day did it occur when the defendant and Harley went back to 6627 Mandan Drive to get things out of the house?
That's going to be the next day. That's on
Okay.
Friday.
Is that what they're referencing here in these text messages, though? Efforts to go to the house to get those things?
They want to be alone. They don't want to be bothered by anybody or asked any questions. They just want to show up and take their belongings and leave.
And so that the record is clear, they being who?
The defendant.
Okay. The next timed entry is at 8:57 a.m. and stretches to 10:37 a.m. What are we looking at there?
This is Harley's phone. It's a continuation of the conversation with Mr. Stauch. And it starts with, I'm not. You will do me like you did mom. Please stop. You have your car. Give it to Landen. I paid for it all this time. Stop trying to force me to do something.
And let me break in there just for reference purposes. The car that's being referenced there, what is being discussed?
It's the Volkswagen Jetta.
The Volkswagen Jetta assigned to Harley Hunt?
That's her primary vehicle, yes.
Okay. And then pick up from there.
Mr. Stauch says, I'm not getting into a text battle. I need to confirm your safety. And then what you do from there is your decision. Someone is influencing you wrongly. And the response was influencing me to go with my blood family. We have the same blood. So how is that wrong? I'm safe, so please let me come with my family to get my things. Mr. Stauch says, I have to visually confirm. And the response was, I'm not meeting you. What is wrong with you? I do not want to be around you. I'm afraid to be around you if my mom is not there. Mr. Stauch replies with 10:30 at the house to get your stuff. And the response is, I've been asking for confirmation because we need to get a rental truck to transport. We could never get that from you, so we have to make the plans. Mr. Stauch responds with, that means nothing to authorities. Please meet at 10:30. The response is, why are you trying to take me? What do you get out of forcing me when I hate you now? No one is influencing me. I hate you. Mr. Stauch replies with, not forcing you, only confirming your safety. The response was, you mean nothing to me, none of you. You set my mom up so you could be with your ex-wife. I hate you. Mr. Stauch replies with, well, I love you, and I'm sorry you feel that way. And the response is, if you don't want to be with me and my mom, then you can't have me. She is the best mom ever, and she would not harm anyone. You are doing this for control. Mom's attorney is coming to get her things. He will have an order.
And just for context purposes, based on your knowledge of the investigation, who do you believe to be operating Harley Hunt's phone at that time?
I believe this to be the defendant.
The next entry is at 11:06 a.m. What is that?
So the defendant's family arrives in Colorado. They arrive to Denver International Airport, and they rent, specifically her aunt, Brenda Acquard, rents a 2020 Nissan Altima.
During the period that this Nissan Altima is in play as being rented by Aunt Acquard, did the defendant have some access to this car by herself?
She did.
Okay. The next entry is at 1:24 p.m. What is that?
This is when the defendant and Harley go to the Marshalls located at 1760 East Woodman Road. And that's where the Volkswagen Jetta and Harley's phone were seized by the Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Does that then now diminish even further points of data going forward now that Harley Hunt's phone is also seized?
It does. None of the original data points that we've seen up to this point are in play anymore. We've seized 2 cars and 2 phones.
And was there telematics associated with the VW Jetta?
No,
Is that the last entry on People's Exhibit 699?
it is.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 700. And while I'm zooming in on this, these same exhibits that we're looking at on the screen, are these printed out and on boards back on the back wall there?
They are.
Giving the jury access to them back in the deliberation room at some point?
Yes.
Same exact things?
Same exact things.
Looking at People's Exhibit number 700, what are the sources of information for this portion of the timeline?
So we have FBI CAS data because you may recall Sergeant Roy Ditzler testifying that he placed a GPS tracker on the Altima later in the afternoon on this Friday. And then we also have some American Express financials, some transactions.
And the period of time for this particular timeline, People's Exhibit 700 is what?
Friday, January 31st, encompassing the entire day.
Okay. And then does the Gannon is missing indicator line extend for the entirety of this day as well?
Yes, Gannon is still missing.
Starting at the first timed entry on the timeline at 9:44 a.m., what do we have there?
So at 9:44 a.m., the family goes to the Enterprise located at 421 North Chelton Road. And by the family, that is the defendant and Harley, along with Aunt Brenda Acquard, mom Deb Lowry, and then brother Dakota Lowry.
And Dakota Lowry, is that the same person that testified in front of this jury early on in this trial?
That's him. And they rent a 2019 Ford Transit van, and we'll refer to that as van number 1 for the next essentially 24 hours.
And why do we have to designate van number 1 and then a secondary van number 2?
Because tomorrow, on Saturday, the defendant rents a similar van, but from budget.
Okay.
And that's van number 2.
11:19 a.m., what's the entry there?
So we're on Friday, 11:19 a.m. The van with the family and the Nissan Altima with the defendant, and the family means all of them. They all arrived to 6627 Mandan Drive to take out the defendant and Harley's belongings.
And then the next entry at 12:10 PM, what is that?
That is when the KKTV interview was done by Spencer Wilson with primarily the defendant and with a brief appearance by Harley.
And we heard testimony from Spencer Wilson on that point as well, is that right?
We did. And then in the frame, you actually see the back end of the van number 1.
How many times roughly during that interview did the defendant reference Gannon's name? You know,
It was 9 to 12, if I remember correctly.
and
It
do you
was-
have, I'm sorry, finish your sentence.
I think it was less than, it was no more than 16. I think 12 is the number that comes to mind.
And then how many references by the defendant to I, me, or my? Do you have any idea?
It was over 100.
The next entry is at 3:26 PM and 3:38 PM. What is that information?
So after the interview, the family with the 2 vehicles returned to where they're staying, which is the Extended Stay of America located at 5855 Corporate Drive. And we know that the defendant stayed in room number 103. And so they arrived there at 3:26, and the tracker went on the Nissan Altima at 3:38.
And then looking above the line, there's a reference to cast report page 43. Why is that particular page significant for this portion of time on the timeline?
The Altima returns to the S-curve.
All right, so going below the line, looking at 3:45 PM, what is that indicating?
So the tracker was placed at 3:38. Less than 10 minutes later, the Nissan Altima departs the extended stay and starts traveling north on I-25.
Based on your understanding, who was in control of the Nissan Altima at that time?
The defendant.
There was some testimony during Harley Hunt's testimony about the defendant and actually also with Dakota Lowry leaving for a period of time and nobody knew where she was. Is that this period of time that we're about to talk about?
Yes, it is.
All right. The next timed entry is 4:41 PM. What is that?
That's the Nissan Altima pinging with the GPS tracker at the S-curve.
And what is the time brackets where this Nissan Altima goes up to southern Douglas County to that S curve and then returns back down?
It's not long. We've got from 4:16 PM where it went further north and then double backed to 5:13 PM. So it's about an hour.
Okay. And then the next entry is at 5:37 PM to 5:41 PM.
The Nissan went through the Starbucks drive-through located at 1150 Interquest Parkway. And so we have GPS data and we have a financial transaction from American Express for $5, I think.
And so this is after the Nissan Altima is at the S curve, goes to Starbucks?
Yeah, it goes to the S curve and then comes back down and goes to Starbucks.
Based on your knowledge of the investigation, what did the defendant do up at the S curve?
So this is when we believe that the defendant picked up the suitcase that had Gannon in it from the S curve.
And then subsequent to this, so after this point, is that when the board was found at some point later on in the investigation?
Yes, we found a piece of the board, which I testified to a couple weeks ago, that matched the photo in Al's phone of the same type of board, same shape, same damage, that kind of thing. I believe it's the same board. That was found at the S curve in a little ravine.
The next entry at 5:56 PM to 6:19 PM, what is that entry?
The vehicle goes to Petco, the same one that the defendant went to with Gannon in the red truck on Monday, located at 5020 North Nevada Avenue. And there was a financial transaction for $32.
And then the last entry at 6:23 PM to 6:26 PM, what is that?
It arrives back to the extended stay and then parks at its final spot for the night at 6:26 PM.
All right. Is that the last entry for the timeline of 700 on January 31st, 2020?
Yes, this takes us through Friday, January 31st.
Moving on to People's Exhibit 701. What are the sources of information for People's Exhibit 701?
So we have the cast report because the tracker's still on the Altima at this time. But the van that the defendant rented from Budget has a built-in GPS tracker on it that pings every 6 hours, as well as a power-up event that occurs every 24 to 25 hours. And then we also have USAA financials as well as American Express financials.
The USA financials and the American Express financials, are those accounts associated to the defendant?
To the defendant, yes.
Okay. Same for the other exhibits that have the same information on them?
Correct.
The blue line indicating Gannon is missing, does that extend for the entirety of this timeline as well?
Yes, Gannon is still missing, and this timeline covers the period of Saturday, February 1st through February 4th.
Okay. Starting with the first timed entry, you have that squiggly line and then 8 a.m. What do you have? Why do you have the squiggly line there again?
So the information that we have is that the van number one, with Dakota, Lowry, and the defendant in it, departs the extended stay right around 8 a.m. And
Where did they go to?
They drive to the Budget, which is located at 140 East Garden of the Gods Road, where the defendant rents a van number two for $679 using the American Express.
Does that coincide with the testimony that we got from the person from Budget about that van rental and went through the receipt and all of that sort of thing?
From him as well as her brother Dakota.
Okay. And then I just want to have you point out visually the two different vans. Do they look different on the timeline?
They do. So van number one has windows. Van number two does not have windows. This is more accurate depiction of what van number two looked like, the one that they drove to South Carolina.
Okay. And then moving on to 10:10 a.m., there's a line above that goes to cast report page 45. Why is that significant for that timeline?
The van has left Colorado Springs area and is at the Love's gas station just outside of Pueblo.
Is that what's the source of that information?
That's going to be the ping data from the built-in GPS tracker on the van that Budget places on their vehicles that go out of state.
Okay. And does that show a purchase being made at that Love's Travel Center in Pueblo?
Yes, so we have a coinciding purchase for $8.34 at the time that the van gives a ping.
Okay. The next timed entry is 11:57 a.m. to 12:20 p.m. What is that entry?
So this is when the defendant and Harley go to the Walmart located at 2921 Topol Drive in Trinidad, and the defendant purchases phone number two. It's a prepaid Verizon wireless phone with a 407 area code, and there's a corresponding charge from the USA account for $89.03.
There was testimony from the person that searched that van back in Rhode Island, and there was a Verizon prepaid calling card in that glove box. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you do some research on that particular item?
I did.
What did you find when you researched that calling card?
We wrote a search warrant to Verizon for the numbers that are on the back of the prepaid card, and it confirms that it links to this prepaid phone purchased at the Walmart on this day and time.
You have a time zone change there. Why'd you put a time zone change?
We're moving from Mountain Time to Central Time. She's now driving through Texas.
All right. The next timed entry, 7:49 p.m., is above the line referencing cast report page 48. Why is that significant for that time frame?
So this is now, instead of AT&T like we saw earlier, it's now her Verizon phone number two. We have, works the same technology. You have a date and a time, a cell phone tower that provides service to the phone, and then a direction, a sector as to where that phone is at. So the cast report shows phone number two, the Verizon phone, purchased at the Walmart earlier that day, at the hotel where they stayed the night.
And then going forward now, are we going to have essentially two sources of data, both the GPS information from the van and then call detail records for this phone that was bought in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, that's what will be in the cast report, and then we'll also have financials that'll be on the timeline.
Okay. The entry at 11:10 p.m., what is that?
So that's the 6-hour scheduled ping for the van, and it's in the parking lot of the Candlewood Suites, located at 18 Western Plaza Drive in Amarillo, Texas. And we have a corresponding charge a few hours earlier for $91.
The next entry, I'm sorry, do we have a date change there?
Yes, so they stay the night at this Candlewood Suites, and then the van sits at that Candlewood through the morning of Sunday, February 2nd of 2020, with the scheduled power up to 12 a.m. and then the 5:10, 11:10 a.m. pings.
Does this indicate that they're still potentially at the Candlewood Suites, have not started driving for that day?
That's correct.
Maybe slipped in or something like that?
That's correct. It hasn't moved.
7:38 PM, is that the next entry?
It is, there's a $25 charge on the American Express. This time Candlewood Suites, but in Decatur, Texas. 601 West Thompson Street is the Candlewood Suites. And then we have a corresponding 11:10 PM GPS ping. So they traveled from Amarillo to Decatur on February 2nd.
Do they spend the night in Decatur, Texas into the morning and day of February 3rd?
They do.
What's the next timed entry at 3:14 AM to 5:10 AM?
We have the power up event, and then we have the scheduled 6-hour ping alert. And the van is still at the Candlewood Suites in Decatur, Texas.
And I should have asked you to clarify this, but on those van schedule alerts, you have in the line, it says stopped, stopped for those different references. Why do you have that word stop there, and what does that mean?
It means it's parked. So we mapped out all of the pings, and sometimes it was traveling on the highway. And when it's traveling, it gives you where it's at and how fast it's going. And so this is just important, showing that it's just parked in the parking lot of the hotel.
Okay. And then moving into February 4th, did they spend the night in Decatur, Texas?
They did.
And then the next timed entry is at 12:22 AM. What is that?
So we're now into February 4th. It's a Tuesday. At 12:22 AM, the defendant's American Express was charged for $106 at the Candlewood Suites located at 1953 North Cross Lane in Pensacola, Florida.
Why is the stop at that Candlewood Suites in Pensacola, Florida significant for the investigation?
That's where Gannon would later be found nearby under a bridge.
Okay. Let me ask you whether you know this or not. Was surveillance video, like we had the surveillance video from the Amarillo, Texas Candlewood Suites. Was there able to be video obtained from the Pensacola, Florida Candlewood Suites?
Unfortunately, there was not. It had already been overwritten.
Okay. The next entry is at 4:15 AM, and it goes above the line to the catch report, page 54. Why is that catch report page significant for this timeline?
So it shows the towers and sectors that service the Verizon phone number 2, that provide coverage to the Candlewood Suites where they stayed the night. We've got 2 scheduled pings at 5:10 AM and 11:10 AM in the parking lot of the Candlewood Suites. But then we had one of those power-up events at 4:15 AM. And here's where Gannon was later found. And here's where that power-up event occurred. And so sometime between 12:22 AM, when the defendant checked into the hotel, and 4:15 AM, the van had moved. It was less than.
Was it 1.8 miles from that point to where Gannon was?
I was going to say less than 2 miles. And it was 1.8 miles from that ping to where Gannon was found.
And actually, I think I took you down the wrong path. So the 1.8 miles, based on the cache page there, do you see the brackets?
That's from the hotel to the ping. It's less than 2 miles from the ping to where Gannon was found.
Okay. Just want to make sure we made that correction. The 5:10 AM to 11:10 AM entry, what is that telling us?
Those are the scheduled every 6-hour pings. And those are technically in the Comfort Inn parking lot, but the Comfort Inn shares a parking lot with the Candlewood Suites when you look at it on a map.
So does that mean that the Candlewood Suites and that Comfort Inn are right next to each other?
Right next to each other with a shared parking lot.
All right. What about the address for that Comfort Inn? It says on the line on that entry 8080 North Davis Highway, Ferry Pass, Florida, whereas the Comfort Inn says 1953 North Cross Lane, Pensacola, Florida.
Sure. It's the same zip code. And so that's just how they're registered online with their address.
Okay.
I confirm they're right next to each other, and then one just faces one street for the addressing and the other faces a southern street for the addressing.
Okay. The next entry is 11:44 AM. What is that?
That's a financial. Harley goes in and buys breakfast at the McDonald's, which is like less than a block from that Candlewood Suites.
The next entry you have is a time zone change. Is that right?
That's correct. We go from Central Time to Eastern Time.
All right. The next timed entry you have is at 11:32 PM and it points upwards to a cast report page 56. Excuse me, on page 56. Why is that cast report page significant for this timeline?
It corroborates what the van pings are saying with the call detail records, along with the financials, that the phones continue to travel down south and stays in the Orlando area.
And does the financial show a check-in at an Orlando hotel?
Yes, the Holiday Inn, 11:32 PM, there was a $315.70 charge made to the Holiday Inn in Orlando, Florida.
Is that the last entry on this particular timeline?
Yes, so this takes us through Tuesday, February 4th of 2020.
Okay. Moving on to People's Exhibit 702. Again, for reference purposes, what are the sources of information for People's Exhibit 702?
We still have defendant's phone number 2, the Verizon phone that you purchased at the Trinidad Walmart, as well as the scheduled and power-up pings off of the rental van that are in the cast report.
And then what are the relevant time spans for this particular exhibit?
So this goes from February 5th, which is a Wednesday, all the way till March 17th of 2020.
Does this cover then the time frame of when the defendant is ultimately arrested in South Carolina?
It does.
Does it stretch all the way to the point when Gannon's remains are found under that bridge?
It ends when we find Gannon.
Okay. So the first entry on this is which day and time?
So this is February 5th. It's a Wednesday, 2020.
And then you've got a line going up to cast report page 57. Why do you have that going up to that particular page at that time?
This shows where the van and the phone are at during this time.
Does this basically just show the van and the occupants, Harley, Hunt, and the defendant traveling from Orlando up to South Carolina?
It does. They stayed the full day in Orlando and then started traveling up Thursday the 6th to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. They arrive and they return the van to the budget located at 1400 Cannon Road, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And the van was returned sometime before 6:10 PM because that's when it has every 6-hour scheduled ping.
And then for reference purposes, you have the line going above the timeline to cast report page 58. Does that corroborate the cast report page 58, returning the budget van at the budget rental place in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
It does. It also corroborates the residence that she was staying at for the interim at the Abernathy residence.
Okay. Will you just point that out on the map?
Sure, it's right up here.
Thank
So you have this tower with this sector that provides coverage to the Abernathy residence, and you have a van ping here.
Okay. And then moving on to the next entry on your map, or I'm sorry, on your timeline, February 8th, 2020. What is indicated on February 8th, 2020?
So the defendant gets her third phone, and we refer to this as her South Carolina phone.
And was that phone seized during the investigation?
It was on
And-
her arrest.
Did we have testimony from a detective that was involved in seizing that phone as well?
We did.
The next indicator is February 15th of 2020. You've got 2 entries on that. Explain what we're looking at there.
So the first one is we find the board with Gannon's blood on it at the S-curve on the state on Saturday, February 15th of 2020. Also on this day, the defendant makes a post on her Facebook account. Do you want me to get into that?
Yeah, so that particular post, was that Exhibit 50 that was admitted during Mr. Stauch's testimony early on in this trial?
It was.
What was that a video
It was a video
of what?
of Gannon when they're in Hawaii. He's waving and says goodbye and jumps off of a dock into the water below.
People's Exhibit, I'm sorry, February 18th on this timeline. You have a indicator there. What is that?
This is the first fake polygraph that the defendant tried to obtain, where you heard the wire, the call, where they weren't going to release it because it violated their policy. And so that's when that happened.
And then February 19th entry, what is that?
That's when the note was created with the 5 altered questions. that I talked about this morning from her South Carolina phone in the notes.
And that was Exhibit 692 that we admitted during your early portion of your testimony today?
It was.
Jumping to February 21st, you have two entries there. Explain the one on the left first.
The one on the left are some of the messages from the defendant to Nicole Mobley, who testified during this trial.
For reference purposes, was Nicole Mobley, remind everybody who Nicole Mobley was.
She was the one who kind of feigned a relationship with the defendant and told her whatever she wanted to hear in hopes to get information out of her over a Text Now app.
And those text messages that you're referring to that came from the defendant to Nicole Mobley, is that what we're looking at there?
Yes, not all of them, just a few.
And what do they say?
So the defendant sends a message to Nicole Mobley saying, "I need a witness that the guy left. I will do anything. I'm not asking you. I'm asking if you know anyone who will. I will give them my life, a reward, or whatever." And then in a second message, the defendant says, "He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in his cover." And then the third message selected for this was, "What if you just said you remembered something suspicious after seeing this picture and explained the description and you didn't think it was relevant until now?" And those are all captured in exhibit number 233.
And Exhibit 233, is that the total number of messages that went back and forth between the defendant and Nicole Mobley?
Those are all of them, yes.
Based on the context of that conversation in sum, what does it appear from your perspective to be occurring between the defendant and Nicole Mobley at this time?
The defendant is asking Ms. Mobley to lie for her to corroborate a lie to law enforcement.
And then the right side portion of February 21st, 2020, what do we have there?
That's when the second fake polygraph was done on her phone that I testified to earlier today.
Is that Exhibit 692?
It is.
Then move on to March 2nd, 2020. What do we have indicated there?
That's when the defendant was taken into custody and charged with the murder of Gannon Stauch.
And then you have an indicator for an interview. Was that the interview conducted by Special Agent at the time, now retired, Jonathan Grusing?
That's correct.
And then the next entry on March 4th, 2020, what do we have there?
As the defendant was being transported back to Colorado Springs, she attacked one of our Paso County Sheriff's deputies. And that's the still from the GoPro just before the attack occurred.
During the portion of testimony from Dr. Torres late last week, the defendant made comments about this was Maria actually attacking the deputy. Any indication in that video that she was talking in a Spanish accent?
None.
Did she ever reference herself as Maria in that video?
No.
And then the last entry on March 17, 2020, what is that?
March 17th of 2020, we found Gannon.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach and set up the easel? We can turn the TV off. For purposes of foundation, People's Exhibit 703, what is it?
It's some of the defendant's Google searches on her Colorado phone number 1.
And what is the date span of these searches?
January 21st of 2020 through January 29th of 2020.
January 29th, for reference purposes, is that when the defendant's phone was seized by law enforcement?
It was.
Is that why that's the end of the searches on this particular exhibit?
It is.
Is it fair and accurate?
It is.
And then as it relates to 722, 720, 721, and 722, what are these exhibits?
These are Google searches from the defendant's South Carolina phone number 3. 720 spans February 19th of 2020 through February 23rd of 2020. Exhibit 721 spans February 24th, 2020 through February 26th, 2020. And then Exhibit 722 are searches conducted from February 27th, 2020 through March 1st of 2020.
These all fair and accurate representations of searches that were found on the South Carolina seized phone.
Yes, phone number 3, the South Carolina phone.
This time I'd move for admission of these exhibits 720, 721, and 722 as it relates to the South Carolina phone. And then People's Exhibit 703 as it relates to the Colorado phone.
Mr. Cook,
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 703, 720, 721, 722 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission to publish 703 at this time.
You may go.
They're literally blocking the camera, you guys. We can't see.
Mr. Clark, what I'm going to have you do
There we go.
is start by just orienting the jury to what we're looking at, knowing that the jury will be able to take this back with them to the deliberation room at some point.
Sure.
So starting with 703, tell them about the different columns.
So on the far left, you have the date and the time that the search was made. And this is Colorado time because this is the Colorado phone. And so it's local time. And then on the right, you have the words typed for the actual search.
And then are these, I guess, can you tell the difference when you look at the download of the phone, whether searches have been deleted or whether they're still active on the phone?
Yes. So on this Colorado phone, there was just over 6,400 searches done during this time period of the phone download. She deleted about 4,500 of those. So we're left with about 2,000 searches that still have a date and a time component with the search. When you delete a search, the deleted search is still saved, but the metadata is stripped from it. So there's no date and time component. And so we don't know when the search was made. We just know that the search was made. And so just to keep it clean, we are only presenting the searches that we know when they were made.
And then as it relates to the searches that were referenced in Special Agent at the time, now retired, Jonathan Grusing, there were searches that were referenced in his interview. Were those deleted searches that he was referring to?
They were.
And so does that mean that they didn't have date and time stamps for when those searches were actually conducted?
That's correct.
Do we know, though, that those searches were conducted prior to January 29th, 2020, when the defendant's phone was seized?
They were, yes.
And then as it relates to, you said, I think roughly 2,000 undeleted searches on her Colorado iPhone. Did all of them have any relevance to the investigation that we're talking about?
Not all of them, no.
The searches that we have on People's Exhibit 703, do they have relevance to this investigation?
They do.
Starting with the first entry, what I'd like to have you do is just tell us the date and time of that first entry.
Sure. So the first one we selected, this goes in chronological order. And it's also important to note that all of these were searched at least once. So the first one was January 21st at 9:05 p.m. The defendant searched Landen Marie Hoyt.
Is that Hyatt?
I'm sorry, Hyatt. Yeah.
Yeah. And then just so the record is clear, spell the name.
Landen. Marie is Marie. And Hyatt is Hiott.
What is the next search?
Same day, but at 9:10 p.m., so 5 minutes later, U-Haul truck rental.
The next search?
9:12 p.m., U-Haul trucks rates Colorado Springs, Colorado to Orlando, Florida on January 22nd of 2020.
There was a reference in text messages that we went through on the timeline where the defendant said, I should have left last week when I was, do you remember that search?
I do.
Does that coincide with what we're seeing here, that the defendant is searching for U-Haul trucks to go to Florida?
Correct.
And is this roughly a week prior to Gannon being missing?
It is.
The next entry, what is that?
9:14 p.m., another search was made, U-Haul truck rates Colorado Springs, Colorado to Orlando, Florida on February 6th, 2020.
And so the actual date of that search, though, was that January 21st, 2020 also?
It was made a couple minutes after the previous one for the rates on January 22nd.
Are there two searches next that occurred on January 24th, 2020?
Yes.
Tell us the time of each one of those two searches.
7:32 p.m., jobs, employment in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina using Indeed.com. And then at 8:01 p.m., sometimes you just leave and take, and it's misspelled. It's spelled NOTIJIIG. I'm assuming that means take nothing.
Is that based off the context of the search term?
Yes.
Are there then now a bunch of text messages, I'm sorry, not text messages, searches on the defendant's Colorado phone that occur on January 25th of 2020?
Yes.
Tell us the first one and what time that occurred and what it is.
First one occurred at 8:48 a.m. and it's jobs, employment in Los Angeles, California, using Indeed.com.
What's the next one on January 25th?
January 25th is 12:16 p.m. Now this is Saturday, before Al flies to Oklahoma. So Saturday the 25th at 12:16 p.m. Find real military singles was searched.
Is there another search at 12:16 p.m. as well?
There is military dating and singles at militarycupid.com.
What's the next search on January 25th of 2020?
1:40 p.m. The search was parenting should be 4 people, not 1.
What's the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
Also 1:40 p.m. I'm over doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
What's the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
It's at 1:48 p.m. and it reads, if you aren't involved in your kid's life, you are shitty.
What's the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
1:49 p.m. My husband's ex-wife does nothing for her lids.
Based on context, what do you think that the lids actually meant?
Should be kids.
Okay. Is it a typo basically on the searcher's part?
Yes.
The next search on January 25th, 2020, what time and what did it say?
1:51 p.m. I wonder if my husband's ex-wife is sending me a Valentine's card since I raised her kids.
Does that coincide with what we talked about earlier with text messages from the defendants originating from the defendant's phone having periods instead of spaces sometimes?
Yes, primarily happens in a lot of the searches with the periods in between.
Okay. What is the next search on January 25th of 2020 and what time?
1:54 p.m. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
7:57 p.m. Find me a rich guy who, wants me to take care of his kids.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
7:58 p.m. Find a guy who wants me to take care of, his kids and get paid.
What is the next search on January 25th of 2020?
This is at 9:11 p.m. and it's apartments for rent in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on Trulia.com.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020?
9:13 p.m. 1 bed, 1 bath apartments for rent in Fort Lauderdale, also on Trulia.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
9:15 p.m. Craigslist, South Florida jobs, apartments for sale, services, community and events.
What is the next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
Still 9:15 p.m. South Florida rooms and shares on the Craigslist website.
The next one on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
9:20 p.m. South Florida jobs, in quotes, teacher on Craigslist.
The next search on January 25th, 2020 and what time?
9:47 p.m. Orlando jobs, Disney, in quotes, on Craigslist.
During the course of the investigation, did it become clear to you that the defendant had an affinity for Disney and Disney characters?
Yes.
The next search on January 24th, 2020?
9:49 p.m. Orlando jobs, in quotes, manager on Craigslist.
The next search on January 24th, 2020?
25th. Still 9:49 p.m. Orlando jobs, cruise port, in quotes, also on Craigslist.
What did I say?
I think you said 24th.
Okay. And you corrected me to the 25th. Thank you. What's the next search on January 25th, 2020?
9:49 p.m. Orlando jobs, airport, in quotes, on Craigslist.
Based on all these searches for apartments and jobs in the Florida area, Um, To your belief, did it appear that the defendant was trying to look for a way to move from Colorado and go to Florida without the family?
Right. 1 bedroom, 1 bath apartment for rent. That means you're not moving a family of 5.
And then do we have searches, 3 searches that occurred on January 27th, 2020?
We do.
Tell me the first one on January 27th, 2020.
12:09 a.m. My son, period, burned the carpet. How, period, do I fix it?
Is there a period between the fix and the if?
There is. I just couldn't see it from this angle. How do I fix, period, it?
And then the next search on January 27th, 2020, what is it and what time?
1:03 a.m. Son sick. Can he stay, period, home?
And then the next search on January 27th, 2020, what time?
2:42 a.m. Craigslist, Orlando, Florida, jobs, apartments, for sale, searches, community, and events.
And for context purposes, is January 27th, later that day, the day that the defendant called 911 to report Gannon as a runaway?
Correct.
We have then several searches on January 28th, 2020, is that correct?
There are, yes.
What is the first one on January 28th, 2020?
4:15 a.m. What is the process for, period, our runaway child?
And the next one on January 28th, 2020?
4:16 a.m. Police steps for our runaway.
The next search on January 28th, 2020?
4:16 a.m. Police steps for, period, our missing child.
The next search on January 28th, 2020?
This was the 7:17 a.m. one, find cheap rental car deals on Priceline.
Does this coincide essentially with the defendant renting that Kia Rio at the Colorado Springs Airport on this particular day?
Correct.
The next search on January 28th, 2020?
At 8:17 a.m., $37 a day compact car.
And then the final search on January 28th, 2020?
12:57 p.m., can Nintendo find my Switch?
And then now do we have 2 searches on January 29th?
Correct.
Tell us the first search on January 29th as it's relevant to this investigation.
Both were at 2:34 a.m. And the first one reads, I want immunity because it was gang related. And the second one is this GregHillAssociates.com. She read an article about be careful about being granted immunity and not testifying.
And does that immunity theme come up in the recorded phone calls between the defendant and Mr. Stauch during those consensually recorded phone calls that we heard testimony from?
Numerous times.
All right. I'm going to switch out the exhibits and move on to People's Exhibit 720.
Oh man, I hate the way they're just cozying up there and giggling. Stop it. I hate it.
Remind us first, before we get started on People's 720, the date range that we're going to be looking at for the searches here.
So this is from phone number 3, the South Carolina phone. And it's from February 19th to February 23rd, 2020.
Okay.
There were just over 1,300 searches during this time period on her South Carolina phone. We were able to get that down to 377 unique searches. And out of those 377, we're going to show you 96 that are relevant to this case.
All right. Do we have, it looks like
Oh my word. here we
5
go.
searches that are relevant to this investigation that occurred on February 19th of 2020.
That's correct.
Tell us the first search on February 19th, 2020 and what time?
New
1:22
information.
p.m., the defendant searched crime online.
What is crime online? Do you know?
It's the Nancy Grace show for nationwide exposure crimes.
And was there reference to the defendant being in contact with the Nancy Grace show during some of these recorded phone calls that we heard?
Alleged. We don't have any proof that that the defendant spoke with Nancy Grace.
What is the next search on February 19th of 2020?
At 3:49 p.m., Palmer, period, Harold, period, Colorado, period, Springs.
Is Harold misspelled there?
It is. It's HEARLD.
What is Palmer Herald, Colorado Springs.
It's the newspaper up in Palmer Lake area.
So does that indicate to you that the defendant was searching for news in the Palmer Lake area, which would cover the area where the board was found?
This is during our search operations up there. The defendant was very interested in lots of local news, monitoring what our investigative tactics were at the time.
And then what is the next search on February 19th, 2020?
7:22 p.m. Does text-free show location?
What is text-free?
That's the app that the defendant requested Nicole Mobley download so they could communicate with each other, and where the defendant sent those messages to Nicole Mobley.
The fact that she's searching for does text-free show location, in your mind, does that indicate an awareness of investigative efforts and efforts on her part to evade those investigative efforts?
Absolutely.
What is the next search on February 19th of 2020?
7:43 p.m. How can I make my phone's IP address hidden?
Is address misspelled?
It is ADREES.
Again, similar to that last question, does this also indicate to you that the defendant appears to have some knowledge that she's wanting to hide information from the investigation?
That's correct.
What is the next search on February 19th, 2020?
At 8:11 p.m., the search was send a fake email.
And then do we have two searches on February 20th, 2020?
We do.
What is the first search on February 20th of 2020?
At 6:51 a.m., how long will fingerprints stay on an object?
What is the next search on February 20th, 2020?
8:49 p.m., I need a fake ID that's legit.
Oh my
Then do we
word.
have a bunch of searches on February 21st, 2020 that are relevant for this investigation?
We do.
What is the first one on February 21st?
6:43 a.m., children trafficking to Mexico from and it's misspelled Colorado. It's spelled COLOROSDO.
And does this roughly coincide with references by the defendant in some of these recorded consensual phone calls that were recorded by the FBI, indicating that Gannon have been trafficked to Mexico?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:54 a.m., I need a criminal polygraph.
And the next one on February 21st, 2020?
A few minutes later at 7:08 a.m., I need a fake criminal polygraph.
The next one on February 21st, 2020?
7:21 a.m., fake polygraph test.
The next one on February 21st, 2020?
7:35 a.m., can you get away with fake lie detector, and it's misspelled, DETEXTOR website.
These searches for needing a criminal polygraph, fake criminal polygraph, and can you get away with a fake lie detector test? Does this indicate in your mind that the defendant had some awareness of trying to evade the investigation in this case?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
9:52 a.m., Gannon Stauch, El Paso, searching in landfill.
Was there in fact searches of landfills trying to locate Gannon's remains?
There were.
Was that publicized?
Briefly, if I recall right.
And then what is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
11:26 a.m., search efforts for Gannon Stauch.
The next one on February 21st, 2020?
6:46 p.m., I need, and it was misspelled, MEED, to change my look to hide.
And the next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:47 p.m., face disguise.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:49 p.m., full face and then change, but it's misspelled CHAMGE.
And the next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:51 p.m., first face transplant woman.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
Also at 6:51 p.m., full face transplant.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
6:51 p.m., face, but it's misspelled FAVE, transplant near me.
The next search on February 21st, 2020.
6:53 p.m., full face plastic surgery.
The next search on February 21st, 2020.
6:56 p.m., full face plastic surgery, Atlanta.
Those searches as it relates to this plastic surgery, face transplant, and that sort of thing, in your mind, did that indicate an effort to change her appearance to evade the investigation?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
7:23 p.m., need a guy who wants me to move in.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
7:24 p.m., find a man with a place to let me move in.
And then do we have, let me see, 4 searches on February 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
What is the first one?
9:50 a.m., change my facial appearance. That appearance is misspelled APPEARMCE.
And the next search on February 22nd, 2020?
Also at 9:50 a.m., drastic ways to change your appearance.
The next search on February 22nd, 2020?
2 minutes later, see what my face will, but misspelled SILL, period, be with plastic surgery.
And the next search on February 22nd, 2020?
Also at 9:52, plastic surgery, Myrtle Beach, SC.
Did this indicate to you that the defendant is still indicating a willingness or want to change her appearance to evade the investigation?
Yes,
And then do we have 4 searches on February 23rd, 2020?
we do.
What is the first one?
3:08 a.m., Gannon Stauch found.
Was he found on February 23rd?
No.
What's the next search on February 23rd, 2020?
8:24 a.m., replacement passport.
The next search on February 23rd, 2020?
3:15 p.m., shock from period, watching someone get shot.
Is someone misspelled?
Yes, it's spelled SOMEOKE.
Is this the first indication that we have, well, let me back up a little bit. Gannon's body still had not been found by this time, right?
Not yet.
Is this the first indication that we have of consciousness by the defendant of Gannon being shot?
Yes.
And then the final search on February 23rd, 2020.
5:13 p.m., face mask that looks real to disguise.
Is that the last search on that exhibit?
Yes.
I'm going to switch them out and move on to 721.
Yes, Judge. Call them out. Call them out. Call them. I could see the judge wants to. He's looking at them like, hello, what are you doing? Judge is not looking happy. Listen, Will Cook. Focus.
What are the date ranges for People's Exhibit 721?
So again, still from the South Carolina phone number 3, February 24th, 2020 through February 26th, 2020.
We have what looks to be 7 searches on February 24th, 2020.
Yes.
What is the first one?
9:14 a.m., GoFundMe, Tisha and Harley support, but support is spelled AUPPORT.
And the next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:23 p.m., how long does it take to get DNA?
Next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:24 p.m., how long does it take to get DNA from crime?
And the next search on February 24th, 2020?
Also 1:24 p.m., how long does it take to get DNA results from a crime scene?
The next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:26 p.m., how long does it take police to get DNA results?
The next search on February 24th, 2020?
1:39 p.m., how long does it take police to get DNA results in Colorado?
And then the final search on February 24th, 2020?
1:39 p.m., how long does it take police to get DNA results in Colorado Springs?
And then are there 5 searches of relevance to this investigation that occurred on February 25th of 2020?
There are.
What is the first one?
5:49 a.m., make a security video.
And the next one on February 25th, 2020?
Also at 5:49 a.m., make a security video past tense.
As it relates to that particular search, in your mind, does it appear that somebody is trying to create what would look like an old security video to throw off the investigation?
And alter it to whatever narrative you want it to fit, yes.
Okay. The next search on February 25th, 2020.
4:12 p.m., I need a new social security number to hide.
The next search on February 25th, 2020.
4:28 p.m., apply for a social if I lived on an Indian reservation.
And then the final search on February 25th, 2020.
6:56 p.m., cadaver dog.
And then the remainder of the searches on this exhibit 721, do they all occur on February 26th of 2020?
They do.
All right, let's start with the first one. What is it?
6:18 a.m., do they check in ditches under bridges?
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
6:18 a.m., maintenance under ditches under bridges.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
6:57 a.m., can I get a plea with no jail time? The time is misspelled, just IME.
Immunity.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
7 a.m., criminally negligent homicide in Colorado.
The words criminally negligent homicide, are those very specific words that people familiar with the criminal justice system would be more aware of than regular people in the community? He's a crime analyst, Judge.
Yeah, but I don't know that you would need to lay some different foundation for his knowledge of general community versus, I guess, not general or legal community, I guess.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge.
Okay.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
7:30 a.m., can I find a rich guy?
The next search on, I'm not sure what's so funny.
Why are
over
they
here, Judge,
laughing?
but
Exactly. Why are they laughing at this?
A lot of interruptions coming from my
Yes,
left.
yes.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
8:10 a.m., can they trace Snapchat?
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
8:30 a.m., Colorado closed cases.
Is Colorado spelled correctly?
No, it's misspelled COLROADO.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
Also at 8:30 a.m., Colorado misspelled COLROADO. Springs misspelled SPRINGS. Closed murder cases.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
8:33 a.m., drug cartels in Colorado Springs.
Does this coincide with those consensually recorded phone calls that the FBI was involved with, wherein the defendant starts to introduce the idea that potentially a drug cartel was involved with Gannon's disappearance?
Yes.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
8:48 a.m., make my phone get a call, misspelled, just CAL, from Mexico.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
8:51 a.m., fake a call, period, from Mexico, period, drug, misspelled, SRUG, cartel.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
Also 8:51 a.m., fake a call from Mexico, drug cartel.
The next search on February 26th, 2020.
8:53 a.m., bluff my call app.
Are you familiar with what that means, Bluff My Call app?
I am.
What is that?
It's an app you can download that makes a different phone number show up on the caller ID of the recipient's phone.
Is that typically used in your experience to trick somebody into not knowing who is making a phone call?
I've seen it a couple of times in like stalking cases where they use this app or an app very similar to it to mask their number.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
8:54 a.m., what are some Mexican drug, misspelled SRUG, cartel phone numbers?
The next search on February 26, 2020.
9:13 a.m., what do they do when they find a person body in another, misspelled ANITHER, state?
The next search on February 26, 2020.
9:13 a.m., how do, period, they identify, misspelled IDENIFY, bodies found, misspelled FOUN, in another state?
And the next search on February 26, 2020.
9:33 a.m., make a fake Snapchat video.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:45 a.m., can the FBI go, period, to, period, Los Canos?
What is Los Canos?
I think it's a city in Mexico.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:53 a.m., create a recording of someone's voice and change the words. And create is misspelled CREAT.
The next search on February 26, 2020.
10:55 a.m. Add someone's voice in a video.
Is someone's misspelled?
It is SOMEOMES.
Does this indicate to you that whoever is doing these searches is trying to change a video
Correct.
to add voices that weren't necessarily caught on the video?
Correct.
The next search on February 26, 2020?
10:56 a.m. Change someone's words in a video.
The next search on February 26, 2020?
2:38 p.m. Bahamas marriage certificate.
And the final search on February 26, 2020?
2:40 p.m. I need a fake marriage license.
Is that the last search on People's Exhibit 721?
It is.
Let's switch them out and put up 722.
Those two are making me so mad right now.
If I don't take out the light first.
Welcome to all the members.
What are the date ranges for People's 722?
The date ranges are February 27th through March 1st. And this is still off of phone number 3, the South Carolina phone.
Are there 7 searches that occurred on February 27th, 2020?
There are.
What is the first search?
7:03 a.m. How do police tell whose body has been found?
Considering the circumstances in this case where Gannon's body had not been found for a number of days, almost 2 full months, does that seem to indicate, from your perspective, some knowledge that it's going to be difficult to identify Gannon's remains?
It indicates to me that there's research being done to see how difficult it would be.
What is the next search on February 27, 2020?
7:58 a.m. Can God help me escape jail time? And escape is misspelled ESCAOE.
The next search on February 27, 2020?
8:05 a.m. How do, period, they identify whose, misspelled WHOS, blood is at the scene?
The next search on February 27, 2020?
8:35 a.m. Find people who want to go to, period, jail.
The next search on February 27, 2020?
8:58 a.m. Spanish girl names.
Is Maria Sanchez a Spanish girl name?
Very traditional, yes.
Is Little Lucia potentially a Spanish girl name?
Lucia
Spanish
is,
girl
yes.
name. Yeah, yes,
The
yes.
next search on February 27, 2020?
9:04 a.m. Petco, Nevada, Colorado Springs.
Was that a point of reference in this investigation?
3 times.
And then the final search on February 27, 2020, what is it?
10 a.m. Find an immigrant who will admit to a crime.
And then are there a number, let me count them, 1, 2, 11 searches that occurred on February 28th
There are?
that are relevant to this investigation.
Yes.
What is the first one on February 28th, 2020?
7:02 a.m. How long does a body start to decompose in a bag?
Does that indicate specific knowledge about the condition in which Gannon's body was packaged and discarded?
Yes.
In what way?
He was found in a suitcase.
The next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:03 a.m. What does, misspelled WGATFOES, what does a dead body look like after a month?
And is this basically 1 month after Gannon had went missing?
Yes.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:04 a.m. What does a dead body look like after a month? Spelled correctly this time.
And the next search on February 28th, 2020?
8:12 a.m. Active drug, misspelled DRIG, cartels in Mexico.
The next search on February 28th, 2020?
8:23 a.m. Bluff my call free.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
8:33 a.m. Address of, period, drug cartels, and drug is misspelled DEUG.
And then the next search, what is it on February 28th, 2020?
8:36 a.m. Current drug cartels, misspelled DEIG, in Colorado, misspelled COLORAOD, Springs, misspelled SPRINSG.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:44 p.m. How, period, does the FBI find people, and people's misspelled PEOOPLE?
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case?
Oh, she found out.
What is the next search on February 28th, 2020?
7:49 PM. How period does the FBI find fugitives?
And the final search on February 28th, 2020?
7:49 PM. Well, and there's two more.
I'm sorry.
How period does the FBI find fugitives? And then how fugitives avoid capture?
Are those both at 7:49 PM?
Correct.
And then do we have now 3 searches that occurred on February 29th, 2020?
We do.
What is the first one?
Casey Anthony,
What time was that?
6:27 AM.
And just for reference sake, who is Casey Anthony?
Casey Anthony was a wildly in the news case where Casey Anthony is a mom who stood trial for the murder of her young daughter, Kaylee.
And then the next search on February 29th, 2020?
6:29 AM. Casey Anthony and Patrick McKenna.
Do you have any idea who Patrick McKenna is?
I don't.
And then this next and final search on February 29th, 2020 that is relevant to this investigation?
1:30 PM. When does FBI take over a case?
And then the final searches on this exhibit 722, do they all occur on March 1st, 2020 as it's relevant to this case?
They do.
What is the first one on March 1st, 2020?
3:58 PM. How to make my fingerprints not scan?
The next search on March 1st, 2020?
4:03 PM. Fingerprint rubber.
What is that a reference to, based on the way you take that?
Trying to get fake fingerprints. So your fingerprints can't be identified.
Okay. And then the final search on March 1st, 2020.
4:03 PM. Fingerprint rubber to make fingerprint.
May I have just a moment?
Oh my word, they saved these Google searches, the best ones ever, for
That's all
last.
the questions I have for Mr. Clark at this time.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Okay, let's see what he's got. Yeah, she Googled it all. Wow.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cook.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned Dr. Torres. You were asked a question about Dr. Torres who testified. And did you see the interview? Were you in the courtroom when the Dr. Torres or Mr. Allen or Mr. Young was playing the CH or CMHIP interviews with Ms. Stauch?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Was Dr. Torres, was she one of the individuals that was asking the questions and I guess was behind the glass on the interviews you watched?
Yes.
Okay. And was that at CMHIP? Is that Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And was Miss Stauch shackled in that video that you, as far as you could tell?
She was.
Okay. And is CMHIP, is that a facility? Is that a lockdown facility? I mean, people just don't come and go as they please. It's a lockdown facility.
I would expect it to be, but I've never been there, so
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And talking about bath salts, way back this morning, what is your understanding of what bath salts are? Are we talking about, I'm having a tough day, I'm going to get some Epsom salt with eucalyptus in it and take a long hot bath? Is that what you mean when you're saying bath salts?
I think that's the general term. Yeah, you pour it into a bath. It's supposed to help relax or de-stress, things like that.
Okay. And were you aware of the other connotation or the other meaning behind bath salts a few years ago?
I'm aware that people were smoking it, and it was called the zombie drug.
Okay. Now, were they smoking the Epsom salt bath salts, or were they smoking a synthetic stimulant that's now been outlawed?
That's my understanding. The second one.
Okay, so when you say the zombie drug, we're not talking about people have found another use for Epsom salt and they're ingesting it some way. We're talking about a slang name for a totally different drug.
I
Is that
believe so.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I've never seen it, but yeah, that's how I understand.
Okay. And in the Volkswagen Tiguan, was there ever any DNA of Gannon's found in that vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you know if it was tested for DNA?
I don't recall.
And the exhibits we've just been looking at on the boards, and I was looking on my computer. Now, you just put up what you believe to be relevant to the investigation.
Yes.
Okay, so if there were, hundreds or thousands of different messages or searches being done, how many? Let's see. You might kind of approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
On February 27th, I could not see these.
Oh, sure.
On February 27th, if we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we've got 7 searches that were done on February 27th, 2020, that were relevant to the investigation. Like on the 28th, there were probably 10 or 12 or 13. So let's say an average of 10 searches a day that were relevant. How many of those do you think were irrelevant?
Sure. So from the South Carolina phone, there were just over 1,300 total searches.
Okay.
We narrowed that down to 377 unique searches. And out of that, we presented 96 searches. So whatever 96 divided by 377 is, that's your percentage.
Okay. Which is what?
I don't know.
It's too late in the day for me.
Yes, sir.
Do complex arithmetic. So there was a lot of stuff that absolutely did not relate to this. The vast majority of the searches or the information you got was not related to this investigation, correct?
Sure. Out of the 377, we selected 96 to present.
Just a second. Mr. Clark.
And usually it's no further questions. Let's see if he does it again.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
See? Every time. Every
No,
time.
Don't need it, Judge. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Clark?
Yes, ask questions.
Looks like we have one coming.
Ooh, we
Counselor
have a
Probst,
question.
please.
Welcome to membership, Lori. Here we go. Look at her face right now. Damn. She's looking pissed.
And this is easy
Sorry,
for
what?
me to say. To clarify, were the messages saying she left her phone at home sent from defendant's phone or Gannon's phone?
Those came from the defendant's phone saying something effective. I left my phone at home. If you need to reach me, try to reach out on my watch. It may stay connected to Gannon's phone. And then we see them leave approximately 15 minutes later.
I will
Yep.
reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
Right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our evening break. If I can have all of you in the place that you need to be so that we can start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. And with that, we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please.
Let's see what they say now when the jury leaves. Oh, look at Letecia. What's so funny, Letecia?
Thank you. May all be seated. Record proof that the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Clark, you can go ahead and step down now.
Thank you, sir.
Counsel and Deputy Robinson approach, please.
Counsel and Deputy Robinson. Okay. Whoa. Can't see anything now. Counsel and Deputy Robinson. Who's Deputy Robinson?
And prosecution, where are we?
So basically, Judge, we're prepared to rest. We obviously need to do that in front of the jury.
Right.
What I'd like to do before we do that, Judge, we can either do it this evening before we leave for the night or tomorrow morning, is just do an audit on the exhibits that were admitted to make sure that we're all squared away as far as that goes.
Mhm.
So I'd leave it to your preference whether you want to do that today or tomorrow.
I will give the list again to Ms. Gratiano. I think she's the one that's doing the heavy lifting on your side. So I will give that to her. And we can check it tomorrow morning and see where we are before we start tomorrow. And go from there. So you would rest. You have your witness, Dr. Lewis, ready to go first thing in the morning?
Dr. Niederhauser.
Oh,
first,
okay.
Dr. Lewis. Dr. Niederhauser, I think, is probably 30 or 45 minutes.
Right. Okay, and she's going to be bound by the TUI regulations. Is that what the issue is that she's got?
Niederhauser is, yeah.
Or I'm sorry, Niederhauser,
Yeah.
right? Okay, yeah, she shouldn't be very long then, I would think. Okay. Okay, then we will see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and see where we are.
So before we go to that, Judge, I think Mr.
Yes.
Young wants to make for the record on the Dr. Lewis situation that came up from earlier this
Yes.
morning.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks, Judge. I did get an email from Mr. Tellini. I just want to read it into the record and give the court an idea of what this email is.
Okay.
I consider it to be a report, but it reads as follows. Dr. Lewis and I visited with Ms. Stauch yesterday for around 3 hours. The conversation consisted primarily just going over her version of events. There was also talk about a softball injury Ms. Stauch suffered in high school where she suffered a concussion and had her teeth knocked out. Obviously, that goes directly to the issues that we're going to be discussing. And I don't know how I can effectively cross-examine her on a 3-hour interview that she had with Stauch about the events related to this case when I have no idea what she said. So I would just ask the court to admonish the witness before she testifies that she's not allowed to render any opinions that she may have gathered from this 3-hour interview with Mr. Tellini and Ms. Stauch. Mr. Tellini did give me a hard drive. I forget the amount of time that he saw.
I was quite tempted to record some of it. I think I got 40 minutes of it recorded.
Well, first of all, this would not be a Dr. Lewis's contact with Ms. Stauch yesterday could not be considered an evaluation for purposes of determination of sanity because, for one thing, it doesn't comply with the statutory requirements that any sanity evaluation in the state of Colorado must be audio and video recorded. And it sounds as though, I mean, I'm guessing from what's been mentioned, there's not any question that Dr. Lewis knew that because she audio and video recorded the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
This is working, going over refreshing. She wanted to go over. I would not characterize this as a new.
Well, and it won't be because she's not going to be able to testify about it. But I think, and what specifically is referenced, and I'm looking for it in her report. Unless you can find me somewhere in one of her reports, and I have both of them.
What is she doing with her neck there the whole time?
Okay, so Dr. Lewis's first report is about a 3-page letter. Dr. Lewis's second report is a 6-page letter, well, 7 if you include the signature. But unless you can show me somewhere in there that she references, was told, or had some information about some sort of softball incident where she sustained a concussion and had her teeth knocked out, she won't be talking about it tomorrow either.
Well, it's contained in the state hospital.
Well, let's go back then to show me in Dr. Lewis's reports where she comments on information. I don't care the source. It doesn't matter the source. Whatever source she's using, show me somewhere in her report where she references that Dr. Lewis knew that Ms. Stauch had a softball injury resulting in a concussion and some lost teeth. And she further opines, show me somewhere in her report that she opines that that event has some relevance to what's going on in this case. Absent that, it may be present in some other report, but it's not going to be admissible unless the prosecution somehow opens the door. If you think the door has been opened, you need to ask to approach and ask if I think the door has been opened. And then we'll go from there. But I didn't see it in any of her reports. I do have a vague recollection of seeing it somewhere, and I think it probably was in a CMHIP report, but I certainly don't have any recollection, and I have the reports. I was looking at them. They were right in front of me. I did not see anywhere in the information that's been provided by Dr. Lewis that she A, noted it, and B, somehow came to some conclusion about how important it was or how it related to Ms. Stauch's defense of a mental condition in this case. So if you can show me that I missed it, I'm happy to reconsider it. But other than that, she won't be talking about it, and I'll give her the admonition before we bring the jury in. Because tomorrow morning, it sounds is going to look a little strange because we're going to bring the jury in for 5 minutes. You're going to rest. I'm going to give the jury an instruction about what that means. Then we're going to send them back out. My guess is that Dr. Lewis is going to take most all day. Is that fair? Okay.
Oh boy.
So Ms. Stauch, you remember that I asked you all those questions last week. It might be that tomorrow I ask you the ultimate question, which is, what is your decision? So be aware that that may be a question that you need to answer tomorrow. Do you understand? Is that a yes? Okay. All right. All right. Then with that, Ms. Graziano, I will leave this with you and we can talk about it in the morning. I think we're all pretty close because we did that matchup. It was either last week or the week before, and we weren't off by much. So I think we should be okay, but it shouldn't take too very long. So with that, court will be in recess.
All rise.
Okay. Ooh, look at Letecia. And just like that, they're gone. Damn, you guys, that What a day. But tomorrow's going to be even more hectic. Okay, so tomorrow, as they said, we thought that would happen today. Not quite. Tomorrow, they said they're going to come in, rest their case, jury comes in, rest their case, jury goes out. It's defense's turn after that. And they're talking about a Dr. Niederhauser and then a Dr. Dorothy Lewis will be on the stand for most of the day. Okay, let me just leave this webinar. Just hold on one second. I want to just find something. Where's that document I had earlier? Wait for it. This one. I just want to see, was the name on there? Because this I got yesterday from the court site. I just want to quickly see this. Witness list. Dorothy Lewis, Kyle Varville, Caitlin Crack, Laura Leach, Kenny Ray Harden, Amy Lowry, Deborah Locklear, Harley Hunt. I don't see it on here, but I do see there's a tweet from April 24th about this Dr. Niederhauser. So I don't know why it's not on this list. But anyway. Okay. So, yeah. Wait, I just saw a comment fly by. Brenda. Oh, my nerves. Earlier I was so confused. Right? I agree. Carol says the judge needs to address this behavior. I'm not sure why it wasn't addressed. I don't know. Oh, I was thinking it would be, but it wasn't. And by what we're talking about is obviously Will and Letecia giggling about the Google searches. That made me really sad. It's not something to giggle about. Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old boy, which is what this case is about. Never lose sight of that. That's what it's about. His life that was taken. Nothing to giggle about. The Google searches are crazy. Oh, my word, you guys. We have been going over the probable cause affidavit Google searches for a while. We've done it a few times. Whoa, they really did save the best Google searches for this. I'm like, oh my word, it was even worse, like face transplants, looking completely different, rubber face masks, getting rid of fingerprint, everything. It was all there. I mean, I wrote down one that says, find an immigrant who will admit to a crime. What? Oh my word, we will have to do a members only stream at some point just to go over those Google searches. But right now, my brain is like full. Today was, there was a lot, but well done to the prosecution for saving all that for last, right? That was very hectic. Also tomorrow, yeah, Letecia Stauch has to say if she's going to take the stand or not. Do you guys think she will or won't? I wonder. We'll do a poll maybe tomorrow. I wonder. I think her attorneys might advise her not to, but you never know. Maybe she'll be like, nope, I want to. And then they will definitely be here for weeks, for many more weeks, because we know when she starts telling a story, it's a lot. It's a lot. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much. Wow. So yeah. So the point is, the last thing I want to say is this, all these searches from January 25th already, January 24th, 5th, 6th, the murder happened on January 27th. Rent a U-Haul to go to Florida and looking up already Landen Hyatt, which is Gannon's biological mother. See, she was super, super jealous of Landen. And just all these Google searches she did, it just shows a lot of premeditation, a lot of resentment, jealousy, and all of that, as we've spoken about before. And I did say to you guys in a previous stream, welcome, Jean, in a previous stream, that during school holidays, I used to go visit my biological father, the one who was a police officer, and he had remarried, right? But that lady, oh my word, stepmother, I wasn't her blood. And she always reminded me, you're not my blood. So I was like, whoa, like you can feel when someone's like, you're not my blood, you're not my child, I hate you type thing, right? Lots of hate vibes there. But the point is, I was like, I think Letecia's like that. And then today, they did bring that up. They said, when Letecia was pretending to be Harley and texting Elle and just hurting him even more, okay? Because they didn't put Harley's picture there, they assume it is Letecia. If we read between the lines, it's Letecia texting, right? Texting Elle and saying, pretending to be Harley, saying, like, you're not my dad, like, I'm not your blood, I'm with my blood family. I'm like, there it is. It's just, I know it's pretty obvious, usually for like, can be sometimes for step parents and stuff, but damn, I was like, you see how she thinks. Sandy Hurd is like, face transplant. Can you believe the Google? I'm going to have to process so much. Oh my word. We just heard a lot. Those Google searches, that's a whole damn member stream with this whole thing. Wow, it's much worse than we ever thought, honestly. It's interesting also, she researched again, Petco, Nevada, Colorado Springs. Like, what in the hell happened at that Petco? Why is she searching that still in February 24th? Why is she still searching Petco, Colorado Springs? That's odd, right? Anyway, so thank you so much for watching the trial with me. I will see you tomorrow. So we're kicking off, it seems, with Dr. Niederhauser and then Dr. Dorothy Lewis, who will be for the majority of the day. And if she's going to bring up a head injury, I don't know if you've seen that oversimplification of how a serial killer is made. They're usually like, that's it. There's trauma, head injury, killer. So let's hope it's not oversimplified like that. Hope not. But yeah, good luck to the defense, because after today, I'm feeling very confident with the prosecution strategy and everything they presented. You can't argue those facts. There's so many facts. It's like maps, the Tiguan. There's the musical suspects, maps, all the cell phone data and everything. And how dumb was she to text Al, I'm leaving. Oh, well, I've left my phone at home. You can contact G's phone. I should stay connected to my watch. Really? She used her own phone to do that? That's so dumb. Oh my word, she really never ever watched any episode, thank goodness, of Grizzly True Crime. None of that. No crime in her life. I mean, the things she was researching, no clue whatsoever. No clue. I can't believe she searched, can they find, was it a body or a bag? I can't remember, but under, in like in a ditch and under a bridge. Oh my word, what? Okay, yeah, and probably text message. Lots of people have head injuries. I know, right? If you know where I started, you know I wrote 4 books on serial killers. So I did like a deep dive, and I just saw a lot of times my whole life reading about serial killers. They're always like, "Ooh, head injury." It's always like there's a head injury. So I'm like, "Oh no, don't go that way now." But we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. So thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy the stream with me. If you did, please hit the thumbs up, share as well, and I will definitely see you tomorrow. This stream should lead you to that one. If it doesn't, just go to my homepage and you can see it there for tomorrow. Same time we will start. Yes, Anne-Marie says, get some sleep, G. You know me, I'm going to do timestamps now for you guys so that it's easy for you to navigate through everything. If you don't know what timestamps are, I literally now will sit through the entire 8-hour, 15-minute stream by the time I'm done here, okay? And I will find key moments for you and put them in the pinned comments in the description box, and if you hover over the video, you'll see little chapters. There is a character limit, so I wish I could make you 20 million of them, but YouTube only allows me to put, I put as many as I possibly can. So I'm going to do that for you now. If you can, please screenshot and send to me on email, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com, or on Twitter, whatever, when Letecia was making all the little heart hands. I didn't see that because mostly I'm just looking at the info and making notes and everything. So I didn't once see her do that, but and I don't know what's going on with her neck because she's like literally pulling her shirt and I don't know, something is, I don't know, injured here, oozing. Ooh, no, rather not. Okay, so stay safe, rest well, make sure you're rested for tomorrow because we're going to need to. We're going to need to buckle up tomorrow. Be really, really brave tomorrow together, okay? And I will see you again very soon. Thank you so much to all the mods. I really appreciate it. Janae said, you need a mod to mark timestamps as you go. I normally just mark them down as I'm writing notes. So I'm all good. But I always appreciate if you guys send key moments or whatever. Send it. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye, everyone. Wait. Let's do this. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everyone.